And welcome, boys and girls, as we kick off day 2 of the Valorant First Strike Closed Qualifiers presented by Nerd Street Gamers. My name is Bach. I'll be your host throughout the entirety of the show here over on the main stream. And that's right, we do have 2 streams currently live. You can catch some more of the action on that second channel, twitch.tv/NerdStreetGamers2. Make sure you head on over there to see the fantastically talented Yinsu Collins leading the show with her ragtag group of individuals, acting as casters over there. Just kidding. They're good guys. Give them some. Oh, yeah, you know, they're okay people. All right. Don't give me too much heat. Voice in the clouds. We haven't introduced you yet, Lex. Keep your voice. It's not your time. We will be jumping into the show in just a bit, but before we do, we've got a little bit of housekeeping we got to do, kind of keep you guys up to date with what's been going on throughout the tournament. Talk about the groups, the format, the schedule, all those good things before I introduce the fine gentlemen who will be joining me on the show to kick things off. Speaking of the format, it is GSL-style groups, best of 3, all the way through the entire tournament. Isn't that beautiful? Gotta love it. Best of 3 GSL groups, best of 3 deciders, 16 teams, 4 groups of 4, 3 total rounds, single elimination bracket, best of 3, 8 teams making it through. So it's the top 2 from each group making it into the playoff stage. And to give you an idea of who those teams might be, we can go ahead and take a look at our groups and our teams list as well, all of them making it through from that open qualifier. So here's the groups. Group A, 100 Thieves, Luminosity, Cloud9, Xset, Gen G, Equinox, T1, Complexity over in Group B. Group C is going to be Envy, Sentinels, Dignitas, and Spot Up. And then Group D, TSM, Renegades, Built by Gamers, and the best team in the whole thing, the Slimy Boogermen. Best name ever. Hopefully these guys get signed if they can step it up with a big performance. Now, we are going to be focusing mostly on Group C today, but taking a look at those groups yesterday, some big wins from a couple of those teams, and we'll talk about that with the casters in just a minute. Group C, Envy versus Spot Up, Sentinels versus Dignitas over on NSG2. And then Group D, we've got TSM versus Built by Gamers, or BBG. And then over on NSG2, we've got the Boogermen versus the Renegades, and we'll see what those matches are going to shape up to be later on today. But enough about me. I'm not the only person here. There's 2 fine individuals who will be joining me to kick this show off. We've got the Lexes back, Alex and Alex, Lex and Vansili. I'm going to stumble over calling them Alex consistently. It's not fair. I shouldn't have done this. I'm the one who put them together. What was I thinking? Guys, good morning-ish? Good afternoon. None of you guys are far enough away to technically make it morning. It was close.
You could call it morning for me, at least. It's 11. No, it's 12:04 now. No, it's officially afternoon. Yeah. I'm still a little hung up on the fact that you called B-Stream ragtag. Kind of weird, man. Kind of rude. I'm just saying. They're not here to defend themselves. You guys are kind of ragtag
too.
So. I'll accept that. Yeah. I'll accept that.
I'll accept any title you give me, Buck. I'm good with it.
We've got the Boomer Squad here. Everyone here over 30 years old, so we can, give you some of our sage wisdom as our hairs turn grayer and grayer, and we begin to get balder and balder. A large part of that due to the damage that was dealt by North American Counter-Strike over the last 5 years for me. I know that somehow you guys dodged that, one of you being a player and one of you being a part of the CS scene for longer than some of the people who are watching at home have been alive. And yet somehow, Alex Vansili, I should say, you have a luscious quaff that you decide to hide behind a hat. I'm not really sure why. I'm sitting back here like, let's see.
We were both having bad hair days.
Give me a sneak peek.
He suggested that I wear a hat too, but
I had a hair.
See,
hair malfunction. It's all like out on the side here. Can't deal with it. Should have gotten a man bun from GoPuff.
I think you look great.
Yeah. In case you guys missed it yesterday, I did get this wonderful man bun from GoPuff, so I never have to worry about being bald ever again. If I'm ever feeling kind of ashamed of myself or I want to blend in at some kind of strange concert, I can throw this sucker on and I'll fit right in. So
I was digging your militant
nice.
Vegan look yesterday.
Yeah, I had the camouflage, I had the man bun. It was like a whole package that really worked out. I looked like I was on my way to a Mumford & Sons concert, but I had to swap things up today. Can't wear the same shirt all the time, otherwise Twitch chat gets on to me. You'll notice I only have like 3 pieces of clothing, and I switch them up. I interchange, but
the rest is just hanging behind them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. This is actually all I own. What you don't realize is I'm actually outside right now. I'm like underneath an overpass. I've managed to leech internet and steal some peripherals from people and bring this broadcast together. But looking at our next game, the teams we're going to be facing off against, we're going to be into that Group C, and we already saw the teams, but we can go ahead and take a look at the rosters for said teams. And also, you guys at home can go ahead and drop a vote in chat for who you think is going to be taking the series in just a moment. But look at those rosters. Lex, walk me through who we've got here for Envy and Spot Up.
Well, the household names now at this point here in the Valorant scene would be Team Envy, making further names for themselves in the latest qualifier for First Strike. I believe they made it all the way to finals, right? Have had several commanding performances throughout tournaments. You've got Mame, FNS, Caboose, Crashies, and Food. And something that you could consider for all 5 of these players, have high experience at high-level Counter-Strike, have been competing in Valorant since release, mostly together. But you do have 2 additions to this squad, which is Crashies and Food. Not quite news at this point, but certainly looking to see, the continued success with this added firepower to the Envy roster.
Yeah. For me, it's definitely an upgrade. Nothing to knock off Calypso or even Aegis at this point. But adding Crashes and Food, we saw how good Envy looked in the First Strike qualifier, the open qualifier, to this matchup today. So yes, it's old news, but it was still new for us to see them as that full roster and see how they performed. And we saw nothing but good things, right? They made it all the way to the finals in a best out of 3 versus Cloud9. And even the pros were tweeting now, like, everybody's talking about the rivalry between TSM and Sentinels, but there's still like sleeper picks in the top 10 that people are just not paying attention to, and they will now because Envy looks very strong. On the other end, though, for Spot Up, I think it's been a good 3 core that they had for quite a while. I'm thinking here it's Bunny, Figment, and Tucker. They've had some ups and downs, and they've been in a weird area where, they had some high performances. Some teams were getting picked up, and they're always being left aside. And being able to make it to the top 16 right now in a closed qualifier, hopefully that's going to add up a little bit more limelight into that roster. Because a lot of these teams that are signed up to top orgs right now, they're like, oh, okay, so it's like the big names from different games that are coming into this one. We want that pedigree that's going to help us market as an organization. While you have Spot Up, where maybe people don't know about them as much. People know about them, of course, in the competitive scene, in the tier 2 and the tier 3. But for the general eye, this is probably going to be the first time some of the viewers in this channel are going to see Spot Up.
That's the interesting thing, right? Like, Spot Up has been around for a while for all of us who have been paying attention to the Valorant scene, but you've seen consistently them getting lapped by people they played with and against. It's weird watching that team consistently kind of like just set aside, like you said. Like, they're not getting signed, they're not getting the same opportunities that others are getting. It is a bit disappointing, but hopefully this will be enough to get them into that next level. But before we start talking about what this team's capable of, we got to look at the maps to figure out whether or not they're going to be able to find that big win. Kicking things off, we have the ban on Split. That's not right. The ban was on Bind.
Yep.
So the ban was on Bind, and then we've got Ascent, Split, and Haven, but not in that order. It's Ascent first, Haven second, Split as the third and final map.
Yeah.
And we've already got the graphic fixed. Look at us. Vansili, looking at this map pool, you've watched Spot Up play pretty significantly throughout the last several months. Is this a worry for you, seeing that Split pick come in at the tail end because of how good Envy's been on it at times?
100%. As Envy comes in as a top seed, and throughout the open qualifier, they've always banned bind in the first map, always choosing that map to be out of the rotation, which basically looking at the rest of the map, it plays into their playstyle where they're putting great numbers on every single one of those maps. When you're talking about how deep this map pool is for this team, you could definitely favor Envy at that point. I'm actually quite surprised that Spot Up actually picked Ascent when they lost, I think, 10-13 to Sentinels and also got dismantled by another top 10 org on that very map. But I think maybe the secret sauce for Spot Up at that point, when you're looking at all of the matches that Envy played last week, have always been like Ascent and Split, then you kind of have an idea of how they're playing the map of Ascent, and maybe you could counter-strat them at that point. I think that could be the strategy that Spot Up is using to walk into this best out of 3.
Absolutely. I think that the bind ban coming out from Envy isn't too surprising there. And, you know, we're talking about third map on Split. Personally speaking, I mean, Ascent and Haven, definitely not maps that Envy are going to be struggling or worried about, I don't think. So in this series, unless they come out and win the first map on their map pick, you know, I think this is only going to go to 2 maps, right? This is one of those, you know, I think Vansili just hit the nail on the head, which is you want to play the map you're most comfortable on, for sure.
Yep.
So
yep.
I think, you know, if they're going to pick Ascent, they have some relatively good success against, you know, top teams, maybe not wins yet, but they're performing okay against them. And I think, like you mentioned, Vansili, that's a pretty key thing to at least note, talk about, maybe discuss a bit, is I think when you're the underdog going into a matchup like this, you actually want to be playing a series where you have your homework done, you have your research on the other team prepared, and certainly if you have a lot of results from Envy, from Ascent and Split in recent results, that's a map you're going to want to go after. And certainly the first map pick coming out there for them on Ascent is not too surprising, but anxious to see whether or not they can take it.
Well, we're going to see if they can take it in just a second here as we are ready to kick things into action. And the pistol is already live. Take it away, gents.
All right, well, we'll have Envy here on the defender side to start things off on Ascent in this best out of 3. This is still looking at the winner's match in Group C. Envy holding their grounds on the A side, dropping 3 to start things off. Well, the last 2 are still getting pushed forward by Mame, and it's going to be the trade that comes in, and Envy takes that pistol. And Lex, just to add on to what I was saying, I just looked at the result here on a Spike.gg, is that the team that they lost to and got dismantled on this map of Ascent actually was against SSG. So Space Station Gaming, 13-6. So they haven't had good results for Spot Up at this point, but they're still choosing this map in this best out of 3.
Interesting. You know, my long-winded analysis of the map picks there kind of lost in the confusion of that pistol round. Unfortunately, we missed half of it, but that was a cat split coming out from Spot Up, quickly foiled. Envy, I think it was Caboose over there at cat, picking up 2 quick kills. So Envy gets a clean and decisive win here in the pistol. And for Spot Up, I mean, it's not, certainly we have so much more Valorant with the play. And Campeki gets a free kill over on Crash. He's caught out of position over there at A main, was unsuspecting of the jet push, and the A push is actually ensuing. Bunny finds another one on the Mame, who's pressured by the breach. Oh man, the collapse on the A bomb site has already been thorough at this point. Envy is suddenly in a 3v5 retake with the bomb being planted, Vansili.
This is actually pretty crazy, and that's how you capitalize on small mistakes, right? Spot Up, getting that first kill, and like, look, let's just rushing to the site, opening onto the second one, but the retake is coming back very quickly for Envy as Food and FNS go to work. So Figment is going to be the last man standing, does have the shock dart set up. Is it going to hit? It does hit Caboose, but to 2 HP, and unfortunately cannot get the kill where he forces other individual 1 versus 1s. He gets pushed forward by Food with the frenzy, and Envy makes it 2-0, but 2 kills, a nice opener, and a spike plant builds that economy into their gun round.
Yeah, with how the pistol round went, you can't be too mad about that eco right there. You got 2 kills, you got a bomb plant, a little bit of extra money, building up your ult points. And at this point, you want to just have a mental reset and like, look, okay, Envy's going to work a bonus. They're going to have a bunch of SMGs. Let's win this and let's get the half started. So right here for Spot Up, I mean, it looks like they're going to maybe work a little bit of a slow default, or they're spreading a map a bit. We see 3 players poised towards top mid in the warm-up zone, but you know, I think for Spot Up, you know, you have a Killjoy in play here. You've got a Jet, you've got a Breach, and you've got a Sova. There's plenty of tools here on Ascent to absolutely, I think, you know, pressure Envy in maybe ways that they haven't seen before. You know, I don't necessarily think that the Breach is necessarily utilized to the same extent in NA as you see in EU and other regions. But I do really, I mean, we were talking about it a lot yesterday, Vansili, where I love seeing more and more Breach play from NA because it just seems like event after event we're seeing you know, more creative maybe is not the word, but certainly some more dynamic approaches to the game. We saw Gen G yesterday running a lot of retake setups with Arena. You know, I think when the Breach buffs finally come in, you know, these teams will be thankful for having put the time in and learned the agents already. So for Spot Up now, you know, kind of coming back to this situation, I think they're just trying to feel out, see how Envy's going to be playing the map. And Caboose actually taking a bold peek off Cat. Finds one on a Rustin. And now we have a 5-on-4 clock ticking away. Only 40 seconds left, and Crashy's over here at wide. It's a problem.
Big flash.
Flashes come through, and 2 huge kills, and several more points of damage coming out from that Spectre. Doesn't get the kill, but now it's a 3-on-2. 30 seconds left, and Spot Up is jammed up in A main.
Oh yeah, you definitely add some assists there from that flash that came through that allowed Crashies coming out from the wine area to get those 2 kills. And it started well, actually. I thought from the position that they had from Breach and they had the 3 players towards back mid, he could maybe go for the fault line up on Catwalk. That would have probably stunned 3 guys. But now they have no choice but to try to rush in blindly into the site with no information, and the crossfire is already set up there for Caboose and FNS. So that's 3 unanswered round. Another one added on top of that with the bonus round that Envy had. And I was going to say, going into this matchup for Spot Up, one of the key things that they will have to do as a team, especially on the attacker side, is try to minimize the economy of Envy at that point, especially not giving the opportunity for Mame to get an operator for this map. Mame is one of those players that's going to switch over to a smoke player on a map like this, where he usually plays a different agent on others. So he's going to be opting as an Omen on Ascent, or if they have to play Bind, then he'll do it on Bind as well. But he's been like one of the best Omens, if not the only operator Omen that I've seen so far in this game in North America, and is able to put those numbers down on a defender side on this map of Ascent.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those factors in Valorant that has been diminished a bit just because of the op nerfs and the price changes to the weapon. We don't see the ops coming out nearly as early as we were before, which some people may be dismayed by that, but I think it's a little bit refreshing as a caster, not just as a player, because, you know, we're seeing players being forced into different roles in this Crashy's pushed the top mid through A main, just finding a free kill over there at bottom mid. This is an anti-eco, mind you. So Envy just willing to get a little greedy, willing to get a little pushy, knowing that they're not going to be threatened too much. And Crashy's just farming a bit before he gets taken down by Bunny. Unfortunately, forfeiting the Phantom there may be an issue. But Mame actually is wisely coming over to cover that weapon. Make sure that if they do want to recover it, it's at least going to cost them. As I say that, though, Bunny picks up a second one.
Yeah, so they'll salvage these 2 Phantoms.
Yeah, both Phantoms are now being picked up by Spot Up, and suddenly this is a... Now, Campeki doesn't have it yet, but definitely a situation where you don't need to overextend and be feeding these guys weapons, but I think that's the motivation now, is to make sure they don't carry them into the next round. Caboose denies both. Well played to Envy. 6 kills, 0 deaths for the man, and Envy's off to a strong 4-0 start here on Ascent.
I feel there was a mixed play there, or misplay from Bunny and Campeki. As you know, Envy continued to press forward and really want to chase after the frags, which is surprising because you're going against an eco round from Spot Up at that point. But when Campeki actually tried to fall back and pick up the Phantom that was left behind at the orb, then Bunny tried to push by himself to try to win a 2 versus 1 towards back mid. Of course, in his point of view, he doesn't know how many players are behind and flanking. But, you know, you have better chances in numbers if you actually just waited a few seconds for your teammate to pick up that rifle and maybe turn around over. So that's going to be 4 unanswered for Envy. We hear an op that rang early into the round as well, but Tucker is looking to get this control towards mid side first. Big flash is coming through, pushing him back towards the A site as well for Envy. So this allows Spot Up to finally get a little bit more map control for a more concise split into the A side. So Figman is looking to split up here towards the A side first to allow his teammates to move up on Catwalk, and Tucker's the one that's going to move in forward to get the 2 first openings. Paranoid inside the site, a nice headshot onto Food, and we do have a Paranoid player in the back of the site, but Crashy's now back to see in full 20/20 vision, looking back towards the generator, gets the first headshot onto Bunny. He's looking for that trade. They're looking to trade out Bunny at that point, and that's Tucker looking for that quad, and he's looking for the ace finally, and now it's just going to be one more player. FNS on a 3 versus 1. You do have one that's 50 HP for Spot Up. The spike has been planted, and he's going to have to go here through this window. Thankfully, from the initial battle, when Tucker got that headshot into this window area, it got broken. So FNS could still lurk around and have the surprise factor as the sliding door has been closed for him. But look at how passively Spot Up is playing. They probably still have these shock darts positions from the way that the spike has been planted. It's planted to where you can't really get spammed by a sliding door if you're in the middle of a gunfight, but at the same time, if you keep your silver alive, then you could actually have Figment throw those shock darts into the site. But FNS only gets 1 kill and gets traded off here by Kenpeki, and that's the op that we heard early in the round, and we hope that Kenpeki is going to continue to maintain this weapon throughout the first half to try to catch up in this game.
Yeah, and that's a huge round coming out from Tucker, the cat split, finding each and every one of those challenges, collecting headshots. Well played to him. Spot up, I was going to lead into this round wondering if they had won it. Envy having a commanding start like the way they did. We talked a bit in the pregame about, preparing for this match, especially having a day in advance, knowing who your opponent is and what maps you're probably going to be playing, right?
Yeah.
You're going into this match picking a scent. I would expect that at least on the attack side of the map, you have a game plan. You have some maybe a pocket strat or two that you can bust out when you really need a round, right? That you can counter strat, maybe exploit something that you researched in the defense of Envy.
Yep.
So I think in this attack half, despite the fact that they lost pistol, lost the bonus, and were down 4-0, that round right there was pretty promising, if only for the fact that they have a round on the board, but it was a full gun round by. So being able to push Envy off these angles is something that you mentioned, which is Mame having an operator is a threat in any case, against any matchup. I mean, this guy is a talented opper. He's somebody who, despite shifting around agents and roles, is definitely going to be a threat at all times. And so, I'm glad you mentioned that. The fact is, Envy is very comfortable. They're going to be playing aggressive. We saw on the anti-eco pushing through A main, looking for kills, peeking off catwalk dry. That's Caboose. Several times, already in this game, Envy has been absolutely disrespecting their opponents. We'll see whether or not Spot Up is able to punch him back in the mouth and make this work. And here it is, Caboose holding an off angle on Cat, collecting two big headshots and getting out successfully. That is the strength of Reyna right there, but he accepts a shock dart to the face in exchange for his troubles. Now a 4-on-2 situation. Spot Up, 20 seconds. They're going to opt to save this, right? Yeah. There's no chance you're going to put the bomb down. And you know what? This is why I started the round out talking about their strategy and what they could maybe get, a leg up on Envy, because it doesn't seem like Envy's giving him any of these opportunities, right? Yeah. They're blowing up the game plan, if there is one, before the round even really comes to fruition. So for Spot Up now, unfortunately, I want to maybe touch on the fact that if you're going into a matchup like this as an underdog, man, so you kind of almost play a little scared. Like even in that 3-on-1, they're all hiding in the back of A main. You're like just playing super proper. Yep. And that's not a bad thing. I'm not trying to say it's a bad thing, but it definitely seems as though if you're getting caught off guard by brazen plays like Caboose off catwalk and there's no trades coming through, there's got to be some hesitation. Some maybe players aren't warmed up yet. Maybe they're not confident. So as these rounds start to pile up in the favor of Envy, I wonder whether or not, oh my goodness, Mame walking through the mid smoke, trying to find an angle. Luckily, he gets jump spotted, pushed off. No kills will come their way, Van Silly, but I hope to see in these coming rounds, I guess, Spot Up maybe working with a more decisive plan, because it seems like they're just going back and forth between A main and catwalk, looking for an opening that isn't there right now.
And so far, from what I've learned from Envy's playstyle on the defender side too, is wherever they're going to play FNS and where he puts his trap wires and his camera, they're always going to push forward on the opposite side of the map. And there you go. It works in their favor, at least for Rustin and Spawn Up to start things off, because they did not expect just a dry peek towards this B main. So the first kill comes in. You have to run it back, coming in here from Food to try to get some information, and they have a late lurk from Kenpeki at mid. So that allows for them to actually open up inside this B site. But the thing is, you do have from the shadows that came in from Mame into the back B. So it's just going to be a solo hold on the A side, and Spot Up reads into this. So you're going to rush back into the A side. The trap wires and the camera, you hope, is going to slow them down enough to give a chance for his two players, his two teammates from FNS, to rotate back from B. Camera now gets blinded. They know the execution's coming in. He's playing towards hell, so he doesn't want to show himself yet. And he just wanted to have one single kill, and it doesn't pay off. So a great way for a Spot Up here to get the entry frags and to also force the rotation to take control of this side. One thing I think that Spot Up could do as well, looking at the later rounds, is that they should add a little bit more pressure on this mid side too, so that you force the door to get closed on the B side, because they're playing Soul Turtle back into the site, as you were mentioning before, Lex. So allowing that to force players to guess a little bit of where the attackers are going is actually, you might get those moments just like we just saw from Kenpeki, where he's able to get some backstabs on some players rotating into angles where they don't expect a lurker.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bold rotate from Caboose, jumping out off catwalk, collecting through market, like going for the rotate that he should be. But, you know, that lurk off from Kanpeki, which I find that a little amusing that a Jet is lurking at me with an operator, but that's a story for another day. But I was just going to say, for me, I think that's a great round for Spot Up because that just showed me exactly what I was talking about in terms of what they weren't doing before, right? They're spreading the map a bit, and they're willing to, you know, okay, we're getting pushed off of A main, that's fine, let's go back to B, right? We find a pick, let's collect ourselves, regroup, find a different plan of attack, and catch Envy off guard. And they've done that a couple times now. But Envy just is consistently playing in-your-face Valorant. They are taking the gunfights. They do not care who they are playing against. And Caboose is just showing rock-solid performance on that Reyna so far.
That's exactly what I was telling you, right? They put the cameras up this time on the B side, so they add pressure onto the A main instead. And when it's not on A main, but the camera's still on B, they're going to add pressure on Catwalk instead. So there's two actually big obstacles versus Envy right now when you're trying to press to a site that's stacked is how do you get rid of Caboose? Because he's getting the first bloods multiple times so far and always dismisses away. And the second one, how do you push then Mame off the operator in a different location that allows you to get the map rotation and the map control? And it starts off here, finally, as I was saying before, they're breaking that trap wire towards mid side, and what happens after? You have the sliding door that gets closed, and now you're forcing players to turtle back into the site. You see Mame slowly rotating over because they're guessing. They don't have that information anymore. They don't have that map control, despite them having that man advantage for the defender side. So now they're pushing in as a team, and Fickman gets that frag onto Crashies. Now you have a weakened A side, and a 3-man push from Spot Up inside, but it's still Caboose that's alive, that gets the kill, dismisses back, waits for his teammate to rotate from the flank on Catwalk, but at least the spike gets planted. It's a 4-on-2, a big round for them to try to take, but they don't get anything more than a spike plant, not even an extra kill. And it's going to be 6-2 for Envy.
Wow. You know what? You're absolutely right. I think that Spot Up, the way that they're running their default now, you know, the first few rounds we didn't really see that style of play, but you're right. Pushing up mid, clearing a tripwire, dropping the cam, just making it sure that Envy doesn't have that extra bit of information to make correct decisions, making them guess a bit. Keep two players over at B. But you know what hasn't changed throughout the entirety of this match? Is Caboose and his level of play. He is just death matching right now. This guy is taking gunfights everywhere. He picks up a 4K in the previous gun round. We have another good buy coming out from Spot Up. You know what? It's 6-2. They're on a loss streak now.
What kind of good buy?
What do you mean? I mean, they got 4 ultimates. They have a full buy here, and they've got an operator. Like this is it. This is
and exactly. I just hope that despite
right?
all that and the guns and the ultimates that they have, it's not going to be like a goodbye one word where they just get dismantled by Envy on the defense again.
I see. Okay,
that
fair.
Jokes.
Oh my goodness, I'm only 30, man. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna forget about that for a second. Let's get back over here to Caboose because this guy is just snapping headshots. And any moment now, I have a feeling he's gonna get challenged. There it is. The pressure comes in, but now he has help from Food, who comes in, collects the headshots, and denies the cat push. 3 players coming out of A main now. They are absolutely in a chokehold between Food and Caboose, and Crashies is even awaiting on the A bomb site. And this is looking rough for Spot Up here, and wow, this round is over so fast. Food with 3, Caboose with 2, Envy now up 7-2. Dominant first half coming out from the side of the boys in blue.
And you see from Caboose, it doesn't even matter if it's Caboose that doesn't get a kill, but what's important here for Envy is that they're always set up for a trade where they want to play the aggressive angles. So when we're looking at long A, we had, for example, sometimes Crashies inside line, sometimes Caboose inside line, but he always had a second player just at the entrance of A, so they could counter flash, they could go for trades, they could get the numbers advantage after that, surprising your opponents. That time on Catwalk, you saw it. We thought it was going to be Caboose getting another FB as a first blood, but as soon as he misses, who comes out? It's Food that comes out with a 2K of his own, while everybody's focused on trying to take down Caboose because he's been a thorn on their side. And once again, another first blood from Caboose, a rush coming in from Spawn Up inside the A main that gets totally stopped. And on top of the hot hands and the dark covers, nobody's going to move forward past this archway of the A side, and the flank is already happening from the rest of Envy. They're going to hear the footsteps coming through. That's why you do see Rustin going back and watching that flank. But now they separate the defense. They separate the offense, rather, and Rustin only capitalizes on 1 kill, and Envy are just steamrolling on this first half.
I feel like Envy has been... You know what? Actually, I was going to say the entire half, Envy has never been surprised by one of these A pushes. But at I think it was the pistol, right? Or was the round after pistol, excuse me, where I believe Spot Up called an A rush, and they caught some mistakes, caught some Envy players off guard, got a free bomb site, and it's like they want that to continue happening throughout the entirety of this half. Or maybe they think that that's the game plan that they need to stick with. But either way, this A defense coming out from Envy is absolutely just destroying them every time they push up. And, you know, unfortunately, like we were talking about several times now, there's not a whole lot of map presence coming out from spot up. The two players from Envy over at B are pretty bored, and they're rotating relatively early, just knowing that there's no mid pressure and the B main pressure is minimal. You know, I wonder whether or not, and, you know, I was kind of the guy who was like, oh, you know, like having that extra the day before, having the time, having the demos in front of you, the VODs to go and research what your opponent likes to do. It could be that, like, researching their game plan and actually thinking about what strats they want to be running. The IGL at this point might be struggling to see why the plan isn't working, but Envy is just not giving them the opportunity over at A. So here we have it. B hit coming in from spot up at any moment now. Mame finds the first, though, at an off angle from Bunny. Was not expecting a player at that position. Enemy Killjoy does come out, so this B play is planned and effective enough to at least push the Envy players off of the B bomb site. So we'll have to see a retake, but Mame finds another one, and two players jump in. Caboose finds one. FNS gets on the site before falling. And now it's a 4-on-2.
30 seconds left.
Two players from spot up are alive on the bomb site. That's Rustin finding one on the Mame, who tries to push in with that ghost. He fails. Caboose finds one more before dying to Tucker. And now Crashies is able to clean up, coming up sidewalk with food. And now a 9-2 dominant half from Envy is looking all but lost to spot up at this point. There's no light in this half to speak of when it comes to the game plan. And I wonder whether or not they're going to get an opportunity in this game to come back.
Yeah, they were looking for a game plan playing off two ultimates. They wanted to play the Killjoy ult and a Breach ultimate to try to break down maybe even towards the back of the B or even towards Market, depending which one goes down first. And I think it was just, again, a missed angle coming in from Bunny, which is why he got punished from the off by Mame. But I feel, aside from charging up here the ultimate to try to get some map control for spawn up, I feel what's missing is a little bit of fault lines to try to push back the Reyna that's always pushing aggressively towards Catwalk, or maybe the Operator, or somebody that's playing towards Wine. The Aftershock comes from time to time, but imagine if you combine an Aftershock with a fault line that dazes a guy in the position where maybe you could get these kills. Finally, we're starting to see these. Instead of these body peaks, you're starting to see flash entries coming up a little bit more for this early map control, but there's nothing else after that. You know the Operator's going to peek out, or at least somebody's going to peek out to contest you, but there was no second flash, there was no fault line, and now you lose a player. So in terms of this map control, yes, they're doing it with the bodies, but they're not using their utilities. Not only I'm talking about the Breach, but they also have a Sova in the lineup. So if they want to clear out these corners on mid-side on Catwalk, clear out the A main, use your Sova drone, or try to find those set arrows that's going to find that information of where your opponents could be hiding. Then you can capitalize on how you want to trade it and stuff later. Because right now you're just trying to go 50-50 on these body peaks, and you're losing the 50 because you're looking at the wrong angle. So it has not been successful for them at this point. And unfortunately, they don't get that on the attack. We finished with a 10-2 half for Envy on the first half, and this is probably going to be the fastest half that we've watched so far in this tournament.
Yeah, this has been Farmville for Envy from the start, and legit, every single one of these players, even down to the players over at B who are kind of bored, FNS and Mame, I think, like these guys are dominating. Like, all of these players on Envy are firing on all cylinders, so if they can keep this up throughout the series, this is going to be a quick 2-0, I would imagine. You know, but before we get to that point, just peep the scoreboard here. We have Caboose, who really, I spoke about it several times as being the fragger on this team, and there he is at 18-6, putting on a show. And even, you know, the impact frags that are coming out for this team, we saw the double off in that last round out of Crashies and Mame, but the threats are always present when you have players like that can operate like that. And wow, Figment actually collecting a shock dart right away on the food. Oh no! But I don't know what's going on. Crashies collects one on that Caboose. That's a team kill with the shock dart over at A main. So now it's a 3-on-5 suddenly with Mame also on low HP. So this is a 3-on-5 that just, I don't even know what happened for Envy. They worked towards A main, took a heck of a lot of shock dart damage from both teams, and I guess stalled the rush enough to where Envy had to cancel. Now it's a 2v5 spot up. Suddenly, looking like they might win around here.
Yeah, and maybe that's the salvation, right? Taking the defender side finally, and you get this pistol, you might have a chance to come back. You bring that confidence. Getting a flawless round would be even key if they're able to take Mame down, who's low on HP at 33. Now with this pop flash, they're looking back towards this catwalk, but Mame just holds the angle. Even with the recon dart, they might think that he fell back, and finally as the body peek comes forward, he does get one kill, so he's not going down without a fight. And now he's just looking to waste his opponent's utilities. So this is actually good. You're wasting the you're wasting the aftershock, you wasted a couple of flashes, so you're making it more expensive into the next. But I thought at that pistol, when they were rushing towards that A main for Envy, I thought it was going to be the same scenario as that second round where Spot Up pushed forward and you actually caught Crashies with your dart in your hands, like your shock dart. But the thing is, Figman actually just threw it right in front of the entrance instead of trying to bounce it towards the back where the orb is, where some players will want to try to get those shock darts before. So having that and having his teammate close by to get the initial shots allowed them to just hold that push down. And I like that, at least to start. I don't think it was a luck play. I think it was calculated at that point. And we'll see if they could continue to move forward with this current second round.
Yeah, so Envy, I mean, they're certainly not concerned over a pistol round loss like that, but I think for Spot Up at this point, you're hunting the good stuff. You're looking for anything right here where you can feel good going into a map 2, or, you know, maybe have a comeback here of some miraculous conclusion that, you know, I won't try and preach the future here. I don't think that's going to happen. But that said, we have a lot of rounds left to play. Another map to play at the very minimum. So for Spot Up, I think, you know, keep the spirits high and make sure you're finding confidence against these guys with every single one of your gunfights. Like, you might not be the better or more skilled team here, you know, especially when Caboose is finding Sheriff kills like that. Crash is actually collecting one as well. And suddenly, as I'm talking over this round, Envy has collected 3 kills and is in a 2-on-2 now. FNS will fall, but Mame's through the B bomb site with the spike in hand. So if he collects 1 kill here maybe and sprints to A,
30 seconds.
This is a very winnable round for Envy.
Oh, man.
And as I say that, he gets absolutely denied by Kanpeki. 180, Ghost one taps him. But a couple kills coming out for Envy on the eco. Not a whole lot that. Wait, was that a force? Did they all have stingers?
Yeah, we had a couple of Sheriffs, a couple of Ghost stingers, yeah.
I didn't realize they armored up. My apologies. So this will actually be a second eco from Envy. And a good round from Spot Up. Every context that I just gave you, chat, is absolutely wrong. But it happens. Spot Up, though, at 10-4. Not out of this yet.
The thing is, for Spot Up, they're forced to buy some submachine guns into this round, too. But thankfully, they know that Envy's on that full save, right? So if they get a couple of kills here, and they even keep maybe a flawless victory, they might even just upgrade to the Phantoms and the Vandals into the next. So Spot Up playing it smart. Really controlling the economy on their side, too, despite losing, what, 3 players on that last round? And now that's a big opener to have. Caboose has been a one that continues to get these opening kills like he just did that previous round with only a Sheriff. He damages his opponent, but it's still a 5-player team alive, 2 of them very low on HP. So it's still doable for Envy if they try to continue to press towards the A side to build the ultimate points on their end. But Spot Up definitely look a little bit more... Definitely look stronger on the defender side than they do on the attacker side. Let's put it at that.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is their map pick, and it's certainly one that they're not going to be uncomfortable on. I mean, yeah. The first half really is just Envy playing out of their mouth. Nice flick coming out from Finesse, and then Mome picks up 1 as well on a Rust. And suddenly
it's the low
HP
guys, right? So
yes, low HP. However, still holding on to some utilities. Mome, he's going to push in, grab one at a Tucker. Omen onto Omen. Spot Up now. A Sova and a Breach from A Heaven. A lot of utility left. Certainly not out of this round just yet. But Envy sitting in this post-plant position, knowing the clock is ticking away. These seconds ebbing by are all so important for Spot Up. They have to make their move here soon. Fault line's going to come out there for Generator. Flashes to follow. Can he get it done now? Pushing out of A Heaven is Bunny, finding the first on the food. Drops Hell. Falls to Mame, and now it's Figment in a 1v1. Can FNS close this out for Envy? He cannot, but the bomb has ticked away too far. Spot Up will lose this round. Envy pushed to 11-4. A clean sweep. All 10 players fall on the server, and Envy collects it. Now, Spot Up in a disastrous situation, losing an eco round to Envy.
And that's the unfortunate part. When you have 2 players that are so low on HP, I think that was specifically Rustin and Kanpeki, you still make it a 5-on-3, but because you're the 2 players playing on the A side, you can't really play out in the open, and you're trying to play a tight angle to try to surprise your opponents. But what does that do? It allows Envy to just push into actually big numbers into the site, so that whenever they get spotted, it's still a tough battle because you 1 shot and you're dead. So then they both die simultaneously, which allows Envy to just get into the site and play the pulse plant situation perfectly on their end. and get a round where they're not supposed to win. It was full Spectres where there was only one player with small shields and pistols across the board for Envy, and now they run into this round with full armor, full weaponry, and probably some sort of a mix buy from Spawn Up, I think, at that point too.
I think we do see Kanpeki push the Ray main, so I imagine the rotates will probably lean towards mid and B, but there are still 2 players over at Catwalk that are probably going to make contact here in the next few seconds. That said, Envy creeping up mid ever slowly. Bomb's still over there at top mid near the generator, but falling off Catwalk is Spot Up, knowing that most of the presence right now is towards B and mid. Kanpeki again has all of that information over at A main. Rotates do go out, but they are so slow on it. Spot Up still is not moving despite the fact that they know it's a B split. They've known for the last 30 seconds and still have not rotated, so 1 player is left in the back of the bomb site. That is Rustin with it all to do. 4 players encroaching on him now. And he finds the first. Tucker finally comes in with a rotate and picks up 1, but they will both be collected, traded, and have fallen themselves. Now Envy 3-on-1. Bunny is not going to be able to do it. 12-4 match and map point for Envy. Spot Up, 8 rounds to tie it. This is going to be an uphill climb, to say the very least.
Yeah. And I don't know, I might have missed it at the beginning of the round where maybe 45 seconds or 30 seconds have passed, but when we were looking at Rustin in the back of the boathouse, he still had the turret up. So I don't know if it's because it got broken and it recharged and he put one up. I missed that detail. But at the same time, there was also 1 round on the first half where Crashies was pushing all the way forward towards the A side and got those kills on the anti-eco. There was nothing that was set on the ground to watch the flanks either. So again, I think it's misplays on the kits that are available for Spawn Up right now that is deterring the way that they're playing. Either it's the offensive side or the defender side. You see, at least into this round, you had that alarm bot on mid side that's going to give that information if they're still trying to go for the split for Envy. You finally have a turret as well on the defender side if they're trying to walk in and get some information on A as well. So this allows for the other players as a team for Spawn Up to start stacking up wherever they can, where they don't have that arsenal or the kits necessary to help, and that's deeper on mid side, Catwalk, and onto A main. And thankfully, with this broken buy that they have, Tucker gets the first blood. While they're still looking to trade this out, Food's just above him, and it's death from above. Vandal to take him down. It's a 4 versus 4. Food still looks to creep around here and play around this smoke, while the rest of them are walking back, towards this B main. They're going to follow it off the back of the Owl drone. We're going to put a molly onto the ground, the Nano Swarm, just to try to slow them down as much as they can. That's not going to do much. We have to try to get those frags with the Sheriffs once Envy gets into the site.
Yeah, a lot of pressure being put on to Rustin, but he doesn't give up a frag, which is important. Keeping it at a 4-on-4, and as I say that, Figment sprints in through CT with no help. Falls to Finesse, does pick up 1, but Crashies will get the other. And suddenly this is a 3-on-2. Both players in market. Kanpeki flies out into the operator of Mame. Bunny will collect the trade, but dodging the Hunter's Fury's Bunny, and he's caught in a crossfire, and he does get the
Rolling
kill
Thunder.
at FNS.
There you go.
Literally a very winnable round. The ultimate comes out from Bunny. Does not connect, and he falls despite a classic dink to end it. Crashies finding the final frag. Envy 13-4. Map 1 goes to Envy.
That was so unfortunate for Bunny on that 2 versus 1 because he gets that first kill. You saw that he looked on the ground hoping that it was a rifle that was left behind, but it was an operator. So the Rolling Thunder, you're hoping that it connects, and he switches over to the Classic where he could get the kill against a dazed opponent. But Crashies just did a good job to read that and get out of the way and just easily win that 1 versus 1. I think when you want to summarize how that full first map has been played here, it's just a dominant performance from Envy, especially on the defender side first, where Spawn Up had no answer for.
Yeah, I think for Spot Up and most people around the community, you don't expect them to even win a map here, which I know that sounds almost like I'm putting them down, but that's how good Envy is, despite whatever you just saw from Spot Up. And they're showing it right there. That map 1 was not just, you know, our strategy is good, our comp is good, and we play well together. It's we have individual fraggers that are going to turn it up when we need them to. And Caboose is putting on a show. I mean, straight up, these guys, each and every one of them really, but especially Caboose, playing so confidently and that in-your-face style where, you know, if you're playing against an opponent you really respect and you want to take your time against and play careful Valorant, you know, you get caught off guard a lot of the time when you see a player like Caboose wide swinging off Catwalk and a non-timing, you know, and hats off to Envy for continuing and keeping up that pace of play throughout because, you know, sometimes it'll cost you when you play that kind of a style. And sometimes it's something that's going to shut down your opponents for an entire half. And that's exactly what happened. A really dynamic defense on both ends of the maps from Envy. So hats off to them for a tremendous performance on Ascent. I believe we're moving over to Haven next.
Correct.
I think.
Correct. Yeah.
So I think going into this next map for Spot Up, you got to kind of shake that off. I wonder whether or not they lost some rounds that they didn't need to just by trying to force, maybe a strategy that they had going into it or a play that they thought was going to be successful and it wasn't. But, for Haven, I think you just cut loose a bit and be like, hey, we're down 0-1. The worst thing that can happen is we get blown out again like we just did. Like, let's just play our game, play confident, and have some fun. And for Spot Up, that's the mindset and the level of I think, morale you need to be going into to even have this be a potential win for you, especially when it's not your map pick. It's not something you're necessarily going to be the most comfortable on. I think Spot Up has a lot to show us in terms of what they can do down the line. But right now, this is a struggle that I don't see them coming out on top against Envy, but we'll see.
Well, at least hopefully they could put up a fight into the second map. On the second map is going to be Haven. But we're going to take a break, and when we come back, it's going to be the Nerd Street Gamers Valorant First Strike Qualifier on the airways here.
jump into what will hopefully be a bit of a closer game for the players on Spot Up, as they got decimated by Envy in the first match. And to be honest, it's not all that surprising. Lex, I think you said it best. The teams just, they kind of drew the short straw. Envy may be one of the hottest-handed teams coming into that open qualifier. A lot of the pro teams were saying, hey, Envy's really the team to watch out for. It's a little bit of an unknown variable because we knew what to expect from them before, but with these two new players, Food and Crashies, joining the roster, things have really amped up, and it seems like that is in fact true. This is the First Strike Qualifier presented by Nerd Street Gamers. I'm your host, Bach. Lex, did that map go exactly how you thought it was going to go, or did you think that Spot Up was maybe going to put up more of a fight?
You know, with Envy's starting defense, like if I'm, let's just theory land for a second. If I'm IGLing Spot Up, I'm going into that matchup like with a cheat sheet in front of me of everything that I'm going to play from start to finish. And it looked like they were on bullet point number 2. They're like, all right,
exactly,
pistols through, anti-eco through. This is our gun round. We're going to run a cat split. And they tried that like 6 times in that half, and it was getting stuffed. So I don't necessarily think it was something that I expected, in the sense of I expected Spot Up to find rounds against a weak Envy at places and around the map, maybe at mid, maybe over at B. But it was like the attempts never even came through. So it wasn't how I envisioned it playing out. But I'll say this, the outcome and the final result certainly was. I expected Envy to win it decisively. And I will say that I'm expecting Spot Up in map 2 to be playing a little bit more, you know, with passion and some heat and some fire, because these guys, I mean, they're playing very careful, very trying to play very proper. Make sure they're making good decisions. They're all jiggle peeking these angles together for the trade, and people hesitate. People aren't making the normal, you know, decisions that they normally would, I think, in a less pressure scenario, Ben Silly. So I think that the map 2 might be a little bit closer, but yeah, map 1 was a blowout. Envy took it decisively.
I definitely echo that sentiment. I think sometimes, especially when I said that, you know, all they did was play Ascent for Envy since the last week. So maybe the only thing that they did was study, and then they were giving them too much respect, where there was moment of hesitations where, again, kits weren't being used to take map control, and it was all body peaks. They had the right numbers to try to bring the fight towards Envy, but sometimes as well, when you have players like Caboose that always gets first blood, and you don't have anything to deny them from, then it's just going to show a one-way side of affair.
Well, I think we're just about ready to jump into this second map, and hopefully we'll see a bit more of a front come in from Spot Up to try and prevent Envy from rolling away with this series. It's not looking good for them, and just a score update for those of you that are watching this stream, over on the B stream, we are live currently with Sentinels and Dignitas, and Dig is currently right on the edge of picking up a victory over top of Sentinels. It's, I think, 11-9 right now, so keep your eyes peeled over there. But, guys, we are ready to jump into this second map in the series. It's going to be Haven, and Spot Up's got their backs against the wall. Vansili, Lex, take it away.
Thank you so much, Boxer. We are moving into Haven now. Map picked by Envy versus Spawn Up, as Envy were dominating on that first best of 3 on Ascent before. This time we will have Spawn Up on the defender side and Envy on the attack. While they will try to press forward here on their end, looks like to be an A-side hit to start things off here, Lex. But again, this is Envy's map pick. We think it's going to be close. You want to say that it's going to be close, but I think we're still going to see a dominating performance from Envy once again.
I really like this. They're leaving Sova, I believe that's Crashies, over here at long C, either to hold for the push or for a late C hit. So I'm anticipating maybe Envy either calling Crashies back to come A or throwing a little bit of a hit over at A first and coming back C. Nope, I'm wrong. They're already walking back towards C. So this C split could probably come in here in the next 10 to 15 seconds or so. And Envy, you know, they don't know it yet, but there have been 3 or 4 players over here on the C bomb site side of the map for the entirety of this round so far. So they're walking directly into a spot up stack.
Yeah.
Moving up with a drone here at long C is Crashies. It'll get blind, so it won't spot the stack. It gets dropped, and Caboose comes out either way. And there's a 4-man crossfire on the C bomb site. First 2 kills go the way of Spot Up. Campecki finds those, and Envy is forced to retreat, doubling back now, sprinting towards A. You know, I don't think Food knows it yet, but okay, he does. There are 2 rotators through CT coming back to him right now. So he knows that the A bomb site is clear, finds the first. Doesn't know the second is behind him, so Tucker will collect that. Now it's a 2-on-4, and they have won the foot race. Envy gets a free bomb site and a plant over at A. Spot Up, you know, they're still in command of this round, 4-on-2. But the fact is, the bomb has gone down, and this is certainly a precarious spot. As both players are crossfire at CT, they do not hit their shots. Tucker and Bunny clean it up, and I believe I misspoke during that round, but spot up a beautiful pistol, excellent reads. They stuck together throughout, and unfortunately, that was an excellent lurk from Food there through B to get that kill on the A rotate. But unfortunately, he second-guessed himself. I don't know whether that was an audio cue that he heard when he turned around, but he was unable to lock up the heaven control for his team. So that went from a 3-on-4 very winnable situation from Envy to being a surefire retake for spot up. For spot up. So excellent round of them. That was honestly, Envy, I thought, strategically speaking, if they had maybe caught that info off of Crashy's drone right there and saved those two players from moving into the C bomb site, this could have been a very different outcome. But the very small details throughout that pistol made the difference for spot up. And now it's 1-0.
I just have to cut you real quick, too, because we had Food towards B main, and we had two players for Envy still towards A at spawn side before they even got into the site. And the turret, somehow, I heard the shots coming through from A heaven. So I think there's probably a position from where that turret is that maybe it was accidental, where it's still able to spot some players. We're going to have to check back into the reviews later on, because at least for me, it was questionable of that play. Or at least not from the way that spot up's playing that turret, but just that maybe there's a spot that they didn't think of, and Riot maybe skipped on that. I found that a little bit weird. Yeah. I could be crazy at the same time, too. Nonetheless, though, it's still going to be Caboose moving in forward with the first kill into the A site. And while this slows down a little bit, I just wanted to chime into what you were saying, too, from Envy's strategy. So I think Spot Up did a good job in terms of stacking the right site, thinking that the hit was going to eventually happen towards the C sign, but they really wanted to use Food to try to catch rotations. But unfortunately, nobody rotated from Spot Up side at A all the way to C through B. They went through the spawn side, which made it a little bit harder for Envy to rotate back towards the A site. That said, though, as they get the openers we mentioned before, they're still looking to revert back towards the C side and go for a 5-man split in that area, where Kenpeki, I was going to say, is going to get covered by a dark cover, but just before that, he gets dispatched by his opponent with a headshot coming through from that jet. So now Mame continues with a second one into the face of Figment, and it's looking to be a thrifty round. I think history is going to repeat again in this series.
These Sheriff buys are so scary. I mean, every single challenge coming out from Spot Up is resulting in a deletion from the end of a Sheriff. Those were beautiful shots from Mame, I believe. Yeah, I really wonder, you know, when we're talking about the skill level and the mechanical prowess of guys on Envy that have obviously gained some notoriety in the scene, like, several of these players aren't necessarily, you know, on the younger end of the spectrum, but you have the young and up-and-coming talent of Crashies and Caboose, I guess you could say. On the other end of this, you have Spot Up, which 5 players that, you know, we're talking about it in the pregame, right? These guys have been around this scene in Valorant for, you know, since release. Wow, okay, this push down mid from Kenpeki is going to result in some success. At least he doesn't get spotted right away. He gets cleaned up by Envy, and this mid play just gets shut down immediately. Actually, as I say that,
okay,
picking up 3 crisp headshots with a ghost. Nice shots. He gets overhealed here, but isn't able to make anything of it. Crashies collects the final frag, 2-1 to Envy. And I was just mentioning, you know, Spot Up has a lot of talent on their roster, and I think, you know, for a team that has been playing together for a couple months, and is at the point now where they're qualifying for an event like this, they're playing against the best teams in North America. It's admirable that they're at this point at all. So yeah. I expect that these guys, you know, they have the ability to turn it on. They have the ability to be, you know, around the same skill level, or perhaps maybe slightly below the likes of Envy. But, you know, Envy is just so good at this point of playing controlled 5-man Valorant. And right there in that anti-eco, they go for an aggressive mid-push and are covering everything. And it's a beauty of almost a spectacle to watch. You know, the comparison of the two levels of teamwork between these two sides is very apparent. But it's not for lack of skill or ability, as we saw at the end of that round. Just excellent headshots coming out from, I believe that was Bunny, right?
Yep.
So these Spot Up guys are very talented, but Envy is just showing us they are not to be messed with. Right over here at short, Bunny catches the elbow of Mame, finds one, spots the second. FNS, his cover is blown. He's got to cage out, and he is able to make it out of there. But Caboose falling with a headshot to Rustin. Bunny getting caught out by FNS, who was making a great play up short through the cage, catching out both. And suddenly the A bomb site is vacant despite one player already up there in heaven. 3-on-2. The retake is still very doable for Spot Up at this point. But for Envy, on this A bomb site, Food, FNS, putting that spike down in the back of the site. This is going to be a tight angle scenario when the retake comes in, and I think FNS getting caught out. Okay, there's the first one on the Tucker from Food. FNS finding another, and this 2v5 happened so quickly, I can't even commentate it properly because it's just Envy headshots all day. Spot Up even moves in together. It's not as though they were challenging individually. Oh, at least it didn't seem that way from our perspective. Excellent shots coming out from Envy, and what a play from FNS to bring that round back in their favor. Wow.
That's how you hold it. And I think it's also away from how Envy is continuing to press forward, despite them losing a player early into the round. I do like it from Spot Up, is they want to bring that disrespect back to Envy, where they were kind of being pushed on the defender side when they were playing attack on Ascent. Well, that second round, they pushed down towards mid on an eco. They got 3 kills out of that. They're doing the same thing right now, and this time it comes into fruition as Kempeki gets the kill onto Food. The rest of them now still holding this window side, while Envy are still booking it towards the A side. You still have Killjoy holding towards that A, that he's making his way towards Heaven, but this is going to give an opportunity for a big flank here for Spawn Up if they decide to continue to push forward. But it looks like they're all falling back. But look at that big map. We got roamers and roamers after roamers. Is roamerception right now for these two teams, but it's still looking to be Envy on the upper hand. This is such a big flank from Crashies, and there's 2 right there, executed. He knows exactly where the last person's at as well. I'm pretty sure he heard the footsteps, so that's why he's just looking for the angle. That recon dart's gonna not spot him, but at least he still finds him by checking that 50. So 1 more to go with another counter flank coming through. It's gonna be Figment also spawning here from defender spawn, and that's it. So four players alive for Envy, 4-1 on the scoreline. But again, I think Envy, as I mentioned, where Spawn Up were really trying to bring that fight back versus Envy. I'm talking about the round before where they had that gun round. I think when that cage came up, that's where you have to take advantage of what you have in terms of a positive outcome and fall back into the site for the A side so you can still have a stronger hold. Yeah, it was still a 3 versus 2 on a retake, so I guess that's why they were comfortable in trying to fight it back and still maintain control of that sewers. But I do believe is play the numbers game. Get the kill, fall back, and play better angles as well. So it's not predictable of when the cage comes down that the guy's already going to pre-fire around the corner, you know?
I think you're absolutely right. 5-on-3. Want to just come back and play numbers? I will say that, you know, if you are over there at short and you have 3 teammates on the bomb site with you, it's tempting to re-peek it. And it didn't even matter because FNS just made a huge play in that round. So a contrast to what we've seen the past few gun rounds is a C-split coming out here from Envy, and it's fast, it's quick. Figment finds the first 2 coming out of Garage. He's going to collect the 3rd onto FNS. What a hold from Figment. Crashies and Mame poking holes in other parts of the map. And Mame coming out with an excellent updraft. Figment gets deleted. A terrific performance in that round so far from him, but it's not enough to get it done yet. Tucker coming in. Crashies finding 3 on the round. 2 quick Vandal headshots to seal it. Wow, that was a great start for the side of Spot Up. Figment holds strong with 3 quick kills coming out of Garage and another 2-on-X situation for Envy. Yeah. Wow, Mame coming up long with that dash. Ultimate out, knives are flying, collecting 2 headshots. That is absurd.
So it was like, what, a 2v3, then a 2v5, I think that they just lost, right? Because when you're looking at the tally, Mame got 2, and you saw Crashies with a triple in that last round. So despite as much that they tried to do for Figment and his teammate towards that C side to weaken down the opposition as much as they can before they fall, you're hoping that your teammates, while they're rotating, or even the guy that's still alive inside the site, could do something before he falls, and Envy just continues to catch Spawn Up off guard, putting him back on another eco here. But this time, Spawn Up are not going to try to push aggressively towards his mid side because they've done it twice already. They want to change the play style a bit. So they're looking for map control towards long C. You already have 1 playing inside that cubby, while the rest do have this crossfire set up inside B. So this is an opening for Envy with the Lear to try to open up the site. Caboose spots 1 and forces him to fall back. Rustin's on the other side as a Killjoy, and as he throws these nanoswarms down, Envy are just pressing into the site. So FNS is going to put the plant, maybe even burn down. He's down to 10 HP, but it's good enough. He's still alive, and they still have 5 players alive on an attempt of an eco retake for Spawn Up. And they're watching the right angles, out the window, through the wall. They're all dropping, and Spawn Up is not looking good here, and it's looking to have a 6-1 Envy.
All right, I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm not sure how often you find yourself in front of a nano swarm from Killjoy, but I've seen FNS standing, and at that time he was planting the bomb, so we'll give him a pass there. Standing in nano swarms like 3 or 4 different times, being caught by the observer. And I was going to say something about it, but honestly, I don't know if this is a boomer thing. Like, am I just old, deaf, and blind? But I can't ever tell when I'm taking damage from it. Like, I've legit seen him taking like at least 200 damage so far in this match unnecessarily because he just doesn't realize he's taking damage. Well, FNS, careful. Watch out for that, man.
And I've tested out before when we did have the Nanosword come out for the first time with Killjoy in the release in the summertime, is if I actually run through the Nanoswarm, I think I only lose about 75 HP. Which means right now that the tick on the Nanoswarm is a lot less faster than, for example, a Brimstone Molly or a Hot Hands on the ground. So you could actually play around that a bit, and FNS is a Counter-Strike player. 10 HP, 100 HP, it doesn't matter. As long as you're alive, you can still switch the round over. And speaking of switching the rounds over, it's finally a great hold from Spawn up towards the seaside, and Mummy, who was trying to watch his teammates back, doesn't even get to see them all fall down because of that dark cover. So now it's his turn to try to get a clutch on a 4 versus 1. There's still a minute to work with on the clock, but the spike is down. I like it from Spot Up. They don't have to push forward or press forward. They're just going to hold the crossfire and maybe even let Envy save his round, save this gun.
You know, I'm a little, maybe they're just super overconfident and they don't care right now, but they just came out of that long sea smoke when the enemy knows that they're there. Yeah, with like no flashes, like nothing. Like there was no utility after the first barrage. Like there was a little bit of infighting going on. I think utility got thrown out. But I watched 3 players walk through that smoke, and it didn't turn out so well. There was a firing squad on the other side, so I'm wondering whether or not they for some reason thought that they had an opening and an opportunity to walk in and take a clean gunfight. It was not there, as we can painfully see on the observer side of things. So Spot Up does claim their second, and that's a good start to maybe bring this half back in a direction that, you know, when you're down 6-1 from a caster's POV, I'm spelling doom. This looks bleak for them, considering how the last map has gone and how they've been playing throughout this game so far. I just think for Spot Up, that's a morale boost. But I think that was more of a blunder from Envy than anything, decided to go through that smoke. You know, if they had less time on the clock and it was desperate, perhaps. But nevertheless, moving into the next round, 9th round of the half. And Envy is creeped out of the mid window and walked up onto the B bomb site. And Spot Up has been playing off of B most of this half, relying on those, you know, Killjoy kit to figure out when the contact is made. And Kanpeki's actually becoming a factor with the operator. Finds the first one, 5-on-4 for Spot Up, and that's a big change that we haven't seen out of him. Finding the entry kills for his team, and there's another one. Caboose will fall, and he'll get cleaned up by Food, but excellent job by Kanpeki to at least get this retake started for Spot Up. A 3-on-3 now. Food moving back out of this Killjoy, and this is kind of the difficult part about retaking on B, or maybe even just defending the retake on B, is just how many angles you're going to have to cover with no smokes, and there it is. Without waiting for Figment's smoke, they're just going to get peeked from everywhere, and unfortunately, Spot Up gets cleaned up instantly. Well played to Envy. 7-2 now, and I mentioned that was an opportunity for them to get back into this half, and unfortunately, it's here we are again. Envy looking to take the lead even further.
I definitely do think that now that the money's right for Spot Up, that the deciding factor was Kanpeki with the operator, as he did, you know, 2 rounds ago when they won that round. And then into this round, he got 2 nice holds for players trying to get from Envy into the B site. So I think he's doing his job there. And you're right in terms of winning for the Figment smoke. We never saw that come out. So I think what they're trying to do is off the Killjoy, they know, okay, they're pushed all the way back. They can be towards the A-Link. They're playing all the way back towards window or even towards grass. So let's try to fight back towards them. But I think at that point, why don't you just throw the smoke from Figment into the window side and then try to spam back against your opponents in the end? But now, as we're talking about the entries that continues forward that were denied by Kanpeki before, well, it's just going to be the operator of Mummy instead with his teammate opening into B, easy plant as well, where even these flanks it's just not working out, unfortunately. So the only one remaining is Figment with the Spectre, who also get dismantled by FNS. And that's a flawless round coming in for Envy, where the money continues to stay very positive for the team. They're going to be okay to buy for the last 2 rounds, where Spot Up is just going to look into their wallets and try to find as much change as they can to try to salvage these last 2 rounds.
Interesting that Envy 2 rounds in a row, just basically walking onto B, knowing that most of the bomb site is vacant for the taking. And, you know, Spot Up has shown a couple different looks on defense, and they clearly are stacking towards different bomb sites that they think Envy is going to be playing towards. But, you know, I wonder whether or not some of the difficulty that Spot Up is having now is lack of intelligence, I guess, around the map. You know, you don't have a Sova, you don't have a Cypher. There's a lot that you just don't know when it comes to Envy and where they are and where they're pushing. And right now, Caboose is just walking onto B. He's just walking through the site, knowing that it's just a gunfight standing between him and a bomb plant. And there's 2 kills instantly going to Envy. Mame collects or almost collects a
No way.
Okay. I'm like calling his operator kill and it doesn't happen. I'm like, he's pulling out a shorty at range. This is weird. And
It's like somehow
makes
he
me
knew.
look smart. Thank you.
He just knew Tucker was going to come in with the blast pack and try to push him forward. He's like, I'm waiting for you. He's already aiming in the air with the shorty. That's crazy.
Double Odins coming out for Envy now on Mame and Caboose, because that is the world that we live in right now.
You might even have 5. Because I think like it's one of those Counter-Strike Dust 2 strats where you have 5 oppers peeking out mid. So you're just gonna, there you go. So you're gonna have full ops, full Odins. You're just spraying and praying as much as you can at the beginning of the round. And if you don't get a kill in the end, well, you just switch back to your regular rifles and then try to get back into the round. I think it's a smart way to play it for sure, and also a nice way to meme it against your opponents to show how confident you are walking into this game. And Caboose, though, he pays a price, but Crashes and Mame are just retaliating it back. So Garage control in favor of Envy, moving towards the back of the C. Kentucky doing as much as he can, but then FNS, he actually didn't switch back from the operator, so that leaves Rustin, the last man standing. He does make it a 2 versus 1, but the jig is up in terms of his position, and FNS is looking for the surprise kill with the operator, makes it a 1 versus 1 courtesy of Rustin. So that's why you haven't even seen them plant that spike yet. They're just going for the frag fest. And there you go. Food takes the last one. We're inning and a half, 10-2. And at that point, though, Lex, you did bring up a good point. They don't have a Sova. They don't have a Cypher because they're playing a triple duelist. So maybe, you know, a 10-2 scoreline is kind of normal right now for the setup that they have so that they could actually play a more aggressive style on the attack. That could pay off, kind of like what Cloud9 did when they played this triple setup versus Sentinels.
I mean, we'll see, but I'll be honest. Like, because they are running triple duelists, as you mentioned, I'm a little disappointed in their lack of taking map control and pushing Envy back on that. Like, legit, they walked onto bomb sites the entire time, Envy did, because they just knew, you know, we're not going to come up against any trips. We know where he's putting his turret. You know, the alarm bots aren't really a threat, and their positioning has been, you know, dedicated towards the bomb sites throughout most of this half, A and C rather. So, moving into this pistol, a devastating half for Spot Up. It's going to take quite a bit, I think, to recover in this series. It's got to start right here, that's for sure. An A-split coming out from Spot Up. And here it comes, Caboose finding one onto the back of the head of Rustin, finding another on a Figment. And the gunfights do go the way of Spot Up eventually. A 3-on-3 now. The bomb plant is not going down just yet. A little bit of pressure coming in from CT. The Sova drone there at least getting a tag off, delaying the post-plant situation for Spot Up, and it's delaying enough to where Envy's able to get in CT, but it doesn't matter. Kanpeki just swings, collects 2 Burst Fire Classic kills. That's his 4th on the round. Spot Up finds 1, and you know, I believe they won the first pistol in the last half, correct?
Yep.
So this is, they won pistol, and I think they went down 1-2. I actually don't remember, and it's not really relevant. Yeah,
they won pistol, they lost 6 in a row.
There it is. So, I mean, like, not getting ecoed here is priority number 1 after what happened in the first half. So for Spot Up, this is a moment of truth on whether or not this is even going to be a competitive game, I think.
Yeah, and the issue right now is when they lost those anti-ecos, I think they even did that on a set 2, was because you have these buys coming in for Envy. And now you have Spot Up forced to walk into the crosshair where the Sheriffs are holding angles from. So it's not going to be an easy victory for Spot Up, but just to reflect back on that pistol, it was a story of not clearing your 50s towards sewers. A nice shot there by Crashy. But the story of not checking your 50s, a dink long range, that's 145 damage into Rustin down to 5. But at least they take the upper hand and make it 4 versus 4. But thankfully, now that it's calm again, they didn't check sewers. 2 of them died. But you just got to thank the rest of Spot Up that rushed up towards the A side to allow for them to get that round, right? It was a 4K, an individual performance from one player to salvage that round for Spot Up. So now they just need to be a little more concise now, especially now that they're playing on the attacker side too, and they have one player that's at 5 HP. And they don't really know what they want to do yet. it seems as though they want to still fight back towards the C side after wasting a bit of time, thinking that Envy will rotate out of it, but you still have one player very close, and that is going to be the Jet. That Mummy gets punished by throwing a Cloudburst and giving away his position. But this is good for Spawn Up. Don't lose any other players right now into this round. Don't lose a X versus how many players that you have as the upper hand, as we saw earlier on in this map as well. But this is a big paranoia that came through from the garage, and Figment manages to get 2 kills, leaving only Caboose the last man standing. So this is looking clean for Spawn Up finally, where you have the ones that's the lowest HP to die, but at least you have the round. 10-4, still in favor of Envy.
Yeah, not a bad round for Spot Up. 3 survive. You get the bomb planted. Things are good. And honestly, 10-4 is not at all a lost cause. I mean, I think it's a little cliche as a caster to be like, you know what, this pistol's so important, because they all are. But this half, I mean, this is actually a useful time to point out building the economy early, making sure you're not giving unnecessary deaths to Envy, making sure you're playing together and at least punishing their almost cavalier attitude about playing this map. They've been pushing up, down mid, up mid, flanking, rotating around heavily, and that's not a bad thing, but it's easily exploitable. We saw in that last round, a C stack just kind of out of complacency collapses and moves over to B, leaving the Jet alone over there. It was almost a perfect read out of them. That said, Spot Up, I mean, if a good decision goes your way, if 2 good decisions go your way, I'm sure this is a feeling of almost levity, knowing that you have an opportunity to win some rounds here against Envy, who has just been, they've had their number throughout this series so far. It hasn't even been competitive, right? So, you know, I'm just hoping for Spot Up's sake that they can take the successes of the last couple rounds. Crashies just deletes Kanpeki. What a shot.
That was a double swing, right? So I think that was a double dink coming forward. And Caboose in another angle. He gets another one, and as they're pushing forward, he dies, but the information's there. There's 2 more players at least in his point of view before he died that he knows they're going to press forward and press aggressively towards this A site. But close range, FNS, Frenzy goes for the first, looks for the second as he's being pinned across on the default boxes. Nobody's shooting that dart. Why is nobody shooting that dart? And now it just leaves Tucker on his own. And that's it.
All right.
3
I might
players
actually
alive.
start believing in a caster's curse, Van Silly. I'm sorry to cut you off, but you just
you're good.
you just said something that I'm like, yep, actually, they're going to get ecoed again. And yeah, I mean, my bad. But Envy's really good with these sheriffs, man. Oh my goodness, these shots coming out from these guys are just... I'm terrified if I'm Spot Up, Van Silly, going into these bomb sites knowing that Caboose is going to be holding an off angle against you.
I'm still stunned. I'm still for any other top teams right now that's currently playing in a first strike qualifier. And, you know, from the way that we're looking at how Envy's playing, I wouldn't be surprised if they make it to the top 4 into the first strike finals too in the first week of December. So there's going to be a lot of eyes once again when people are saying, like, some people are, some fans, some teams may be sleeping on Envy. Well, it's definitely going to be on the radar of everybody right now to study how this team plays. And so far, it's nothing special really from Envy. It's just the way that they're getting these angles and these first bloods, and nobody's back there to trade from Spawn Up. So we still don't know what's the real test, what's the real potential of Envy so far since we've had Crashies and Food in this roster. And you see now into this round, the bonus comes through. Kanpeki gets 2 kills with the operator, but they're chasing him down one by one. And even a flank that came towards the end, even if FNS died, there was no way that we're going to be able to save our operator there for Kanpeki. And he's doing as much as he can, right? He's on the top of the scoreboard, leading his team 14-13. But I think as a team right now, they're doing a great job for Spawn Up to try to split into these sites, to try to set up for these trades. But Envy is just on a different level.
Yeah, that last play that we just saw over the top of the C long area, you saw you saw Food throwing his paranoia directly in front of Crashies at the precise moment that Spot Up was coming out long C. It caught all of them. That level of teamwork is why Envy is so scary. Over here at long A, the press comes in for Spot Up. A fast push. You know, some trades come out, but 2 kills go the way of Envy. 3 kills go the way of Envy, and suddenly Spot Up's in a 2v4 match series map point. It's all marbles here on the line for Spot Up in a 1v4. I don't see this happening. Figment does find the first, though. Not out of it yet is Spot Up. Bending off Reyna Lears, not enough. Caboose finds the kill, 13-4, a quick 2-0 for Envy. Spot Up falls to a dominant Envy, Van Silly.
I even think that that's the final score of both of these maps, and that's the story of how Envy is strong at the end of the day. Even though we saw a couple of whiffs from FNS's position where he had to backstab onto Kenpeki jetting into the site, he still has 2 other teammates with his own jet, with Mumage just going to work right there with the Blade Storm as well. So congratulations here to Envy. Very one-sided, but I'm still going to be happy of the performance that Spawn Up has put up so far from the open qualifiers still today.
So there's the thing you have to ask yourself. Okay, sure, they don't do that great here, but the fact that they even made it to this point is an accomplishment. Do you worry that maybe there's a certain amount of like, well, we got this far? We always talk about that in other things where like, does the team finally hit that point where like, we're not going to get beyond this point. We got this far. That's our accomplishment. Lex, as a former player yourself, did you ever find yourself thinking that, or was it always like, oh, we got this in the bag, there's no concerns?
It's not. I think that's almost like a symptom of NA scene and maybe just gaming in general, where you almost plateau at a level beneath the best teams and you assume that there's an issue with yourselves, as players, or maybe the roles that you have within a team. And you start to question, like, can we do this? Like you said, Bach. And to me, there's nothing breaks my heart more than a good team that just hasn't developed themselves enough yet, disbanding with the hopes of getting signed to an org or maybe testing for agency. And that's not to say that those players shouldn't do that. Chase after your dreams, man. Get after it. But the teamwork aspect of a 5v5 tac shooter is always the most profound and important factor involving a team's success versus individual skill. So to me, you know what, man? Like, they may be practicing consistently against the top teams. I don't know. But sometimes the level of the opponents that you're playing against does reflect the level that you're playing at. And I hope that as they continue, I mean, you mentioned it, Bach. They qualified to be here. They made a level, they made it to the level that a lot of these top teams are already at, right? At least competitively speaking. So I think, as far as those players go, they have a lot to build off of. And, it could be that the IGL maybe needs some more experience. Maybe you need a coach involved. Maybe each individual on the team is lacking some skill sets that could be improved upon. There's a lot to speculate here on, but I think ultimately, to answer your question, Bach, these guys, I think they should stick together and keep after it. And I'm sure that, they're not out of the tournament yet, but, as far as having the pieces in place, it's there. It's going to take some time, and it's going to take some adjusting and learning and growth from the players.
For me, just to chime into what Lex is saying, is I don't exactly that. For me, Spawn Up, their goal going into this tournament was last week. Let's at least make it to the top 16, and you've already reached that goal. Now let's try to see how far it could go. This is where, you get your first obstacle. You're not out of it yet, but you still have a great learning opportunity as a team. When you're looking at how Equinox was looking into their tournaments, or, for example, a Slimy Boogerman, or anybody else that's trying to get into the echelon that are finally playing Tier 1 teams. I'm talking also about Luminosity Gaming at that point. This is also experiencing probably one of the first and few times that you're actually finally able to play a top 10 team where that skill level is different. We always talk about how Tier 2 teams always play against each other and to develop these strats that Tier 1 teams maybe don't expect from time to time. It could be the same thing exactly from a Tier 1's perspective. So now you're adding a little bit more experience under your belt from learning from these losses versus Envy, and you're becoming a little bit more complete as a core. Where I even told Figment the same thing. I mean, they have the firepower. They have everything that's necessary to be able to put up good numbers. It's just that they need that learning experience from other teams of how they play and how they adapt to that. Studying demos for the past week into this matchup maybe is not enough. And playing it made them realize that at this point, that what's missing, and I think they'll come back in full force. I hope that they come back in full force too.
I mean, here's the thing, right? You mentioned studying demos and spending that time. If you're not a salaried roster team, you might have other requirements and other life obligations. Even just talking to Anthony Mummy, when they got signed, I said, you feel like this is going to help take you guys to the next level? And he said, yeah, it takes off a lot of pressure from us. And he said, it's not even just a financial thing. It's like, now I have somebody who can focus on scheduling our scrims and making sure that the players are in the right place at the right time. He's like, now we can just focus on playing the game, which is the way that it's supposed to be for someone who's in the position that they had frequently been in at the time when they were playing as Together We Are Terrific. So I think that, a team like Spot Up or a team like Slimy Boogerman, they're going to struggle because of the fact that they don't have that same level of capability. The opportunities maybe just aren't there to kind of take the game to the next level. And you can see that in these replay packages as well, brought to you by our wonderful friends at GoPuff. That's right. It's time to go back into the GoPuff Barney bag. GoPuff, of course, the official delivery partner of Nerd Street Gamers. Use code NerdStreet to get $4 off your first 4 orders. GoPuff, ordered in seconds, delivered in minutes. Oh, man, is this... I got some cat treats. Okay, so not something that I can eat. We got
wanted your cat not
yesterday.
to hit the keyboard before, and now she can.
I mean, I actually... So yesterday we opened up some Ben & Jerry's vegan cookie dough bites. I ate the whole bag. Like, I don't think you're supposed to do that. I don't think the serving size is a whole bag. I don't care. That's the only thing I've eaten today. I went for a run, and I have had a decaf coffee and a bag of edible vegan cookie dough. So maybe I should eat these. Maybe that'll be better for me in the long run, because it's possible that this will have some more nutritional value than what I've already consumed today.
Protein and fat, keto.
There's a lot of omega-3s in here, too, because it's crunchy on the outside, soft on the inside, filled with like some kind of fish, I'm sure. Tempting tuna flavor. And maybe if I get hungry enough, I'll get tempted enough to eat it. Thank you so much, GoPuff. My cats will love that, guys. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into another series here as the Valorant First Strike Closed Qualifier presented by Nerd Street Gamers continues on. Stay tuned. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to jump into another series, as our first series ended very quickly, watching NV stomp all over Spot Up's hope of playing further in the upper portion of the bracket during the group stage. Again, Spot Up not eliminated, NV moving into that upper decider, Spot Up now moving into the knockout match to be playing later today. So a difficult blow for Spot Up, but they've still got opportunity to fight. Now, you saw us bid farewell to Lex and Vansili, as we have some new casters joining us. So we'll be jumping to that in just a second, and we'll be joined by some beautiful British faces and some beautifully bald heads. I think it's actually a perfect time. We've got Tom, Biz, and Ryan Central who are going to be joining me on the broadcast, and just look at the shine off of Tom.
We are the BBG. There you go, the beautiful ball gamers.
I like that. We're taking over.
I've definitely not stolen that from somewhere that's coming up in just a moment.
Yeah, TSM versus BBG versus BBG. It's a three-way match, and we'll see which one's going to end up coming out on top. Tom, Ryan, guys, thank you so much for joining me here on the broadcast. We just watched a quick series wrap up as NV kind of made quick work of Spot Up, and the fear right now, if you're a BBG fan, is that the same thing could potentially be coming here. Ryan, looking at this matchup, I mean, they've definitely drawn a short straw. TSM, one of the strongest teams in North America, and sure, the rest of the region has caught up. But at the same point in time, I mean, this is going to be a tough ask for BBG.
Yeah, TSM looked really good in the open qualifiers. I was one of the first to sort of admit, okay, I didn't expect much out of Team Solo Mid. I felt that the operator jet nerfs were going to be a big impact to Wardell. But that game against 100 Thieves, me and Tom casted that, and I held my hand up and said, all right, I wrote TSM off. They look really good here against a team like 100 Thieves that you would still expect to do quite a lot, right? So I think their game against Cloud9 was really close. Honestly, if TSM got to the finals instead of C9, I think they could have won the open qualifiers, to be honest. They look that good. The Built by Gamers, though, it's a tricky one. They've been in the scene quite some time, and they do have some really good players. The issue is this matchup, to be honest. The rest of the group, though, with Renegades and Slimy Boogermen, they can still get through to the quarterfinals, to the playoffs, because they are games that they can win. It's just a shame that they have to start off against an informed TSM.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that it's kind of a bit of a rough situation going into the first match, but they do have opportunities later on. I think as well, this is something that TSM have done very, very well, is they came off as obviously the heavier hitters initially, then someone caught up, then it seems like they reworked things, then someone caught up again, and now they look like they've changed everything once again and come back even stronger. It seems like they're a team that are happy to put the work in, put the time in, and consistently improve, and every time people start finally going, now they're going to probably fall off, they're even better than before. So I honestly, this is one of the matches where I go in with a very one-sided opinion. I really don't see a way that BBG come out of this on top, and if they do, they're going to blow me away.
Well, it's tough for me personally. Foe is a friend. I've known him for years after watching him come up in the Counter-Strike scene. But I just looking at this series, I just don't think that BBG is going to be able to take TSM. And I think that's a fair assessment. I think that if BBG even wins a map, that would be a surprise to us. Speaking of the maps, we'll go ahead and pull them up. TSM kicks things off with a ban on Bind. Then we move into Ascent, which is BBG's pick, Haven, and then Split to round things out. The truth is, there aren't really weak maps in TSM's pool. Sure, Bind is maybe one that they don't want to play right now, but they can play all of the maps currently, and who knows, they're probably fantastic on Icebox as well. I don't want to sound like I'm fanboying too hard on TSM. Just the reality of the situation is this has been one of the best teams in North America, trading blows back and forth with Sentinels for a while, and the rest of the scene was largely behind them. Now, we did see the scene kind of catch up to TSM. It felt like Sentinels started to pull away a little bit more dominant maybe as they started to find form. But then when we watched TSM play through the open qualifier, Ryan, that's what you were talking about, is all those question marks we had over TSM, is that short reign already over? Is this team just kind of going to fall back into place with the rest of the scene, or are they going to take a dominant place again at the top or even in that number 2 position? They kind of answered those questions to a certain degree, even if they didn't finish as the number 1 seed. But, is there a chance here, Ryan, for BBG? Is there an opportunity that maybe they can get things started on Ascent? We'll see Rob Wiz really pick things up and get a huge performance to kind of carry the team. Like, is that a possibility? Definitely.
I think Ascent is an okay map, at least for Built by Gamers. They're 2-0 across first strike. The issue is the two teams that they beat. Mamba Mode Gaming, which went into overtime and was a really good game to watch. I watched it earlier on. But then a bit more of a dominant win against the Slimy Boogerman, who they eventually lost the series to in the other map. So it's their best opportunity. We said similar things about Xset yesterday with Cloud9, and look how that turned out. So I do think this is the best opportunity to see some good stuff out of Built by Gamers. But then you go to Haven. TSM are 5-0 on that map. They look really good on it. So it's a case of, if they could do well on this map, we might be able to see 3 maps total, to be honest, because TSM are on another level. And a lot of these bigger teams aren't giving up anything, even in these more smaller games.
Well, I think we're ready to jump into the action and find out just what is going to happen as TSM and Built by Gamers duke it out on the very first map. It's going to be Ascent. Tom, Ryan, feel free to dismiss me and take it away.
Well, by Bok. BBB, unfortunately, doesn't quite work out as well, but we are going to be getting into things. I think we need to have a hot start for BBG if they are going to have a start in this one, if they're going to be able to do well. Obviously, Bime being banned out actually kind of helped them as well. It's their lowest win % map, so there's some potential here, and already we're kicking off with a flying start. It's going to be pressure put in. There is Rob Wiz. I think he has to have a pretty phenomenal game if they are going to have a chance of taking this one home, and he started off very strong. The dash through gives him an opener, and for the remaining members of TSM, this is going to have to be a retake in a 4v5 situation, and Critical's just managed to get 2 with the shock dart. You can see the confidence now flowing through the veins of the BBG guys as Critical will close things out. And Warren, he's the new man on the block, so we're kind of looking at him to see what he now brings to this roster.
And what can you expect from a silver player on this map? The big ol' Odin. He's going to be playing a lot of that. Did that in the game against Mamba Mode Gaming. And their B executes on attack are really good, very utility focused, but they're able to just put so much pressure on those players on the site to the point where you see a lot of teams just move off of it. They're going to 5-stack all of the defending players on TSM. It's just a case of BBG can use that to their advantage, not use too much utility to push onto A, ideally, or even mid, and just take this without any real force. Economy is going to be a big deal in this, and everybody matters, I suppose.
Looks like Foe's about to come under a little bit of pressure. Not the greatest weapon for range. The Stinger will mainly just gain him information. Rob Wiz, however, does have the Marshal available. Should be able to do a little bit more. Nice shot from Wardell, though. Already making things a little bit more costly. This isn't a round where it seems like the defensive side have put too much into this one, so you can expect some rifles to be coming up in the next round. I think it's important, though, that even on an individual level, we see those sort of aggressive plays that we like to see from Built by Gamers. So it's worth mentioning that obviously they do run both a Reyna and a Jet on this map. So in terms of actual utility, TSM are going to have them trumped in a lot of cases. Like those 2 agents, sure, you do have the smokes available to you, but mainly they're used for getting the openers, gaining space. Now, sure, if those 2 players can pop off, this can work. If not, they will eventually get choked out of a lot of these rounds. Of course, this one, not really expecting too much. As said, TSM haven't really invested much into it, but keeping 4 players alive will give BBG a pretty solid... 3 players alive. Sorry, 3 players alive will give them a pretty solid bonus.
Actually, a Guardian in the hands of Wardell. I've seen a few people like Scream pick this up a little bit. Okay, he's maybe wanting to dedicate to that gun as he gets to Vandal, but we could have dreamed. A lot of these operator players have been trying to pick it up a little bit more, but the money is still not good from Built by Gamers. It is a bit of a bonus round, to be honest, with the buy that they have. They can get more, but we are going to be seeing this B execute come in again. Certainly watch where the Paranoias put the layers. It's all placed perfectly. It's just whether a case of TSM's bunkered up comp on this B site in Boathouse, you get some damage done and stop it from going in.
Drone trying to hold in the backlines. He is going to be able to get the first pick. Even just damage being done here, though, could be hugely valuable. But Drone, he's looking to hold down the line. 2 kills, though, still an even trade. And that's some extra weaponry actually picked up for the side by BBG. This round isn't out of the realms of possibility, especially with the flank that's currently coming in as well from Bior. There's a chance that he could do some serious extra damage. In fact, he's already picked off 1. He gets the kill onto Cutler as well. And considering this was their bonus round, Subrosa, I'll admit, I've loved him on the Omen so far. but this would have to be one hell of a play if he's going to get them out of this spot.
Aldron's going to try and locate where he is, does eventually find him right at the end. Sabrosa possibly aiming to try and get him for a ninja defuse, go into the site as everybody's trying to leave, but it's keeping Built by Gamers there. The issue is Sabrosa was 2 health, there was a Nano Swarm keeping him at bay, Bjorn gets his 3rd, and Bjorn's been a really interesting player to watch. A lurking Killjoy isn't a thing that you typically see, but he's been giving it a good go at least. In some cases, there wasn't much impact. You compare that to Sabrosa, who you mentioned, was a god tier lurker, some incredible plays, had 100 Thieves wrapped around his finger on this very map in that game that we saw about a week ago. Can't believe how quickly that's flown by, actually, now that you think about it. But
he's not
a lot of
Haven as well.
Yeah, and that's their best map. That's where we're going next. But if Built by Gamers can make this close, or God forbid, even take the map, TSM might fall into a bit of a pit, as some teams do. When upsets happen, Cloud9 especially, back in the day, were caught out by that kind of thing. But they're just trying to put some pressure mid, but they don't expect Sabrosa right in this corner. Beautiful shot with the Sheriff.
Can never really count out TSM from any round, so they've got to be pretty careful here. But I like the fact that we're seeing this sort of pacey style that BBG have shown when they're up against lesser opponents. They're still bringing it in, because that's what we saw from Exit yesterday. Was they looked like they weren't even playing their normal style. Now it's another pick coming up for Hazed. This round in isolation, already a pretty decent success. They've made things at least costly. The real question is whether or not they can actually do some more damage. Can they take some more guns away, or could they even steal the round altogether? Now, Will is in a fairly aggressive position, but in terms of weaponry, he does have an inherent advantage. Good flash through is going to leave him completely blind and actually isolate all 3 players into the site. Even if they were just going for exits, they could try and trap these players in, but I think at this point TSM are fully looking to try and go for this. Sabrosa picks off 1, but it's at a trade of 2 teammates. And the aftershock will clear the close angle, but they're not finding any of the frags, and it will eventually be Will to close the round. 3 players lost. Not an awful round, but for BBG, they're just happy to continue to get these attacker-sided rounds.
Yeah, they're just building up a nice little economy. It's another big buy from TSM. And honestly, that round, Drone kind of gave away, made it difficult for themselves to retake that site. Because both the 2 people on post plant from BBG were looking towards the defender's spawn. The aftershock was placed behind them. They checked behind them, and lo and behold, that's where the 2 retakers are for TSM, right? So using that bit of utility made them go, oh, they're over here. We read that wrong completely. It's going to be an aggressive push. Will has been actually great for Built by Gamers. A new addition. And even Hunter's Fury is going to try and clear out some of the site. It does actually tag somebody onto the back. It gets Cutler.
Okay.
That's a great opening, but Sabrosa's in a nice position here to punish.
They're just going to play off this, running straight out into the A site. Sabrosa, as you said, has managed to catch 1 and will even break the door before they can take it. And more importantly, look where the spike is. That is a pretty horrific position to try and reclaim from. They know that Sabrosa is just around the back of the angle, but they will manage to catch him, almost using the Aldrone as bait. The problem is they didn't actually get the spike or move it back. Nice shot from Critical, though. Now, this is a rough clutch, but if he could make it work, it would be a huge start to the game. It's not going to be happening, though. Drone closes the round, and this time, unfortunately, for Built by Gamers, it's not quite going to work out.
Good round from TSM. You'll see this a lot from Built by Gamers. Their BXQ is really good, like we've highlighted. Their A1, not so much. They typically go there when they're on an eco or later on into a round. It's very reminiscent of T1, I suppose, in some cases, where to begin with, on a round, they can look a bit shaky, can often do the same plays over and over. If they can get first blood and make it a 5 versus 4, the confidence just flows through them. They take over the map, they do some really cool plays, but until then, they can be a little bit sheepish. This fight in mid is going to be so important. Wardell, Sabrosa's there on Cubby 2. Position not given up by the Aldron, actually. And he catches out Will. Bit of a misplay there from Built by Gamers. Wardell could get out scot-free without being punished at all by the attackers.
Yeah, if there's one man you don't want to leave unchecked, it's probably Wardell. I will have to say that in some of their recent matches, Sabrosa has definitely been keeping up with him, though. He hasn't been the sort of hard carry we saw sometimes in the past. This round, though, he's looking to try and maybe do it all on his own, looking to try and destroy the lockdown, which he will. Now now, well, as you mentioned, there's been some problems where they get a little bit stuck in the mud. Sub Rose has actually got a wide face. Definitely feeling confident. And while in a 5 versus 2 situation, you can understand why. It does give them some space to try and back through mid. But there's a real chance that some of these players are going to get isolated. Hayes makes an aggressive play. And, well, luckily for him, he trades 1-for-1. If he went down there, it would have been a bit more of a problem. However, for Foe, I just don't see how he gets away with this. The aggressive positioning that's already been taken by Cutler is going to make things nigh on impossible. And he's got to get past this corner of Wardell first. Oh, you know what? He's got away with that. However, Cutler is quick to trade.
Could have even got a frag onto Cutler there if he was lucky. Pulling out the knife and then had to quickly get it again. So these open opportunities. Built by Games, unfortunately, isn't really a team known for insanely clutching out. We saw Exet yesterday with Arin, with Pura. They were players that can just pop off at a moment's notice. It was shown for Gen G, right? That kind of player changed how Gen G looked completely. Built by Gamers, that is Will. A lot of pressure is on his shoulders. He does have an Empress ready to go. But if they can get the plant down, Hazed is there with the lockdown for a retake. So might be sitting passive, giving up the B site completely because they are just reading these really good executes from Built by Gamers. Quite happy to give up the site for them if they go in that direction. More than happy for them to play the retake.
Yeah, you can see the consistent switch up in setups from TSM. It's going to make things relatively tough to read. Last round was much more aggression into mid. Now they're trying to hold it from the short control. And Rob Wiz, is he going to expect 2 players to be this close? Bit of utility being expended by the Omen might give him a slight idea of roughly where that's coming from, but realistically, the rest of the team have now actually opted to pressure onto that open mid position. They're going to get scanned up, though. That's a hell of a lot of information going back the way of TSM.
Oh, big
Although they
kill.
are going to teleport back in. That's Hayes down, and now they can actually clear out the remainder of the site. Again, it's going to be an advantageous situation on this B side. And as you mentioned, they've looked pretty solid here so far.
And the lockdown's not in play as well, so that pick up to Hayes just means that they've got such a bigger opening. No ultimates available for TSM for this retake. They are stretched across the map, but it's where this Silver is. This is where Critical is going to be playing from. Drone's going to try and flank around, but if he can keep being annoying, Will can at least get one. Now it's just going to be the 2 on site, pretty much trying to take this fight. How much can Foe do on his own, right at the back? TSM are coming in. There is a Hunter's Fury available. Can't be many flashes left from Vice as well. Cutler, nice shot to clear it. There's plenty of time for the defuse. Really good retake from TSM. They didn't have much to work with, but they cleared all of those annoying plays from BBG on that site.
I'm very surprised they actually do that almost as well as they did. Like, that was not only a 5v4, but I think the initial kill on the retake actually goes the way of BBG. I think it was mainly Wardell's double and a quick flank that was coming in at the same time that combines together to get them all the picks they need. But you kind of have to look at BBG in that situation and go, okay, that's a round that after you have that site locked down, you really shouldn't be giving it away. Especially, as you mentioned, there were no ultimates used. That was almost just pure firefights. That was just battles between different players. And all BBG really had to do was trade effectively, which, unfortunately for them, they didn't.
Rob was expecting a recon bolt. I don't think he's going to be expecting Wardell on the top right here. Drone is there to set up a little bit of a crossfire at least, so they should be good for one. Not looking in that direction. Yeah, it's just going to be a massacre. Not a big buy for Built by Gamers either, I don't think, with a couple of Spectres and Stingers. This is already not looking good for the attacking team.
And these switch-ups in positions have definitely now caught them out a few times. Wardell has been all over the map. He's had pressure in mid, playing towards A. I think maybe we haven't seen him on the B side, but I guess that's normally the one you lock down with all the different utility.
Are they leaving the spike? Must be. Trying to wrap around, potentially. Maybe even if they could just pull a few of TSM away from the site, but clearly they must see that that's the spike on the ground. They are not moving. They're not going to go try and hunt. That's a big thing about these top seeds in the groups, is they have been respecting their opponents. There's not really been too many upsets other than Gen G, but there's still an adjustment period, I suppose. So Bros is watching, but gets traded out by Critical in the meanwhile. But they know where he is. It's a case of if he could get a frag potentially at this point, that's all he can really hope for, I think.
Yeah, I feel like there's more of a reason on this patch at least to save your gun rather than going back. Because obviously with the patch that will be coming up soon, if you do save, you only get 1,000 in the bank. So it's much more of a, if you have a rifle, maybe you save. If your team combine the next round, you consider it. Whereas now, you still get a relatively decent amount of loss bonus in these rounds. So especially after they've lost as many as they had, you kind of think maybe just keeping the gun would have been better. Instead, we're going to get another mixed bag buy. And, yeah, basically they're relying on Will to get them a hell of a lot of openers. But after what was a strong start, this has been a real swing back. And Wardell, you can see the confidence growing. As said, he's been all over the map, but now he's looking to try and take control of their portion of it. He had a lot of support, though. And that means this swing back is actually just going to run them straight back into the blender. A couple of kills may not be too bad for a round like this. And in fact, Critical making it 3 players dropped is going to cause some cost. The only problem is, with how many rounds have now gone in a row for TSM, we kind of stopped talking too much about their finances. Because even though they only had 2 players surviving here, they're still going to be absolutely fine.
Yeah, Cutlass pretty much almost stacked up on cash. 5 rounds in a row. They take the lead for the first time in this series. Lots of ultimates for Build by Gamers to work with, though. And I think one thing that I noted from their games before is they do tend to overthink themselves a little bit. It really is a case of continue to maybe hit this B execute because it's so good. It's got TSM concerned about it, hence why Hayes is playing off of the site. Still has that lockdown, hasn't used it since. And hopefully this Aldron at least catches Subros in this position. Otherwise we have a repeat of what happened before with Wardell.
Oh yeah, Wardell, again, he's gone pushing all the way through A. So this is so much information that he's already gathered up for the rest of his team. They don't really need to hold any players here. And Subrosa now takes the spot in mid instead. What? I don't even know how he gets 2 kills there, but we're going to move on as the rest of the team are trying to make their way in towards this B site. They're getting hit by a Hunter's Fury, and they are being absolutely slaughtered. A flawless round for TSM. It seems like it's taken a little bit of time to maybe get the engine cooking a little bit, because at the moment, this is dominant.
That spray transfer from Subrosa was dirty. And I say that after we casted on this very map the Odin Ace yesterday with Mitch. That's going in a collection. That's going in a folder somewhere. He has his From the Shadows ready to go as well for Subrosa. But there's not really any need to use it. Build by Gamers used a lockdown on that last push, but they aren't really punishing mid. That's the second time that they've not checked that corner and got punished for it. It's just areas like this that it's a small mistake from Build by Gamers, but teams like TSM are just going to punish that every single day. Now Critical is checking every single corner, but doesn't check that one. And that's where Subrosa is.
Everyone.
Not again! Come on!
Oh my god, what? 2 rounds in a row, are you kidding me? Oh, Subrosa just stop. This is filth. He gets 4. Doesn't quite manage to close out with the ace, but I'm sure he's going to have a cheeky... and they've detected... don't do it, Tim. Come on, this is just mean. Critical suffered enough. Hayes coming in with the bullying. That's all we can really put it down to. That was bullying.
Subrosa... that was... I just can't believe it happened pretty much the same way. Lightning doesn't strike twice, but apparently it does if you're TSM. That was great.
Subrosa does.
Yeah. He's just... But he was one of the better players, I think, in the open qualifiers. He was a Brimstone main originally and had a lot of stuff done on that role. I remember the 5K... Was it 4K or 5K he had on this map from Lurking? And he's not IGLing anymore, so it means that he can just relax a little bit, play in these positions. He gets another one because, of course, he does. Fortunately, Foe puts him out of this misery before he could do too much damage, but it's a 3 versus 3. A Hunter's Fury is available on this attack. It would be great if they could make this 7-5. It's been TSM for the last 8 rounds.
Yeah, I'm not holding my breath. Like, just individual duel after individual duel. Will's Empress gets shut down within a matter of seconds. It's always painful to see that happen. You save up all your lovely ult points, and then 1 bullet to the face is all it takes. Now, Hayes is slowly getting isolated. Doesn't manage to find a pick, but does some extra damage onto the Omen at least. The remaining 2 players, though, are already here on a rotation. No ultimates available other than foes into the shadows, but realistically, I don't know how useful that's going to be. Maybe just for information, he might be able to find out something. Maybe he's actually going to go back to the spawn, but doesn't spot anybody rotating. That's because they're already far closer than they might expect. The spam through the wall as well. So much information gathered, and that gives him the ultimate, but it misses slightly. It may not matter, though. They're both pushing him at once. It's on to Rob to try and hold this. A 1v2 to give them a fifth. He's left so blind. And it just seemed like in that retake, every single little detail, every piece of utility by TSM was used to perfection.
It was really good movement from Rob Wiz to avoid the ultimate, but that recon bolt on the back of sight gave him away completely. All 3 pulses of the recon bolt hitting. We're going to be able to see some of these bright moments from the first half. Built by Gamers had such a good start too. 4-0, but the last 8 rounds in a row have all been TSM. I think we've decided that we're not showing them because the Sabrosa ones were too dirty. Here they are. And this was a really good side from the attackers, certainly these first couple of rounds, but Sabrosa here. That's one.
This was 8 rounds in a row, right?
This is 2. Yep.
Ooh.
All headshots. You want to learn how to spray transfer, that's the guy to watch.
I knew they were going to show that again. I knew they were going to show that again.
There is a saving grace for Built by Gamers, and that is that TSM's attacking side on this map isn't great. They were 2-10 against Gen G and 0-7 against Cloud9. Granted, they are the bigger teams. They were handy in beating 100 Thieves, handy in beating Renegades. But it is just a bit of an opportunity for Built by Gamers to play. And their defensive halves aren't too bad either. But I think they need to win this pistol.
Yeah, I think they need some confidence back as well, because a lot of the rounds we see them play on this map, they do like to get aggressive, as we saw from TSM. So we'll see if they can recreate a little bit of that magic. Wardell, though, he's on the hunt, looking for the player underneath, and clears it out all too easily. The first pick goes their way, and it will allow for an after plant position. Drone will sort that. With the shutters closing, it's about to become a little bit more difficult. They're going to know that Rob Wiz is around the angle. They don't have the greatest of utility to get back into this. Nice shot onto Sabrosa, though. That will at least even things up, but the time is ticking. They need to move faster, and Cutler, while moving, finds one. It's still getting traded back, though, and things are starting to slip through the fingers of TSM. This pistol could be going in the other direction. Maybe another strong start to this half as they get it halfway. It's left onto Hayes. He's got his turret to support him. Needs the final shot. And there's going to be just about enough time. They've already got it halfway, so it'll be fine. A 5th round, another pistol as well. Remember, it was a 4-0 start for BBG before TSM came back. Can they convert everything once again and get themselves back into the match?
And the retakes for Built by Gamers on the A site especially are pretty decent. You might see it a little bit now with Rob Wiz over on A. What he might do is look down A main. If he sees something, he just runs. He just absolutely legs it to like tree and garden to play pure retake. It's just a case of check. Are the people there? Are they going to execute quickly? Good. Let's back off. Let them take the site, and then we'll just play as a 5-stack in this retake. This is another still important round. TSM aren't the kind of team that usually forces up anyway. Certainly isn't going to be the case for Hazed here. But they still need to have their wits about them. They're playing a lot of suicide angles, and if the right utility is used here from Hazed and Nanoswarm in that corner, it's an easy pick onto the Reyna for BBG.
Yeah, again, this is a round where I feel like they don't even want to lose too many players. This has to be a money-making round going into more of a bonus round as we saw previously. As said, they got off to a very strong start in the last half. They can do the same here. As said, like, the scoreline will look very almost flattering considering what we saw for the last 8 rounds of the previous half. Bo, in a good position. But the Stinger is one that can get fairly easily overwhelmed, especially with how quickly you lose those bullets. And actually, we've got a hero weapon for Wardell going for the taps, and he's going to take down 2 already. Now the pistols do overwhelm that Stinger, and things are starting to fall apart a little bit here. It gets traded over, and Bior's now the only man standing, trying to turn this back, and he has been able to find 2. The man on the other side, though, Drone, is left with just a classic.
He's got a flash.
Fully healed up, though, but he gets him That is filth. Just a couple of taps to the face, and TSM, with a single Guardian, managed to win themselves a 9th.
All started with Wardell with the Guardian. What did I say? He's got to keep a hold of it. And that's so difficult if you're built by gamers. You want to win those rounds. You really need to bring yourself back into it. Especially if you could get a few together, much like the start of the last round. There is an Empress available for Will. He's going to have a Frenzy. He's 10 and 10, but might want to wait for the better guns. Some really good play on the attack there. You know, Drone is great. He's one of the better Phoenixes in the region. And his breach is starting to improve to that level as well. Robboy's trying to make a play happen, but the Killjoy turret's going to spot him out. Sabrosa's going to punish him for it. Nightmare scenario for Built by Game is really to be in this position.
Yeah, this is a round where I haven't really got too much into it. I'm going to try and overwhelm Hayes. Even just grabbing this Vandal would be a nice little bonus, but instead he's going to peek back out, and they know exactly where Will is. In fact, they're starting to hunt him down. Breach flashes, forcing him out of the corner. They're even starting to spam through the walls, and eventually he will meet the same fate as the rest of his team. Double digits for TSM, and the comeback now, yeah, it looks kind of dead.
One thing I'm interested in is how much we see Sub-Rosa in that lurking position. Because Built by Gamers, they've got an alarm bot in mid. That's pretty much all I dedicate to it, other than maybe going back to their spawn and jump peeking just to see if there's anybody there from Fountain. But Sub-Rosa just ran rings around Steel in that 100 Thieves games, right? He was just punishing the Killjoy's utility by smoking it off. Now, Built by Gamers know that they're going to be hit fairly quickly, at least they're going to back off, but nice change of pace from TSM. They have a rolling thunder, so Built by Gamers need to try and spread out as much as possible, not get punished by this ultimate. But Foe might run into Sub-Rosa, who is just right around this corner. Ooh, that was close for Rob Wiz. He could have got a kill there.
Not far away, but unfortunately you don't really win anything for not far away. That's a nice peek, though, from Foe. Sub-Rosa maybe slightly falling asleep. Will be caught out. And this is what we like to see from the defense. As said, I feel like Built by Gamers are a confidence-based team. If they get rolling, they can be fairly difficult to stop, and they definitely have the individual skill. It's one of those teams, I said, like, if you're running a Jet and a Reyna combined, you need to be popping off. Like, you have some limitations when it comes to utility if both of those agents are in play. Robwiz is going to manage to win that duel, but he's been wrecked on the pass through, and Drone will just waltz his way in and steal a rifle. However, they are trading things out effectively, and only losing one player so far. The paranoia going to leave them both stuck in the corner, and Will, he wants to take this fight. He wants to challenge his opponent in this corner, and they're going to jump in, fly through, and gain their 6th round.
Much better for BBG. Really good defense, proactive in their approach. They can't just let TSM do what they want to do. And mid is going to be a battleground. Like I mentioned before, Sub-Rosa with the lurk is key. He had some big impact rounds in their games at least. But with such difficult losses against Gen G and Cloud9, there's clearly something that can be exploited here on this attack. And there's only 4 rounds between them, to be honest. Really is how they use these aggressive ultimates. Bladestorm not likely to be used, I don't think, by Robwiz, who's going to be contesting mid. And the Empress from Will, probably going to come out in a clutch scenario. But that could be any moment, any time against a team like TSM.
Well, Sub-Rosa, he likes to get cheeky around mid. Oh, the timing from Will. I like the idea, but unfortunately, he gets caught off by Sub-Rosa's push through. Bior now trying to make another play through the smoke. Will he meet the same fate? Actually, no. I think he's going to catch out Drone.
Nice.
And he even peeks back and gets 3. I don't know how he gets away with that. But nonetheless, it leaves Cutler alone a minute. But he does have the spike.
A-side's open for business if you can get across. Built by Gamers might be happy to give it up. Just play pure retake. It's a side that they're really good on. They even have lockdown if they want to use it, but to be honest, is that likely? Probably not. They really don't want to use those ultimates. Cutler might just want to try and save the gun. What a great round, though, by Bior. That play was so quick, swinging around, punishing those flanks. After a really impressive lurk from Sub-Rosa, who did exactly as we went over. Smoked off the alarm bot, pushed past it, and caught up the defenders in that position. 20 seconds left. He's still moving towards the site, but there are two people looking towards it. More of an aggressive angle of Bjor in his corner. He'll be able to get more, but it's Foe that gets the frag. 10-7. I'm just glad that we have a really close game here, Tom, because for the most part, these top seeds versus bottom seeds in groups have been blowouts, as we saw before with our boys Spotter.
Yeah, the only thing I will say is just because we did see that 8-round streak in a row, like, it doesn't feel that close. Like, I don't feel like TSM have particularly lost control of this yet. I still think they're firmly in the driver's seat, and I think BBG have got a lot to prove if they are going to now grind this back. At the same time, plays like that, that's what gets the blood pumping. Like, that was ridiculous from Bjork. Like, if someone does that to me in a game of Valorant, they're getting reported within, well, 0.3 of a second, which is roughly how long it took for him to get that 3K.
Yes!
See you later, Waddell.
Well, there was, I think it was the Mamba mode. It was the MMG game where Critical with the Odin was top fragging, I think. It was just a crazy performance. RobWiz has mid in control. He has the spike. Critical wanted to check these corners and at least manages to do so as Drone is there lurking. Oh, Spray is good, but Will is there to sort of peek him out again. And this is a buy from TSM. Wasn't the best economy in the world, but they still bought up, and they were in a flawless by Built by Gamers. What a great play from them. And an eco from TSM. 2 rounds to separate them could easily be won, but remember the TSM had a really good half buy before they turned the tide against BBG. So it could go either way, but Critical 14-14 with the Odin. Gotta love it.
But this is the thing that I was sort of mentioning when we watched them play previously, is that BBG, like, they seem to thrive off confidence. Like, this round in particular was they get the opening pick, Will then goes for a face into mid, and moments later, RobWiz does almost exactly the same thing. Those are almost pure 1v1 duels that you're only going to be taking if you're feeling very confident, especially when you already have an advantage. So I like that we're starting to see that confidence, and in that round, TSM got caught off guard. They got caught out by these aggressive plays. Now for this, they are going to try and get themselves an execution on towards the A site, but there it is again. RobWiz just shutting down short. He's done a decent job, and TSM are going to have to fight back in this after plant situation. They will eventually get the spike down, but bear in mind, there isn't a whole lot of weaponry. I believe we might have a hero rifle in there as well. I think Wardell, it seemed like he might have had a Vandal, but other than that, this is not a good position for them. Slowly being caught out into the corners. RobWiz will get rid of that rifle, and they're slowly being picked apart, but 2 kills come back. I'm hoping that's all, just for the second. If he wins this battle, then I think I'll take the report onto Cutler as well, because a Stinger at that range, there should be no chance. 10-9. I did sort of count out BBG from this game, but hey, 3 rounds in a row for them now, and Brian, they're in this.
4 ultimates for Built by Gamers. They need to find impact, because look at what's available from TSM. Rolling Thunder, Lockdown, Hunter's Fury. These ultimates that can easily open up a site with a frag or a stun. And with the fact that TSM are all stacking towards A, nice little cubby spot. You can put the Lockdown to take control of the site. Hunter's Fury through Tree and Garden, Rolling Thunder onto the site. Don't think they're going to use them all at once. But this is an oncoming storm from TSM now. Built by Gamers, especially this position from Bjor. He could get caught out hard here. If he gets one, that would be insane.
No, it's not gone too great. 2 players dropped, and on the entries, TSM seem like they might come back to prominence. It's aggressive from Wardell, but he catches Will out. 5v2 situation, and although they do have some decent cash built up over the last few rounds, even just keeping these weapons in play might be worthwhile. It seems like they plan to try and do some damage, but RobWiz realizing the operator is far more valuable than that. So after a 3-round streak, TSM are going to be back into, well, extending their lead, I guess you could say, as they go up 11-9.
RobWiz is going to be caught between a rock and a hard place. Rose is coming through the B site. Just wants to hold on to this gun. He has 3 angles to check, but it's Wardell who gets his 3rd. Really good execute. Bit of a misread, I suppose, from Built by Gamers. If you're in that position and you see those 3 ultimates online for TSM, you don't want to play close. You don't want to play in face on site, ideally. Because a lockdown is either going to be forced to move you, a Hunter's Fury can easily tag you, a Rolling Thunder's just going to stun you and you're stuck in that corner. So, bit of a weird play from Built by Gamers, but they have plenty of ultimates themselves. I think now we're going to see them play off the site. And luckily, their money is still good from the near enough flawless rounds that they won on their defense. But this is a key round. Built by Gamers win this. They're going to do this with the Hunter's Fury. Must tag on to somebody. He's getting a lot of info and knows it's going to be a big hit, but can't get a frag.
It's an almost identical play, but they might be denied here. It's going to be the Hunter's Fury just being put back through, and that will get rid of the lockdown. That will stop them being forced off of the site. And bear in mind, in this afterplant situation, there's still a Rolling Thunder available for drones. So this could be a pretty rough situation for Built by Gamers to get back into. There is the Rolling Thunder forcing them out, but actually, they're going to be denied. The Nano Swarm holds them back. However, Subrosa finds a pick, but he's alone at this point, and Cutler gets forced off the angle as well. We sit in a 3 versus 3. Turret won't last long at all, and Rob Wiz has just managed to kill one off with the classic, isolating both players underneath the balcony. However, they're running through the smoke to find them, and that's actually going to give Hazed a couple of kills. He's left on 70 HP, the spike's ticking low, and Hazed is going to close out the round. It comes very close for VPG, but it is not enough.
Made TSM sweat a little bit. It's unfortunate, really, that the lockdown play was countered hard by TSM, who pretty much saved that ultimate for that occasion, was forced to use the Rolling Thunder that didn't find much at all. BBG, this is their best chance. This is their map choice. It's the map that they look the best on, certainly compared to Haven. And they have a judge. Critical's going to be in with the Odin at least. How they're going to play this is going to be super interesting. It's just a Bladestorm for TSM. They haven't been hitting A. Drone has been lurking at this point. Could be caught out by the judge that's going to be looking within the smoke. But it's whether they expect it as TSM. The rest of them, at least, are going to be hitting B.
Nothing spotted as they look to try and updraft through the window. Or peek through the window, I should say. Critical has taken some pretty hefty damage, but they've held back the push for now. A little bit more patient from the remaining players, and actually a lot of information being found. On the other side of things, though, Cutler's going to go lurking into the smoke. Now, bear in mind, we've already mentioned this judge once, and it is still sat behind it. It's always behind the smokes. But there's no real risks being taken here from TSM. They don't want to go aggressively pushing through up until the point where those smokes have faded. Foe still in a very good position, though. It's an instant headshot from Cutler, however. An opener that they needed, and Rob Wiz is going to re-aggress, try and do it all on his own. He's found 2, and he escapes as well. Left. A huge play from the Jet, and there's been a trade back. Still a 2v2 situation for the side of TSM, and they will be able to get the afterplant in. Now, if there was any time to bring out the Empress, I feel like it's now. This is map point, however, Drone is just pushed aggressively. He's taking those fights, he's looking to end it, but he won't quite be able to, and that's health back up for Will, leaving it into the 1v1. An almost instant headshot needed from Subrosa, or this classic could do enough, and will keep it going. One more round at least, as it's a 10th for BBG, and they managed to hold on.
Oh, Built by Gamers, by the skin of their teeth. That lurk was so good from Drone when he was there the whole time. TSM putting pressure early on to B, getting those A players into position on Cubby and A main. Built by Gamers just had to clutch it out. Some really good plays from TSM, but Built by Gamers, what a great retake. What a great clutch from Will. But other than that, they don't have much to work with. A Bladestorm is almost available for Rob Wiz. From the shadows for Foe, but realistically, how's it going to be used? I mean, there might be a clutch moment here or there. But TSM's money is still good. If they do lose this, though, that's a great opening for Built by Gamers to bring this onto overtime. Because TSM are hanging by a thread when it comes to the money that they have.
Some initial Killjoy utility forces Rob Wiz back at least a millimeter, but then he goes pushing straight through anyway. This could be a problem. That's so much information gathered. He gets caught out by Wardell. Maybe becoming a little bit too predictable. His opponents have found him early and will give them a 5v4.
It forces the Silver to be jump peeking from Fountain just to check who's mid. There is Subrosa there. He might be able to surprise him at this point, but Critical has been so good so far. You can hear where Sabrosa is from the firing, so he has an advantage, but he has the Vandal. His sprays are easily seen, so he can't stay there for long. The Execute's gonna come out from TSM. They have it from the shadows to teleport to the back of the site if they want to. But no, he's lurking through. Bjorn's gonna be a pain on the judge, but look at Sabrosa's positioning. He stopped this rotation coming through. This is a mess for Build by Gamers, but they're hanging on still.
Yeah, there is that flank. Eventually, they will be able to get themselves the spike down. It was a little bit of calamity as they do eventually clear out the judge. And the spray through the smoke, which was almost too perfect. The problem now is, once again, we're looking at a map point, an initial take coming out from TSM, and Will, he's one of the members left in this clutch situation once again. But they need to clear out Sub-Rosa. It's going to be easier said than done. He's still lurking around the backlines, and I'm not sure they even know he's here at this point. Still just taking their time, and Bo, he will check it. Will's found a kill as well. It's left all onto Drone once again. This time, a slightly more favorable 1v1, but he still needs to hit his shots. Will trying to keep them in this map once more, but they're dancing back and forth. He's found the kill, but he doesn't have the time. TSM are going to take themselves the victory. A close fought one by BBG. But ultimately, it is the powerhouse of North America that get the victory.
You're off kilter in the camera, and I'm off kilter just when it comes to my mind. Like, I was not expecting Build by Gamers to bring it down to that. If they win that round, they go into almost overtime with the better economy. That is so unfortunate. It came down to a hair. Drone was that kind of player, though. Really good play from TSM. But that's such a good look for Build by Gamers. Yeah, they're not really expected to be beating TSM. But the rest of their group is Renegades and Slimy Boogermen. Two teams that they could beat to get to the quarterfinals. Yeah. And who, from then on out, they could book themselves into the actual Riot Ran finals in December. They just need a couple of good games. That was a really good look for them. The issue now is that we got to Haven, and TSM are 5-0 on that map. So hopefully we still get a good game there, but you still fancy TSM to be taking this 2-0.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was always going to be the case, like, especially with the way that the veto is going to go, especially with the fact that they like to play Ascent. It's a map that, well, we know for a fact that TSM are more than happy to play. They've been playing it since pretty much it came out. I think they're one of the teams with the most maps probably of any team on that map. So realistically, I think with both of these coming up, I don't really see too much of an opportunity for them to bring that one back. But yeah, it was a much better showing, especially like I sort of counted them out after they lost their 8 rounds in a row and then lost that force buy. To then bring it back to even be close and coming down to like clutch situation, it's fairly impressive. So I've definitely enjoyed watching them. Hopefully they can surprise us a little bit on Haven as well. But I do believe we're probably going to be heading off to a bit of a break before then, just to give us a little bit of time to catch our breath, and we'll see you after that.
Well, that was a series and a half. My goodness, did not expect that to go the way that it did, as TSM and BBG take it to the bitter end almost. BBG even had a chance potentially to take that to tie point and force an overtime. Drone masterfully plays the 1v1 from the back of sight inside the boathouse, just back and forth, jiggle peeking. Both players trading positions left and right. A little bit disappointing for BBG, but still an impressive start, no less, Tom.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's mainly their first half. Like, if you lose 8 rounds in a row, especially in Valorant, more so than other games, like, that is heartbreaking. Like, that's so much of a deficit to try and come back from. And then they win the pistol and then lose straight back off the force buy off of a single Guardian that was thrown into the hands of Wardell. Like, you basically had the sucker punch below. And I was really impressed to sort of see the resilience from them, because obviously, like, with a lot of teams that we've sort of got at the top at the moment, you kind of look at them at being experienced players maybe from other games, like, who have that sort of like calm within the storm, like their comeback mentality. Like, we know that all the guys for TSM, for example, have had to do that before a million different times. So the fact that BBG have sort of come into this, had that harsh deficit, and then still been able to go, you know what, we can climb back into this and have those big clutch plays, is really impressive to me.
It was a really good look for TSM generally across the board too, to be fair. Like, you've got both Sub Rosa and Wardell getting 7 first bloods each. Pretty much confirms the game for them at that point, because it means that Built by Gamers are having to play in a 4 versus 5 consistently. They did well to keep it close, but this is a map that TSM typically aren't that good at when it comes to playing up against certainly like the top 5 teams in the region, and they barely got by here, to be honest. Now we go to Haven, and this is a perfect map for them. They've looked really good across all of the games that they've played, so you would expect them to have another dominant performance here.
I mean, look at those stats. Pretty even, really, when you look at it across the board. There isn't too much deviation between the teams. Rob is feeling a little bit solid as the Jet. The ACS is high, but the average damage is actually somewhat low. We've seen that, though. It feels like there are some maps that really just don't play to Jet's strengths. And the more we now watch Ascent, the more you start to see like some of these, I don't want to say lower tier, but like if they're not like one of the best Jet players, they don't have the same performance they might have somewhere else. We've seen that with some teams in the past. So Wardell maybe not as impacted, but still not like a crazy stat game coming in from Wardell. 20 and 18, sure, it's fine, but it's not like a crazy strong performance. In general, I do love the way that TSM is always mixing things up with the agent composition, and we've seen this one from them before with the Killjoy and the Breach play, roles being swapped around a little bit, and it works out for them on Ascent. They're one of the teams that likes to innovate, and we've seen that in the past. Now that we've seen Ascent come and go, though, we're going to be moving over to Haven, and that's actually the map that TSM selected. So, Ryan, if you're Built by Gamers at this point, you're definitely a little bit scared, because that was your opportunity to come up 1-0.
And this is a kind of composition that Built by Gamers have been playing consistently. So, like, we're going to be seeing the comp that they ran on Ascent here again. The TSM, they're unleashing Drone on the Phoenix, typically at least, instead of the Breach. So you would expect to see that. Drone should come online, be a lot more aggressive, as he's more of a supportive player on the Breach, because that's the kind of agent the Breach is. So this is the typical TSM that you're likely to see. A lot of Jet operating coming out from Wardell too. There's still a small chance that Built by Gamers could do some damage here, but honestly, it might be a case of just see what you could do, see what works, and try and play for the elimination game that might be later on, because TSM are a monster on Haven. This is their map.
Yeah, for sure. I think especially like what we saw from Sub Rosa the last time we casted him, like he managed to counter out like pretty much any Killjoy utility that he came across. And that was off Steel, which, well, if you don't know Steel by now, he is a mastermind in Counter-Strike. So if you can get past all his utility, you're doing a pretty damn good job. So I do worry that Sub Rosa might just style on them a bit more here.
Well, my bald brethren, we are just about ready to jump into the second map. Hopefully, we'll see an extra push from BBG to get them over that hurdle and force TSM to that third map, because the first one gave us a lot to watch, and I'd love to see this series extend just a little bit further. But Tom, Ryan, take it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bok. And I'm looking forward to see what they can do here, because I think this is definitely a map where we sort of see like them being counted out. I think, like I did in the last map, saying like it was pretty much over once they lost that many rounds in a row. I think it's another position where you kind of look at this and go, realistically, they shouldn't stand a chance. So if anything, that might take a bit of the pressure off Ryan.
Looking at the results, we mentioned 5-0. It's worth mentioning who those 5 teams were. They beat Gen G 13-6, beat 100 Thieves 13-6, had a closer game against Renegades, which, to be honest, after watching that game, there's still a lot of those issues that TSM were known for, and one of the reasons why teams like Sentinels overtook them in the Ignition series events as they're going in. So there might be a bit of those habits, I suppose, that BBG can exploit, but this is going to be 2 aggressive teams, double duelist on either side, playing into each other. Will was really good on Ascent, but this would be a grand old time to have like a Sean level game, to be honest, on this kind of role.
I do love how Wardell has just tweeted out that was rifle practice. Like that's what he's genuinely just said about that last map. And to be fair, I don't remember him picking up the operator, so
no.
He might even be telling the truth.
Might see a little bit more in Haven at least, and this is a pretty open site for TSM to push through. But they do this a lot. They did this against 100 Thieves. They stacked in this corner, same play with the Phoenix, but Robwiz is actually good for 2. Was expecting that play potentially, was sat very far back holding onto the site. The execute's going to come in with the 3 surviving members of TSM. And Built by Gamers, I mentioned their retakes were good on Ascent. Pretty much the same case here as well on Haven.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a shame if they lost it now. It seemed like they were prepared. Robwiz goes floating through the air. Cutler has managed to find a couple, but surely that's all she wrote for this round. Really nice pistol from Robwiz, and as said, like, he's someone I think that it's not even just like in other matches where, oh, maybe he needs to pop up. It's a necessity that he plays well alongside Will as well. And I was actually that sort of play that came in before from Bior. If they can get him online, especially on someone like a Killjoy, this could be a fairly interesting map. Of course, it is just a pistol. I'm pretty sure at this point they've won every single pistol, so I'm not really gonna count too much of it just yet.
It's the rounds afterwards that start to be a bit more 50-50 for the teams. TSM winning out a few, not really even forces, just Sheriff buys like we're seeing here. Just a bright opening, getting those first kills, which you were so good at on Ascent, would be the opening. And not too much respect shown from Built by Gamers. They're willing to face, but that's what happens when you try and do that. Sabrosa domes Robwiz towards B. But Will is there to try and maybe trade out. Could be a second for Sabrosa here, easily.
Well, they managed to win the second round of the second half with a Hero Guardian, which, I'll be honest, I don't think I've said that before. It doesn't happen very often that someone wins you around solely off the back of a Guardian. But this round, at least, well, we'll wait and see. I don't think we've seen what Wardell has purchased just yet. Normally, it is somewhat of a minor investment for the majority of the side, possibly putting something into utility, and then we get that Sheriff into Sabrosa. Nice little peek coming out, though, and Cutler's actually got one of his own. They're making things costly at least. There's already 2 players dropped, and actually a very, very likely spike plant.
Depends on what utility at this point Built by Gamers have available. We'll probably wait for Recon Bot to come online. We can at least get there, but Will just gets flashed at the worst time. Cutler can get the frag. It's a 4 versus 2, but the guns are still in the hands of Built by Gamers at this point. Maybe a couple were picked up by TSM, but Drone's happy to sit in the smoke. Doesn't have any flashes, and it's just a case of finding critical. Who's got the Ares? Another eco win from TSM on these rounds where they've been so good at them, and Built by Gamers are going to be kicking themselves yet again. This is how they won on Ascent.
Yeah, that one wasn't even a real investment. Like, that was just some sheriffs. And then they managed to make it almost look easy. It looked like they were the ones with their sort of second round purchase and the other team had the eco. So, yeah, Built by Gamers this time not going to be going off to the flying start. Bear in mind, they went 4-0 in the last map and lost the half 8-4. So, getting off to a strong start is actually fairly important. That is true. It was the other way round.
So Rosa gets an easy entry and is looking to add to a second with that frag onto Bjorn. Economy's not good for Build Back Gamers. It's a case of go in and get what you can get done at least. Sabrosa knows that Will is in this corner to the point that he's happy to teleport, but Waddell backs him up. It would have been a stylistic play, but it's a near enough flawless round for TSM in a 5 versus 1 now as Sabrosa gets his third. And that's been a big difference, really. Build Back Gamers haven't been able to get too much done on some of their eco buys, even just getting a couple of frags to ruin TSM's economy. TSM could just win rounds off of their half buys. Rob Wiz has got the operator, and Waddell still practicing his rifles, apparently.
Yeah, I guess in this round being more of a bonus for them, they're not really going to invest fully into this round. I imagine as well in the last round that Sabrosa was not happy that that kill was stolen from him. Seems like the whole team are looking to try and style a little bit on Built by Gamers. But this is what I enjoyed about the defensive side of Built by Gamers in the last map was they were very happy to go for little pieces of aggression here and there. And Will has done that in mid already. The rest of the team fairly reliant on Bjorn to try and hold off that A side of the map. And in fact, they're stacking the majority of their players in towards C, expecting that to be the endpoint for TSM.
Look at this aggressive play from Will, though. He's in the cubby just outside of B. They're very happy to sort of sit in that position. I might be a bit slow to the party. Could maybe pincer and wrap around this push. Robwiz has no information to work with here. The Eldron got used. And the Recon Bolt's not going to be present because the Sova Critical is playing in Garage. But that's a lot of information as Robwiz is able to at least get one onto Wardell. Could get a second and got so much information. Paranoia is going to come through by foe and he's going to put a smoke there. Would force TSM to use a bit more utility to break onto this site. But even in a 3 versus 5, I'm still scared of TSM.
I'm very surprised that they're even still trying to fight this. I guess it's because of the Spike's position and somewhat being unable to get away. Also, as said, this is a bit of a bonus round, but you spotted the operator. You even got the dart off to tell you that there was a second player there, and they just continue to try and challenge versus the likes of BBG. Well, this time, it's not going to be any heroics whatsoever. In fact, Cutler is just looking to try and hold on to this remaining rifle. I'm going to start putting pressure onto him. In fact, they'll clean up every single gun. Great round from BBG, a solid read from the get-go. And now for TSM, this will be the buyback.
And it was a little bit frigid from TSM there. They weren't putting pressure across the map in different areas. They were just hokey-cokeying on C, to be honest. Pushed a little bit forward, moved back, pushed again, tried to reset and stuff, and nothing was really able to happen. Now the operator's in play. Let's see if Wardell was just mincing his words a little bit. Will we see this explosion happen? Especially attack operating too. It's certainly not going to be as easy as it used to be. Robwiz is going to try and face with a lot of pressure on A long. A lot of bodies looking down there. And Will actually feasting on the obs to bring up the Empress as soon as possible. Has it now. But to be honest, I think he only used it once on Ascent, right? He held onto it quite a lot.
Drone has gone dashing through, expending utility, trying to sell this as a take of the C site. And with nothing being spotted, he did a pretty good job. But in fact, they've now decided to actually just commit to this site. It was initially a fake. This was just an attempt to pull players away towards C. But because they spotted nobody there, they go, wow, we've got the From the Shadows. Let's just teleport into the site and get the spike after plant position. They've got all their remaining players on C long. It's not a situation where I'd normally be calling for a save, but the fact is, I don't see a way the BBG get back into this round, though. They're going to give it a go, as they already start smoking off angles, throwing down lots of extra utility, but they'll have to line up onto the plant, or at least you'd expect Drone is already going to kill off one diffuser, and as they try to fight back in, they are slowly being slaughtered by TSM. A bit of a poor round from BBG in the end, like abandoning that site, it was a big gamble. And unfortunately for them, it didn't pay off at all.
Really strange round from TSM, though. Using the run it back, Drone could see that the site is pretty much open, but they also used the Hunter's Fury that catches nobody. So yeah, whilst they sort of realized that the site's open and they can plant there, a lot of ultimates were dedicated to a pretty open site. So Build by Gamers wanted to maybe save, like you sort of said, but that kind of plant and the way that TSM played there, it was going to be so difficult to push on through. Now Sabrosa is going to have an operator. holding on, but Drone is the first to get a kill. Will could trade him out as he still has a Vandal. So more of a central fight if you're looking on the minimap with all of the players. Robwiz trying to go up with a classic to try and face off against Cutler, I think, that's in that corner.
Take flight.
Or slow it down, Tom.
Yeah, it's a fairly cagey round, obviously, for TSM's perspective. They know they have an inherent advantage here. The fact is, you can see your opponent's economy going into this round. They will know they haven't invested, so we now sit in a position where they don't really want to give any of this weaponry away. Hazed is already going to be able to pick out one, but the push through the smoke actually hands a frag over to Will. They will be able to get out of there without too much trouble, although Sub Rosa has been tagged down to 30 HP. They've got to be pretty careful here, because sure, it may only be a classic on one of the players and a rifle for Will, but realistically, this is a round that can still slip away. Now, the Cloudburst has completely missed, so if there was anybody in heaven, that would be a problem, but luckily, Wardell, maybe he was just psyching him out. He was big-braining him, because Will has walked straight into his operator. And I think Robwiz is actually just going to save the secondary. And that was something I was going to question at the beginning of the round. Both Sub Rosa and Wardell were playing with operators.
Bit overzealous. I think a bit of disrespect onto Built by Gamers here.
It might have picked up, to be fair.
Maybe. Just hold on to it, make the most out of it. Practice your operator if you're Sub Rosa, I guess. Might as well. But that was a round that Built by Gamers could have won. I don't necessarily like how Robwiz and Will split up. I understand that they want to keep an eye on both sites to hear the plant out. But you look at the health of Sub Rosa. Wardell was 66 HP. That's a fight that you can win, especially when Will had a rifle still. And Robwiz is going to be holding on to this up. I think it was the save before, so yeah, it's going to be a full, complete buy for Built by Gamers. And they do have a couple of ultimates, big ones coming online. Hunter's Fury in one. Lockdown is also available with one ultimate point. And I think that might be something that Bjor is looking to do. Could push down A main, grab that ult orb, and just sit pretty there from then on out. But he has none of his team supporting him. It's going to be a lot of pressure down C long. This could be a bit of a crazy fight with Drone leading the charge for TSM.
Oh, dear Lord. Within a matter of seconds, almost the whole Built by Gamers roster is dead. 3 men gone. TSM just continuing their reign of terror, and I'm starting to worry for BBG. After the first map, we saw some competitive rounds from them, but stuff like that just can't happen, and Drone just continues his push. A third killed for him in the round, an easy fifth, and bear in mind, that was a buy as well. That wasn't like that they just had some pistols and they were trying something a bit spicy. They tried to get aggressive and face into TSM, and Drone was having none of it.
It obviously wasn't a read, really, but Drone had the right idea. Completely caught out Built by Gamers. There's 3 ultimates for this defense, and a bit of a wonky buy when you have Stingers on the board as well as the op from Robwiz. Hoping to maybe play around some of these ultimates that they have available, but to run it back is in the hands now of Drone. He's going to have the spike in hand. He's going to give it to a teammate, I think, because he wants to push on ahead. Going down short with his 3 defenders from Built by Gamers. This is going to be a mess. The operator misses, and Drone is trying to get some damage in. Luckily, Cutler's there to sort of build him up, but Bjor gets completely missed. He gets free. He just snuck by. This could be a crazy ace. What the hell is Bjor doing?
That's unbelievable. Bjor just comes out of nowhere. I think before this round, he had 1 kill. So
it's just completely.
He had two. Let's put it that way. Yeah, they just ran right past him, and then he manages to not only get the 2 players there, but wait for the run it back to, well, run back to its initial spot, and Bjor now tops the board for his side. A huge round, and what was a position where realistically they shouldn't have got away with anything. The initial kills went the way of TSM, but a slight blip on the radar, a slip up, and as said last map, this now has to be the start of something for BBG. And you know what? Maybe it is, because Robwiz is going to start things off with another pick with the operator.
This is what we all came to see. Built by Gamers are starting to rise to this occasion. The tempo was slowed completely down. TSM now, I don't think there's going to be any disrespected tweets right now coming out of anybody. And they even used that run it back that caught nothing from drone. It's just going to be an open execute. The site is pretty much completely clear other than that turret. It's more of a canary in the coal mine, really, for Built by Gamers who are happy to play for the retake. They have a Hunter's Fury too, and they've placed down the lockdown. Nothing really that TSM could do about it. They just have to back off to the site, find this little hobble hole that Wardell was in, and then Nano Swamp could be deadly. But he was expecting it. This kind of level of experience Built by Gamers, you've got to do a little bit better in those scenarios.
Already, they've got someone on the defusal, but eventually he will be killed off. They've got it to halfway, though, so bear that in mind, that they could still get this defusal through, and they are picking them apart. A wonderful retake coming out from BBG, and they get every single kill within a matter of seconds.
And here we were thinking that TSM were just becoming more and more comfortable. Another 8 rounds in a row like we saw on Ascent. Built by Gamers aren't having any of it. The more rounds they get on this defense, the better, but the money is still good from Team Solo Mid. Ultimates looking likely to come online soon. Wardell might have the Blade Storm, but with the Operator in hand, that's going to be his weapon of choice. You're going to be trying to face as much as possible on A, just spraying just in case there's somebody there, and Drone almost catches him out with the flash. And this is a lot of pressure that BBG have to deal with. They have players on C causing a nuisance with Wardell and the Operator. They've got Drone pushing up A. This is a big ask, and that is a big loss of Rob Wiz with the Operator going down.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. They can't give too much ground over to Wardell, otherwise things can quite easily fall apart. Critical. Ooh. It's going to do a fair amount of damage and actually almost traces him through. Wardell caught out, and now the man advantage swings into the favor of BBG. They've started to put on a real show, but they have lost the A site. Spike slowly rotating in, and some counter utility will deny them, at least for the moment. They've got to be careful because he stood right in the Nano Swarm. Has a second one, but unfortunately I don't think it's quite going to reach the plant, but they actually have shock darts going over the top as well. A combination of utility making things so awkward for TSM, but that one wasn't even a retake. They denied the plant for the North American powerhouse.
TSM were caught completely off guard. Will is ready to go with the Empress, but going into the penultimate round of this half, the last bit of money that TSM have available is going into it. If they lose this, they're going to be going into round 12 with so little. Cutler, Hunter's Fury, good to go. Wardell has that Blade Storm, hence why he hasn't picked up a gun. It's going to come out near enough instantly. Built by Gamers looking to put some very quick pressure onto A, which has been very aggressive on the side of TSM with Drone there, but he's pushing towards C.
Oh, an early trade. Gonna give a lot of information over to the defensive side. They know that it isn't an A hit, at least for now, and in fact, it's actually quite hard to tell where the offense is going to be going. The main reason for that is that Wardell has managed to sneak his way all the way through, and it's the Blade Storm to find 2 quick headshots. Now they clear out Bior, and it's left on to Rob. The turret's actually going to help him out, though. Bior, after death, is going to have the turret picking off 1. This gives a much better opportunity for Rob Wiz, and he might be able to catch a player if they cross, but a smart use of the Blaze will deny him any information about where these players have gone. He can gamble, he can guess. They probably head in the direction of long. The thing is, though, the plant is not ideal. In fact, he might just want to look to stick the defuse, but there is the Hunter's Fury tagging him down. He manages to dodge away from it the second time, and actually now it's utilized. He can just go back to the plant. He's trying to bait them in, but I think he could have just stuck that one. Instead, he opts to kill off Drone and tries to get his way back towards the defusal. Maybe his opponent not knowing it's halfway, but unfortunately this time it won't quite work out. Cutler will close, giving them a 6-5 lead at least. The fact is, going in even, though, really wouldn't be too bad for BBG.
Their attacking side for BBG isn't as ideal as their defense looking at previous games, but to be honest, this isn't the Built by Gamers that we've seen through First Strike. This is something else. TSM look worried. There's a few mistakes in their play, that post plant could have gone really badly for them because they banked on that ultimate. Rob Wiz almost played around it. With Scrappy, he's got another operator in his hand. TSM needed to win that round because the economy was so bad for them. So many ultimates available, they all need to come online now.
Well, Drone is already going to catch out Will, and Bior has met the same fate. It's a fast couple of openers, but the spike's been dropped. Rob Wiz has evened things up a little bit. The neural theft gives a lot of information, and the timing couldn't be better. However, Rob is looking to try and fight this back all on his own. Finds his second kill. The push in the meantime from Cutler will gain them access to this site, but are they going to clear the angles properly? Eventually they will. The Owl Drone giving information over, and Rob Wiz has now been caught. It's left all onto Critical to try and save the last round of the half. And unfortunately, again, it's not going to be the case. It's 7-5 in favor of TSM. Definitely a closer half with a 3-round streak coming in towards the end of it for BBG. But can they do it on the attacking side? That's the question, Ryan.
Looking at the GoPuff replays, at least, we can see that Built by Gamers have been keeping it so close in between them. Really nice play from Rob Wiz. But it's just rounds like this where TSM are, taking control. But this is the magical Bior ace. You could just see how lopsided it was. Holds there so he doesn't get flashed. Gets an easy kill. The right click picks up the gun. All in the blink of an eye. That is one of the best aces that I've ever seen, but it was really good for Built by Gamers. The problem going into the attacking half is if you look at their game with MMG, they went 1-11. And they're hoping to at least do a little bit better by playing a bit more aggressively. Drone wants to face them, but luckily he has to heal to keep himself alive. Built by Gamers turning up the heat a little.
Well, Rob Wiz with the flank will give them access to the C site, but the rotation's very, very quick from TSM. There's already 3 players in the mix and 1 player holding for any sort of luck. They've dropped 2 players already, and Wardell somehow managed to dance his way around the site and survive slightly longer than expected. 2v1 now as it's left onto Sub Rosa, but Bior and Rob Wiz are going to get them another pistol. This has been their forte. They've been so good at winning pistol rounds. In fact, thus far, they are still flawless in pistol rounds. However, their record on second rounds is not quite as good.
This is the most important round after pistols that BBG may ever have, because this could dictate this half for them, get them feeling more confident. And TSM haven't bought up much, considering a ghost on the side of Drone, and Cutler even might be hoping for a shorty. It's still changing their mind even going into the last couple of seconds, but the Bucky is in play for Wardell. The big gamble is position already giving up at his 30 HP. Can't expect TSM would be able to get much out of here, but you never know at this point. He's going to go for a fight with Rob Wiz, who does get traded out at least, so it did do a little bit of damage. The plant is going to come in yet again for BBG onto the C site. 3 members of TSM trying to defuse it.
Revealing area.
Yeah, this is
Found them.
a fairly long rotation from them. So they made it all the way back around. In fact, a couple of the players are pushing through A, but chances are at this point, there'll be absolutely nothing. And while Drone, he's only got a classic. This was an eco round, really. It's only Wardell who'd invested anything extra. And if Drone can even get a pick here, that would be something. And there are a couple of players pushing directly into him, an instant dink, but unfortunately the classic doesn't quite do as much damage as he would have liked. 7-7. All square, and for anybody who doesn't know, this is a battle to sort of stay in that upper bracket, have an easier road through, or potentially have the chance to fall down off of a loss. And for BBG, they already lost the first map, so realistically, if they are going to survive in this group, or survive in this match at least, they need this one.
It would go down to an elimination game against either Renegades or the Slimy Bogeymen. And honestly, after this performance, even if they go 0-2, I think they could take it. This is a huge improvement to this team. They're going up against players like Drone, but he's the one that gets the first bit of damage in, and it's a spray control practice, but they trade out. 3 versus 3, but look how low health Foe and Rob Wiz are. They don't have much going for them right now. A lot of reliance is going to go on to Will, to the point that I think they give him the bigger gun. This would be a great round for him to show up on. And the main star players of TSM, those heavy fraggers at least, are out of it for now. So it's how well this support backbone of Sub Rosa, Cutler, and Hazed could do in a really close 3v3.
Yeah, they've got the weaponry advantage, though. Of course, this is more of a bonus round for BBG, so although it would be huge for them to win it, they'll still be able to buy into the next round, so wouldn't necessarily be the end of the world, but let's see what they can do here. Of course, as you mentioned, they have some low HP players, and Will is going to have a lot of work to do. They are almost forcing a fair few rotations to now come out from TSM. They've gone checking into mid, the plays into B, and the site is going to go their way, but Sub Rosa's paranoia is perfect, and that's a spike. The spike's gone running through. That's a critical error coming out from BBG. That's round over. There's nothing you can do, and Sub Rosa will punish them for it. You definitely don't want to be giving this man extra ground to take, as he's been ruining them all the way through this series.
Luckily, like you mentioned, the money should still be decent, at least for BBG, that could buy up some of the bigger guns. They have the lockdown as well, that should prove helpful in an execute. But on paper, TSM versus Built by Gamers, this is the 3rd best team versus the 14th best team. And Built by Gamers are making it look even. TSM have looked good in areas, but Built by Gamers have not been too far behind at all. Such a key attacking round for them, and attacking for this team hasn't been ideal in some of the other games. But a fresh new look, and even bringing out the Blade Storm on Robwiz.
It saves them at least investing fully into the rifle for him. But look at the aggression, I was going to say, from Wardell, but he can't even think. Drone's hit between the eyes. However, Drone's now in position. He's dropped the spike, but the trades come back thick and fast. It's left onto Hazed. And realistically now, he's not going to be able to do anything. An important buyback from Built by Gamers. They'll keep things even for now.
It's really a shame that lockdown came out from Bjorda. It wasn't really needed because it was just going to be Hazed left alive. Now Drone has to run it back. He's going to be playing A short. Might use it just to get that intel take a fight because he's been so in the face of Built by Gamers. He's been able to get lots of frags because of it, but their money isn't good. They have to save. It's an interesting choice because some of them have a little bit to work with, at least to buy a little bit bigger than some of the frenzies at least. Wardell with the Storm. It's a nice play, actually, to use some of that utility, but it's gone wrong completely. Wardell's used up everything and dies in the process. Really good play from Built by Gamers to hold their ground there. But do they expect Sub Rosa to push beyond this? Really hard to say because he has been an absolute devil for all of the teams that TSM have played up against, but he's going to back out.
Yeah, I think it would have been rough to try and get anything done from that situation after losing his teammate. This is hyper passive from BBG. Well, they've given up an awful lot of control, but I like this. They're going to go back towards the C site after giving up that early control. Critical's able to pretty much clear every single angle, and unless some divine entity guides Sub Rosa's bullet to a head, they're going to have a clean afterplant situation with not much for the opponents of TSM to take with.
First plant positions are good for Built by Gamers. Really wanted to play C long, and TSM's still considering it. Putting some pressure in and wanted to push off the recon bolt, but it's a nice little counter from Critical just to keep them glued on. Drone wanted to make a play, and Robwiz is going to flank in behind to do a little bit more damage, and he's able to. 4 versus 2, there's no real reason to save if you're TSM because it's just Sheriffs. Built by Gamers is taking out a lot more dominantly. But Cutler's still able to do a little bit of damage at least as the spike is going to deploy. Built by Gamers taking the lead in this one.
Can he run back in and get a gun? That's the question. He's being flanked. Never mind. Robwiz is some sort of divine force just floating his way through to get the instant headshot. And hey, we've seen some impressive turnarounds. Like there was a point where I'm pretty sure Bior was like, I want to say 1-5 or 2-5 in this game. He's now 19-10. Robwiz is up there as well, 18-11, and nobody on the other side is even that close. The next highest is Drone with 14. So they've got 2 players just absolutely popping off, and that's the reason they're in the lead at the moment.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Remember when Bjor was on the Immortals team, the run it back, though, is going to be used before we get a bit too nostalgic. He's going to wrap him behind, and he's going to be checked out. No, nobody's looking at him. I thought Will was keeping an eye, but they do send it back to his original avatar. Cutler, though, getting two. Nice little off angle on A-Long. It's going to take the wind out of BBG's sails a little bit. They're still considering hitting, but that alarm bot's going to give up some Rose's lurking position, but he's still good for two. It's just going to be critical, and what a time for TSM to get a flawless round.
Yeah, it seemingly came out of nowhere, using an ultimate that, well, ultimately did nothing, but some crisp headshots coming out from Cutler, Sabrosa bringing some more style to the server, and that round is over in a flash. And the problem now is that a lot of the bank that we initially saw from BBG is now gone. Like, this is most of their money invested into this round, whereas there's slightly more on the TSM side for them to fall back on. Now, so far on the defensive side, TSM haven't managed to string more than one round together, so this is where they really need to begin with that. And Cutler is going to throw straight away. He puts in the Hunter's Fury, does a hell of a lot of damage, and Drone, he's gone for the same play, this time with a lot more risk behind it, as he didn't have the run it back, he didn't have the ultimate, but he had a lot more success.
The spike is on A-Long. Critical was the nearest to it. That is the third victim of Drone's amazing round so far. Sabros, a nice patient play. He isn't going to necessarily spot. Yeah, never mind, because Bjor's gun just peeks around the smoke. Another potential flawless round for TSM. As soon as Build by Gamers just take the lead for the first time for a long time since Ascent, TSM turn it up 2 flawless rounds in a row. The money's going to be great for them. Build by Gamers really running on fumes when it comes to money. They're going to have to save.
Yeah, the depth from this team is truly terrifying. Because you have to bear in mind, most of the time, Drone is on a more supportive agent. Like, you see him on a breach, sort of setting up for teammates, giving them those flashes for the openers. And then on this one, it's like they just let him roam free a little bit more. And the risk in that round is unbelievable. Because he made the same play. It was almost like the run it back in the last round was the dry run for the real attempt in this, and this time he absolutely nails it as well. So scary stuff as TSM now start to take some pretty aggressive fronts, and they're doing it again. They've already cleared the whole of A-Long. They know that this position is already clear, so they can start gambling players onto the other side of the map. Sure, if the push comes in quick enough, it may not matter too much, but Hayes is going to wrap around the angle. First kill goes his way. He corrects his spray as well to clean up 3 quick picks. He's looking for the ace, but unfortunately, it gets away from him. However, Cutler, while flying through the air, is going to kill off Bjor. 11-9. There needs to be a break back now from the attacking side. Otherwise, well, TSM are going to send them down to that lower bracket.
Big ultimates to work with. I want to see this Empress. I want to see more of Will, because he hasn't kept up with the rest of his more aggressive teammates. He could just sort of get a couple more frags, because some of these rounds, other than the 2 flawless that we highlighted before, were relatively close. TSM went down to 2 or 3 players there. Drone has just had A-Long on lockdown. Very aggressive, wants to keep these positions. And Build by Gamers look a bit weaker because of it. And Bjor doesn't expect Sabrosa to be in that position. It's a common area. It's a bit of a mistake from his part, to be honest, because he knew that the spray was coming through there a little bit. And it's just these kind of mistakes that TSM are going to punish all day long. There's still ultimates to work with, still opportunities for BBG. But look at the map control that TSM have. They're comfortable with A-Long. They're pushing A short. They've got the camera in Garage that's going to get at least info that one person's in there. But they're confident that there's going to be more.
Already. We've seen too much of in this game so far, but Will has had some pretty tasty moments, at least in the first map. Hazed and Sub-Rosa, though, already going to turn this into an absolute slaughter. Last man standing, and it all looks too easy. This TSM has come from absolutely nowhere and now won multiple flawless rounds.
And to be honest, with a lot of these top-seeded teams, the ones that got to the semi-finals in the Open qualifiers, they haven't really had too many mistakes against them. They've had really dominant performances in the close qualifiers so far. A 2-0 from TSM is certainly going to be a look-in for that. We saw exactly what Cloud9 did yesterday, and it was a similar story with teams like 100 Thieves. It was only really Gen G that struggled a little bit against Equinox. It's an opportunity to go straight to the finals, the Riot Ran finals in December for these teams, and they're not letting it slip. They don't look fearful at all, but this is a nice opportunity to keep Build by Gamers in it. The lockdown is going to be in play, but this is going to force TSM to play a little bit more aggressively. Wardell is playing chicken with the ultimate. If he can get the kill onto Bjorn, he's going to push for more, but he doesn't necessarily expect Critical to be guarding it with his life. It's a 3 versus 2. The lockdown's going to go on. No players are detained, but Sub Rosa's on a mad flank again. Cutler trying to get a frag, and he does with the shock dart. That's a great shot onto Critical. And now it's these two duelists on the side of BBG trying to make a play at this point. Can at least get Sub Rosa on the flank. You would imagine to be able to take Cutler too.
Oh, the shock dart almost does enough to at least give him an even scenario, but the drop down will gain absolutely nothing. Once again, it's almost the same as last time. TSM get towards that map point, and BBG start to fire once again. 2 of their players now above 20 kills, having a pretty decent performance. And as you mentioned, Will is one of the quieter ones, alongside Critical and Foe, still a little bit further down the bottom. But either way, there is still going to be an investment. Actually, Cutler now going to put some money into the Odin. We know this wall spam can be fairly dangerous. If anybody does go facing into mid early in the round, and it looks like we all might be about to do that. He's met by the Odin, absolutely ruins his day in the early stages. Wardell on his operator has picked off one as well. They'll take a 5-on-3 advantage within the first 15 seconds. And Foe, he's being pushed as well. He's got to be careful. He does manage to trade things back slightly, but here comes the ultimate from Drone. He's going to make a play forward, looking to try and get in the faces of his opposition. And although he'll spot the info, it's actually Sub Rosa that's cleaning things up. Will to clutch it out. He needs a repeat of last map, and it is not going to be happening. TSM, they convert. They continue in the group in the upper bracket, and unfortunately for BBG, although a great performance, it's not quite enough this time.
We were expecting this kind of result, to be honest. Team Solar Mid have been looking so much better now than certainly towards the end of the Ignition period, but what a game from Built by Gamers. They've shown to me at least that they are certainly capable at least of getting the second place in their groups to go through to the quarterfinals, which at least if they don't win those, would get them a place in the UMG closed qualifiers in the future, which is going to be a big help for them. Really good showing, and they aren't out of it just yet.
No, they're not, but I mean, man, this close. It felt like they were right there. Potentially had that opportunity to take things to a third map. Potentially had the opportunity to take things to, oh, really, when you look at the way those games played out, only a few rounds separating them from walking away 2-0. So at the end of the day, people might see 2-0 and think, oh, yeah, TSM easily won that series. But no, anything but. I think BBG put up a serious fight, more so than anyone would expect. The concern is, how much effort did they exert into winning that? Like, think about how much time they may have spent prepping for that specific match, and how much time they may be dedicated to just finding the win over TSM, getting that early leg up to potentially find an easier path through the group stage. So you were hoping for more, but it just doesn't come together. TSM, though, didn't really look all that fantastic. I think at times we saw some flashes of brilliance. That hazed 4K on the C site just towards the end of that game on Haven was ridiculous. But ultimately, you know, that is not a game that I think many people would expect BBG to put up such a serious front on. Tom, is that a concern if you're a TSM fan? Was that TSM underplaying or maybe struggling, or was that BBG just taking it up to a different level?
Well, considering that we did hear from Wardell that he almost intentionally didn't use the operator for the whole of the first map, I'm not overly worried for him in these sort of situations. And for the rest of the team, I think we still saw some pretty decent individual level from them. And every time it seemed to be a crunch round, it was like they almost just went, okay, guys, we're going to open the first page of the strat book and just destroy them. And there was a few rounds, for example, Drone just being able to run all the way around behind them and just obliterate them at any moment. We saw some ridiculous plays from Sub Rosa, especially in map 1. And I don't want to take anything away from BBG, but let's be real. BBG are not the goal for TSM. Like, they're not the team they're preparing for. They're not the team they're looking into. The same sort of the opposite of what you said a moment ago. Like, BBG probably put everything they had into trying to beat TSM. Hopefully that doesn't mean they don't have anything left for the rest of the group. But on the other side of things, do I realistically think that TSM spent hours and hours preparing for BBG? No, of course not. They probably just tried to pug their way through this game and beat them on an individual level. And the fact is they had some sort of catastrophic slip-ups like this round where they lose to a Stinger, and they still win the map fairly comfortably in the end with like a few flawless rounds. So I'm not worried for them at all.
He certainly looked more mortal in some of the other games, you know, like we looked at Cloud9, they were so good against Xset. I don't think that this is necessarily a bad look from TSM, because even in the games that they had a super incredible performance with against Cloud9 specifically, there were gaps in their play. And I still fancy TSM to be coming through this group because they have to play the winner of Renegades or Slimy Bogeymen, which, to be brutally honest, I think are worse than BBG. Like, I do genuinely think that there is an opportunity for Built by Gamers to come through this group. You've got Renegades and Slimy Bogeymen playing right now, and it's a super close game. But it's that individual performance. I think if you could just get a little bit more out of Will, that is going to be really important for Built by Gamers.
There's a lot of goodies in this bag. Of course, this bag coming to us by way of GoPuff. GoPuff, the official delivery partner of Nerd Street Gamers. Use code NERDSTREET. Save $4 on your first 4 orders. GoPuff, ordered in seconds, delivered in minutes. Let's see what we're going to pull out of the bag today. All right. Habanero Cucumber Takis. Zombie Takis. I swear they have everything. I don't even know if you guys have these in Europe. You're probably like,
nope.
What is that? They're fantastic. You're missing out. So I'm going to have me some zombie Takis. They might be a little interesting. Habanero and cucumber is an interesting combination. Look, there's still so much left in this bag. In fact, I forgot to put on my wig. You guys were complaining that there was too much bald. So I'll just go ahead and throw my little man bun
I feel like you have to take
on.
the headset off.
No, it's a good look with it on. I have like this wild word of I look like the Fonz.
It looks like it's photoshopped on, to be honest, when you don't touch it.
You
It's
look like
just such
photoshopped in general. Oh, God. That's a volatile topic. We're not going to touch that one at all. But
you just look like a terrible Santa Claus. Especially with the bag, and you're just like looking through it, like it's just.
I just imagine Ryan's dad coming through, just dressed like that, going ho ho ho. It's like
this is all he did. He just found a man bun wig, and he threw
it was from a working class background. What can I say? And my dad's just as bald as me, so that's not clearly
blue collar Santa Claus. He has a man bun. Apparently, he doesn't have a white beard, nor does he have a fat belly. He's just a average looking dude in a bomber
Santa.
with a man bun. Yeah. Well, that does just about wrap things up for that
He
series.
does slay.
We've got more coming your way in just a bit, guys. Stay tuned, and the First Strike Qualifiers presented by Nerd Street Gamers will continue in just a bit. And just like that, we are back yet again, continuing on day 2 of the First Strike Closed Qualifiers presented by Nerd Street Gamers. My name is Bach, been your host throughout the day and throughout the entire week for the Closed Qualifiers here on the A Stream. Joining me currently, Tom Biz and Ryan Central. We make up the Bald Beautiful Gamers, the other BBG of the tournament, and we have not yet been eliminated. Thank God. Unfortunately, that last series did go a different direction than maybe we would have loved to see it, because the games were close and there was opportunities there, but it was the inevitable outcome. And we're
BBG aren't
wondering
out
if we're going to
either,
see
though.
this team. Yeah, no, this is true. Yeah, BBG is not eliminated. I should
The way you-
specify.
the way
I
you
should-
said it.
Hold on. They're not eliminated. They're just locked. They're in the lower.
Yeah.
They have been knocked down into the lowers. It's GSL groups, so they have a chance to fight for their tournament hopes. Now we're moving to a different game, though, as we're going to be seeing Spot Up facing off against Dignitas. And Spot Up did not really have a great first series, whereas Dignitas actually had Sentinels up against the ropes and potentially had an opportunity to take that one 2-0 or even force it to a third map. Map number 1 ended up fumbling away the lead, taking it into overtime with Sentinels, and they ended up winning 14-12 in the first overtime, which is somewhat surprising. That doesn't always happen. It's almost incredibly uncommon that you see an overtime go in first overtime. And then the second map, 13-11, equally as close, not quite the same, as it did not reach that overtime point. So right now, it looks like, on paper at least, Dignitas should have an easier time taking care of Spot Up, but we've seen some surprises today. And Ryan, I think that BBG having close games against TSM would classify as one of those surprises.
Definitely. Like, they're still in it. They will be playing it against the slimy Boogermen. I keep saying Bogey because Bogey is more of a European thing, I think. Or Renegades out of those two, and that's going to be on the other stream. But with these two guys, I just can't see a world where Spot Up can win this. I feel like they did really well to get this far, to get to the close qualifiers. Certainly as an unsigned, fairly fresh team of players like Bunny involved in with them too. But their results, even in previous tournaments, haven't been stellar. And Dignitas, you got to remember that this is like pretty much a top 5 team. When they had Poised and Shanks in their lineup, they were upsetting teams like like TSM. I was going to say they did that on multiple occasions. The new additions for them have been pretty decent with that game against Sentinels. But this is just a straightforward way for them to prove that they're still within this, and this should be going Dignitas' way fairly straightforwardly.
Yeah, it's sort of unfortunate, if anything, that Dignitas are in the group that they are, because I do question maybe if they were in Group D, if they had more of a chance to get out, because the fact is, even if they win this one, they then still have to beat either Sentinels or Envy, which I don't think they'll be able to do. Like, Envy looked truly unstoppable from what we saw earlier, so realistically, I think that is going to be a rough one. I also think that that's something to mention, that although Dignitas did very well in their last match, like we've seen Sentinels also say that they played a bit sloppy. They didn't feel like they did particularly well. There were lots of multi-frag moments coming out from Dignitas as well, from some of their star players. And I'm not going to talk about exhaustion because especially in Valorant, the games are a bit shorter. So I don't think it's as tough necessarily, but mentally to be so close versus a top team and have a chance to go into the upper bracket, knowing that you're now going to have to face either them again or Envy, it could take its toll, and Spot Up might just be able to pounce because there's not a lot of expectation on them at this point.
Yeah, that's very true. So we do have the maps ready, and we'll take a look at what those maps are going to be. That might be something that gives Spot Up a little bit extra of a leg up. Not really surprised at the maps we've seen. We were talking about it coming into this match. We actually haven't seen a different map pool at all here on the mainstream. It's been a Ascent Haven split with the Bind ban always coming in first, and it's always been in that order. People just don't want to play Bind anymore, it seems. We've seen it played out on the B stream a little bit more, but on the mainstream, it just has not been a thing. So we'll see them go back to Ascent. It's the same map pool when they played earlier today for Spot Up, actually for both teams, if I'm not mistaken. I'm a little bit concerned for Spot Up. I didn't really love what we saw from them earlier, Tom. They weren't able to put up numbers you would hope for, but again, matching up against a maybe a little bit more difficult of an opponent, you can't blame them for struggling. But at the same point in time, like Ryan said, Dignitas was at one point potentially a threat to the top 5 teams. The question is whether they're still that threat, because again, this roster is not the same roster that was coming up with those big upsets. Tom, we saw Shanks and Poised go by the wayside. Is this team close to what they were before? Are they better, or are they on the same level?
I think they're getting there. I don't think they're at the same level that they were yet, because we haven't seen them actually win like against a particularly good team, whereas before they were able to like beat out the likes of TSM, which was a huge surprise. So they've still got some work to do, that's for sure.
It's going to be tricky though for Spot Up. I've got to say, they had 2-2-10 halves in the games with NV, and Dignitas is certainly going to try and bring it to them on a map that isn't really that good for Dignitas either, so this could still go either way, but it's looking more towards Dig than anything.
Well, we are going to jump into Ascent to see if Spot Up can turn things around, or if it's going to be Dignitas moving on as the victor. Go ahead and take it away.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to this one, getting into another map of Ascent. It's normally the map where you see a lot more sort of brawly, Valorant, aggressive plays, especially from this defensive side, like sort of taking fights around the map. Dig are actually going to get a little bit of aggression onto short. They've spotted the alarm bot, so they're going to try and clear that out before they push, but there's the paranoia. It's almost used still as a little bit of a warning sign, because the players are so close, but it's actually going to be stupid to go down fairly early on. And well, completely gone is their A-site defense. The rotation has come in from Psalm, but it's every single kill going the way of Spot Up. And with only 2 players of the defense remaining, can't see them bringing this one back.
Spike planted.
They're expecting a lot of people to come through tree. Nev is there, and he's able to get free, even getting some damage done with the Nano Swarm. It made it super close, but Spot Up at least starting off with the pistol round. Dignitas on the back foot pretty much immediately, but that was a nice execute and a bit of a dicey retake there on the pistol.
Yeah, I'm surprised, especially with their setup, with the paranoia, with everything they had ready for that sort of push. They really didn't get too much done, so great openers coming in as well. Kampeki being able to find 2 quick kills, and that's basically what you're looking for on your Jet, especially on the attacking side. You're either a distraction for someone to get an opener, or you are getting the openers yourself. So it's great to see him get off to a strong start. And as you sort of mentioned earlier, like, they got nothing done versus MB. So even if this is the game where they fall a little bit flat or they fall out of the tournament, they want to at least have a good showing here. Otherwise, well, there's going to be people doubting them. And also, I believe they're one of the teams that are still looking to get picked up, right?
It's pretty much them and slight bogeyman, I'd assume. And you want to have a good look at least. And on a round like this, it's key to even win it. It might seem straightforward, but we saw BBG drop their lines a little bit against TSM. Granted, very different teams. But Spot Up in their game against MB lost a lot of, even at 5 versus 2, they lost even on guns. So there is a bit of an awkward look. The site is open for them to execute onto. And this retake is going to be rather lethargic for Dignitas, who really don't look like they want to go for it.
Spike planted.
Yeah, they might just look to try and hold them in. Like, they only have pistols into this round, so even just taking away weaponry from Spot Up, making things costly, reducing the economy that they have, that would look pretty good for them. And in all honesty, there's some weaponry in there for Spot Up that they're not going to want to lose. And already, the timing could work out for us as well. Rustam will eventually kill off one of his teammates, but that flank is still coming. There's a player looking to try and pincer in. Psalm holding off one, and there you go. That's a free Guardian. That's something they could just easily take into the next round, and they're still holding these players into the spike. They're looking to try and kill as many people as humanly possible. Another couple drop. This is so costly for Spot Up, and in fact, everybody goes down for both sides. Bear in mind, for Dignitas, that is some pistols that they've lost, whereas for Spot Up, that's a hell of a lot of weaponry.
It's expensive. Kampeki is still going to be able to grab the operator. He has been attack operating a little bit, at least, in the game against Envy. Like I mentioned, attacking on Ascent against them, they had a 2 for 10 half. They've matched that already up against Dignitas. They're hoping to do a little bit more damage. Everybody is on half armor with this buy. The advantage is certainly laying onto Dignitas at this point, but they're still yet to get off the board.
One down.
Well, it's all well and good doing a lot of damage, but if you don't convert the rounds behind it, it becomes somewhat worthless, and they have lost the opening pick. Definitely not the start they were looking for. Def He's had two very different maps. One was fantastic, the other was very quiet, but it seems like it's Super instead to come back with a triple kill, leaving Bunny all alone. Normally we talk about rounds like this being more of a bonus, but this is no bonus, Ryan. This is a lot of their money spent, invested, expended into this round, and he's got to try and win himself a 1v3, and in this sort of situation with the spike down and held off by dark cover, I don't see a way back into this.
Still got to try. Checking some of these angles, but Dignitas are smart. They've changed up their position just a little bit. There's still 30 seconds left. The fault line is going to be hitting onto the Reyna. But Zam was just pretty much baiting for his teammates. Super getting 4. Wasn't even a retake scenario. They just held the door from spot up, and that money is completely ruined from them. And it all came from Dignitas just making that second round super awkward for spot up. Their money's good. They still have the operator. They should be able to tie up both these rounds.
Well, yeah, this is basically nothing being invested now for spot up as well. Just a few pistols here and there. A little bit of armor purchased, but the light kind, and
cover going.
All we can really hope for is maybe something to come off the back of this Blade Storm. You really need to do some damage here, and he does manage to find one. Pick up a rifle as well. You kind of hope that he drops that over to a teammate, but at the moment there's not really anybody to come back and retrieve it. He'll drop it to the side, and you can see the push forward to get that gun back into play.
Yeah.
They've made this one look pretty competitive. As said, there was very little invested into this round. Just some light armor purchased for the Blade Storm to go alongside. Death with only a stinger. Likely to try and lead the charge here. Get in the faces of his opponent, and there rolls in the Thunder. It's a nice shot, though, coming out from Campeki. He's found another with the Blade Storm, and they're being held back here, unable to push. And Rustin in such a good position. He's going to hear them running away. He may even look to try and take some of the weaponry.
It was nice positioning from Rustin to be a lurk. It really got into Dignitas' head because they stacked the majority of them towards Garden and Trey, but they backed off. Yet again, they're doing damage, though. Giving up this round to spot up. But it is just going to be Bunny holding onto a gun. It's a Phantom, and that was off the back of a really good round from Campeki with the Blade Storm. He's going to have the operator yet again, at least a little bit more armor for these attackers, as well as a lockdown from Rustin. But Dignitas, even on these rounds that they've been losing, they've been doing damage, and they have a few ultimates to use themselves. They're still well within it to keep it close.
Yeah, the only worry for me is that retake position, like, considering there wasn't that much in that round for spot up, I'm a bit disappointed that they didn't get more done. So hopefully that's not going to be a running theme, because retakes on the A site can be pretty tough, but at the same time, they didn't even really get to start it. They got held off before they even got into the site. So a lockdown available. The spot up still. In fact, yeah, you're right, both sides. But how will it be utilized in this position? And Dig do have a couple of extra ults to go with it.
Look at all of these bodies, though, on Cat now. It just takes a really nice swing from Sam to just push around, and he can get multiple kills. Tucker's in that position, most likely to keep an eye on it. That's a nice recon bolt that can get the kill onto Bunny, and the smoke makes it easy for Sam to push out of it. He is going to have a little bit of pressure coming in from Tucker. Teleported back, because right now Dig have a really good hold on it. The B site is completely open. They are expecting an aggressive lockdown play from the side of Spotter, but they've already taken a lot of space seemingly for free when it comes to A Cubby. It's just whether they expect to run into Odorous, who's going to be holding on to the operator.
30 seconds left.
This time it seems they're going to gamble an extra player actually into the site itself. Super, though, goes down, and in fact, so does Odorous, the man on the site. Just as before, things start to fall a little bit flat when it comes to this A-site defense, and an after-plant situation ensues. As you mentioned at the beginning, there were 2 lockdowns available. One has already been utilized, and in fact, it will hold people up a little bit longer. Dignitas falling flat, that's for sure, as Maka is now the only one remaining. A 1 versus 2 situation. Needs to clear both players from underneath the boundary. It doesn't seem like he has much of a chance whatsoever. He gets one, but Rustin is there, and spot up continue. 4-1 in the lead. I believe, already doing a fair bit better than what we saw in their previous match. And while Dig, they have money again, but at this point, they need to start getting some rounds.
They have 5 ultimates, though, so they're sitting pretty. A lot of stuff has been used on the attack. We saw the Blade Storm before, a round or 2 ago. Lockdown, obviously, from Ruston just then. Whereas a Hunter's Fury on attack, it seems that they're going to be wanting to hit A. And it's curious to see when we have this, like, ultimate meta going on, where they're typically used at least, how they're going to position themselves. Because it's looking like an A hit. The Hunter's Fury could come across Cubby, goes through tree, goes through garden, cuts right across that A supply line. Right now, it's just taking pot shots with shock darts to try and clear some of these angles because Dignitas are holding super close on Cubby here, on the right of Figment.
Once again, we're going to see some aggression coming in from Dig. I think they need to, if anything. Like, some of their holds, especially on the A site, have been, well, weak, to say the least, even with advantageous positions. So that the fact that they're looking to try and take a little bit more control in this scenario, I think is a good thing. Odorous as well was one of the more impressive players when it came to their Haven earlier in the day. Seems like there's some information had. In fact, you can see that from the shadows used back into the site, and Odorous is going to be completely caught out. That seems to be the case in a fair few of these rounds, and again, it's an advantage going to spot up as they take the site.
Spike planted.
Dignitas have that lockdown. They even bring out the Empress. They're fully going for it. Big dedications can easily come out. And this is going to make it difficult for Spot to get out, but the Hunter's Fury is good. It's just going to clear this ultimate. It doesn't bother them at all. It's checkmate for them, and that's a really nice play to use that ultimate to counter them out. Zamno has made a lot of progression. The Eldra does spot his positioning, but if he gets 1 kill, he can get out of there. It's just a 2v2 now. Def just wants to do a bit more damage. It's keeping Spot up in check. They're still fighting for these engagements. Right all the way into Boathouse. Figment can at least get 1 in the smoke. Def is just going to make sure that they all die in the same process, but Figment, that's a key pick, because it stops this spike from deploying, and it makes sure that they keep their guns.
5-1 up on the attacking side as well, like, especially from what we've seen in North America. A lot of the teams are getting the majority of their rounds on the defense, so this is starting to become a real worry now for Dignitas, a team that we've sort of raved about when it came to coming close versus the side of Sentinels, who have for quite a while been considered the #1 team within North America. A slip up in the open qualifier, or maybe they were having some fun, who knows. But versus Dig, it was very close, and at the moment, Spot Up have looked the better side by quite a margin, in fact. Even going into a lot of these rounds with a man disadvantage and coming out on top, and that needs to change.
Previous results, Dignitas on this map, losing 13-4 to 100 Thieves, beating 2D, Team 2D 13-7, and going to overtime in the round of 64 to Premier Esports. It's not really the best of looks for this fresh new roster. It's the first real showing. Premier? Premiere?
No,
There's
you said it right. I just mean that they're a premium product, that they must be good.
Hopefully see more of them, but the point is that Dignitas don't look that good on this map. They've not had decent results. And this is Spot Up's map pick. This is the fight that they want to take. He's going to plan, and Def just wanted to face a little bit more. Didn't have really that much to work with, but the A site is very much open for business. These have been nice executions from Spot Up. I like the way that they're contesting certain areas of the map, just to make sure that Dignitas can't necessarily just take them for free.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
It's worth noting that this round definitely doesn't have the same level of investment as we've seen over the last few for Dignitas. They've finally been forced into an eco position, but they don't have much to lose. Good nano swarm, but in fact, it's actually Odorous through the wood with a ghost. Somehow, this is probably the best retake attempt we've seen so far from them. It's not going too badly up until the point where they try and find the players in a crossfire. And 1 by 1 they fall. It's left on to Sam. A little bit quiet so far. We know that he can have these explosive moments, but in this point, he's just trying to hold a few players into the site. It doesn't work. It's a 6th now for Spot Up, as they have at least equaled their opponents in this first half, and I dare say I think they're probably going to win this half.
It's just a measure on how much at this point. It's going to be another full buy from both sides. The Hunter's Fury is available on defense for Maka. We haven't really seen too much out of these defensive ultimates, to be honest, at this point. But with their comp, there's not really too much to rely on. There's no showstopper. There's no rolling thunder. It's just really the lockdown on the Hunter's Fury. This is going to be a very quick face. It's a nice fault line. Just put Odorous off kill, but he's right out in the open. He's going to get punished by Rusted. Yet again, these aggressive faces for Dignitas are just falling apart. At least Sam could do some damage. He gets 2, but Bunny is going to trade him out. It's a 3 versus 2, which, to be honest, is good for Dignitas, because Spot Up just read them like a book and they punished it hard. But they got hit hard themselves.
Def is giving this a damn good go. A great nanoswarm into the corner. It's going to clear out the spot that Tucker was in, and he's fallen as well. It's left all onto one. Hampecky, he's got his knives out, ready to brawl. Finds the first kill with ease, and it's left into that 1v1 situation to try and close another round, to give them a 7th, despite ticking in his favor, but he doesn't quite land them. He survives far longer than expected, but it will be super to give them a 2nd round. I'm a little bit disappointed, if anything, for Spot Up that they don't manage to take that one through after what was such a good start. And I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed with how that round started for Dignitas, because I don't know about you, Ryan, but I feel like they kind of left Odorous out to dry. Like, there were 3 players there. He gets stunned, and they go, good luck.
Going to be problems like that for both sides. You're looking at Spot Up, certainly when they were 5-1 up, or 6-1 up even. They're going, where was this team against Envy? That was more like what we saw earlier, to be honest. It was a very quick game. It's a big mistake that's got punished hard from Spot Up. Just that execute was so messy to lose so many people in a fight like that. And the retake was just constantly on the back foot. Money's still good. It's not the end of the world. And even then, they go into halftime at least even on score. At worst, if Dignitas win these final 4 rounds of this half. It's going to be a nice split coming in onto the A site. Lockdown would be great in Tree if they can get Rustin into that position. Just cleared some of these angles. Smart play from Spot Up, just making sure that they dot their I's and cross their T's. But there's a lot of people from Dignitas waiting for them here.
This is a 4-man stack. They are ready for this A-side take. Hunter's Fury utilized, although he does eventually hit a tag. It still gives information at least that there are going to be players around this angle. Dart also utilized, but even still, out of all of the damage that was done with all the players here, it is Spot Up to actually get the opener. We're going to see them also expend the lockdown, but Maka has been able to find a couple, and the rotation coming in. Mostly this time, the
30 seconds left.
Has gone ham in this round. It's left all onto one. Rustin to try and take the 1v3, and although he expects Odorous to be there, he's not quite quick enough on the trigger. Dignitas, they win the round with a 4-man stack, but it's maybe not as clean as I would have liked. I guess I'm sort of maybe just picking at it a little bit, but I feel like they could have got that much cleaner.
I think picking at it at this stage is legitimate, really. Like, I think both these teams against bigger lineups, these teams that you expect to go a little bit further in the tournament, will punish the mistakes that both these teams are making non-stop. And so we are seeing awkward pauses and positions from both sides. Dignitas Odorous wanted to face a bit more on B, but it's going to be a very fast execute on the side of Spot Up. Nice play from Kampeki. You'll love to see this kind of aggressive play, but there's always a bit of a caveat. A gun at least in their hand, a Bucky in the hands of Figment is going to be the one planting. It's just a case whether Dignitas use some of these ultimates, whether they feel it's worthwhile going into this eco execute that Spot Up have put together. And the answer is yes.
Yeah, the thing that I was going to say is their retakes haven't been great so far, so I think it's important they just make sure they get this round through, and Def, he's going to make sure of it. A triple spray down. It will be a 4th on the board for Dignitas, but yeah, I like that, because realistically, they lost a round earlier to what was just a single Blade Storm invested into the round from Spot Up, and other than that, they had nothing, and they weren't able to retake, so just make sure you get it done at this point.
Well, I mean, look at Def. He just used his ultimate lockdown. He's 4-7 to having another one. Like that
Not
that
bad.
is very good from Def. Like that's the kind of play you want to see. The question mark is Odorous using Bladestorm when there's only one player left and you're in what, a 3v1, 4v1? That's certainly a big question mark. And it might be important. We might not see that ultimate again in this half at least. And the Empress is available for Sam. He's going to be playing a bit more aggressively onto mid, holding it within the smoke. And Spot Up's play is starting to become a bit one-dimensional. It's looking to be another A-hit again. They do have a Rolling Thunder. They do have a Hunter's Fury, trying to find ways to line it up. But Dignitas starting to warm up to the occasion. Their retake's starting to look a little bit more crisp. Individual play is starting to address itself and become better. The Dignitas coming back into this game.
The only thing I will say is they've now lost an A-site take to a 4-man stack, and then they lost that one because they only had pistols. I'm not really worried for them just yet. I think that their A-site has been pretty good, and again, they're going to start things off with the opener. Parker already managing to move from the shadows into the back of the site, and it's the same take once again. So you sort of said that the retakes have started to become a little bit more crisp, Brian. Well, they're going to have to give it another go. Same start as last time, as Def does manage to get the opener. He's given this back into a 4v4. In fact, another one for Def, even while completely blind. It's looking like he's trying to just carry his team through. A third, in fact. As they now start to slip away without Def on the board, it seems like everything just goes wrong with Dignitas, and it's left all onto Odorous. A 1 versus 1 situation. He's going to smoke onto the spike, try and bait in his opponent for a peek, but his opponent is not peeking whatsoever, just waiting in the corner. Eventually will come round, and he knows at this point, he knows that Odorous isn't defusing, trying again to bait him in, but it's done. It's over. Figment just plays with his opponent, doesn't even have to do anything to win the round. And as mentioned, it seems like it's Def or nothing when it comes to
Last round before the hash.
And he has another lockdown good to go. Great play from him. Double operator,
Every 2
why
rounds.
not at this point? And man, Spot Up, like they having some okay, but he's just sort of up and down within a round. Just, oh, good, that's good. Oh, but that's bad. It's not like they used 3 ultimates, and one was a Rolling Thunder that caught nobody, and then they used it from the shadows to get onto the site. It's over dedication in some cases, and could have very easily not gone the way that they were hoping for. Now they just have that Blade Storm. Campeki might use it straight away as he only has a Bulldog. That's the sound of it. Def sitting back a little bit further with this operator. And honestly, Rustin should be glad that that recon bot showed him up there because he was walking into death.
Well, they've moved away from their gamble stack on the A site and sent the majority over to B, but let's be real, Spot Up haven't challenged B much at all. There was some pressure in that direction in some of the earlier rounds when they had some weaker weaponry, but other than that, it's mainly been pressure put towards this A site. This time, though, Odorous is going to start things off with the opening pick off the back of the operator. It's a much more passive stance this time from the Spot Up side.
This is really separating the men from the boys, so to speak, when it comes to how they play these slow defaults. Europe, it's aplenty, but they separated some of the more seasoned teams from the gun-ho, huggy styles. But Sam pulls out the Empress, and he's good for 2 at least. Get out there, make sure that he's not giving up. He can only get that as Bunny sprays him down with a Bulldog. Control wasn't ideal for him to take that fight. 2 versus 4, and the spike can't even get planted as Def is just watching from that angle. Figment wanted to play aggressive. 7-5, you would still decent for Spot Up, but you would still have wanted to see them get a little bit more. Certainly with how Dignitas started off that round.
Yeah, I think when you're 6-1 up, if you only get 1 round for the rest of the half, you're not going to be too happy with it. But at the same time, it was a decent half for them, to say the least. Like, doing that well on the attacking side sets them up wonderfully going into the defense. And I think the main problem was that for Dig, like, again, in retakes on that A site, they really, really struggled. In fact, in most cases, I think you're going to see just almost Def getting, like, highlight frags to try and save them in those situations, even when it's just pistols. And that's not really good enough. Like, he's normally in that sort of situation as one of the more supportive agents, like a player who's looking to try and lock down the sites. You need some of your stars to arise here, especially going into the attacking side. that's where a lot of the time, it's only really the ultimate that we talk about being like heavily useful, unless you have those sort of perfect lineups to move some people out of spot with the Nanostorm.
I'm worried about Kampeki here. He might assume that this whole area of the map is clear because the Recon Bolt doesn't actually catch the position of Odorous. So he's just going to wait there, keep an eye on that flank. They just miss each other. The timing's not good, but all of the space in mid that you see in Super just take. The turret hasn't really shown up too much, but it's brought the attention of Spot Up towards that direction. And it's taken him away from the A site. There's only 2 people looking here. You might not be expecting Odorous to close this distance. He might not be expecting the Jet to be right around this corner, but the spray's going to give it away. Nice shot with a Frenzy. He's made his way onto the site. And this is very patient play from the Sova. Figment just buying his time. Going to kill anybody that goes to try and shut this door.
That's the plan. Stop the shutter. He's got to be careful though as Def just goes swinging. Times it perfectly with the footsteps of his teammate. And they've reclaimed the area around the garden. This looks a retake really, really rough. And in fact, it's Bunny who goes hopping round the corner. He doesn't expect Odorous to be in the same spot. And the trades still favor the attacker side quite heavily. Shadows. I'm still going to try and clear these remaining players out. And Dignitas have in fact just given up that remaining ground, just fallen back to the side, playing all the time. They need to hold on in this situation, and they will do just that. A pistol round conversion. I really like the re-aggression from them as well, and they're up to 6.
If Bunny had looked to his left after getting that frag as he was hopping through to Tree, might have been able to get a little bit more. He's 5 and 11. I believe it was the Overwatch. It was the one that you were expecting. I pulled my microphone away because I was trying to make a point. But Dignitas are also trying to prove a point. If they win this, they go even on score. 6-1 to 7-0. Spot Up are starting to lose a little bit, I suppose, of confidence that they've had in this tournament. Whoever loses this series is out as well. This is a big deal for both teams, and a big loss for either.
Spot Up obviously trying to prove that maybe they're worth the signing. Okay! Rustin's just found 2 with the Sheriff. Dignitas, this was meant to be a round you're just cleaning up, but the pistols have done so much. Even a kill coming off the back of an aftershock. That's something you don't see too often. And now Def, I mentioned him having to be a hero in some of these retakes. He has the spike. Now he's going to retrieve all of his utility. It will take a lot longer. We're playing on the old patch, so it's not quite as quick to get his turret and his alarm bot back. But at least in the afterplant situation, he might be able to have them just to try and help him out. The problem is, surviving to the back of this boathouse is going to be nigh on impossible. As long as Spot Up just play this as a team, play this as a group, he should have absolutely no chance, especially already tagged down relatively low. Well, they're just going to close him in. A great round from Spot Up. We mentioned maybe they're falling a little bit flat, but the fact is, they were just getting ready for round number 2 of the second half.
In their game against Envy, they lost eco after eco against them. It's nice to see them on the other end of this. Keeps it well within their grasp. The economy is good for them, awful for Dignitas, who so far haven't been able to reproduce some of the form that they had against Sentinels. Bear in mind, though, that this map wasn't played in that series. Haven was, and that is a map that we will be going to next, so Dignitas aren't going to be too flustered if we do see them lose on Ascent. But they are only 2 rounds behind. It's very much within their grasp. And Spot Up have had some really awful defending halves. 2 and 10, it's always that number against Space Station Gaming. And that was the game that made sure that they got into the close qualifiers. They won the other maps. Ascent would be a good one for them as they're going to be hit hard. Dignitas trying to break on through. Rustin has a nice little nano swarm. It can get the kill onto his Killjoy counterpart. But it's a 4 versus 3. The spike is going to get planted. And this is going to be a really difficult retake for Spot Up, even with their gun advantage.
Yeah, it's gun advantage, but it's not man advantage. Dignitas have the majority of the personnel. At least they did. Spam through, and they've spotted out another one. The aftershock will clear the back angle. He should be dead. I don't know how on earth Osiris is still standing, but they're going to have to take the time to try and push back into the site, and they are quickly cleaning things up. Unless Sam can pull off a literal miracle and deny this defusal, It is going to be another round coming straight back up for Spot Up. Maybe a little bit closer than they would have liked. The fact is, they're still up to 9 and still leading their way in this map.
And this is the team that I just wish we saw a little bit more of, because the games that we've had on Spot Up, at least the actual reel of games, they played against Sentinels, they lost a very quick 2-0. They played up against Envy, as we saw today, very quick 2-0. Going into this, I was very negatively against Spot Up showing us the reasons, I suppose, that they got this far. But they've chosen the best time to do it against a team that should be brimming with confidence after their showing against Sentinels that we just saw. But it's not really to be. And this lead is starting to pull away for Spot Up. There is an aggressive lockdown on the side of Def. He's on the A site. Aldous wants to put some pressure A and might rotate and reset in that direction. But Spot Up confidently with a good amount of map control, and Kampeki's happy to try and face him on that angle.
Well, a crunch round for sure. Dig not wanting to let this one slip too far away, and well, that's a fair bit of information gathered. You don't see that as often anymore, like just pure information ultimates when it comes to the From the Shadows, but that's what they've done. They've spotted the amount of players there. They may have even spotted the spike. At the same time, it hasn't pulled a rotation. The attackers are still looking to head in that direction.
Digger's starting to constrict a little bit more towards A, and Bunny's moving away. Having him here would be so key. The one flash, his fault line's ready to go. His aftershocks have been pretty clinical so far. And Spot Up starting to outthink themselves a little bit here. They have no information it's going to be
30
B.
seconds
It's just the fact, really, at this point, that Ruston's playing off the corridor completely. This execute's going to be pretty impactful for Dignitas. It's a really good paranoia. Nice pick from Kampeki to at least get one. Rotation should come in shortly after this plan.
Spike planted.
And I like Tucker's position in here because he knows that Def is there. The alarm bot has been placed. He knows exactly where it is. He can work around it.
Blinding. It's almost like they're trying to bait him into a bit of a peek. Even still, though, that's not a bad start. Actually, Def's going to get a kill off the back of the Nano Swarm. They've evened things back up. An aggressive position, though, from Super, and there's no trade available. The lockdown has gone down. They need to get rid of it before they can do anything, but they will. And now it's left all onto one man, and Odorous can't do anything here. A good retake from Spot Up. A nice attempt again from Def, who really has been one of the sort of saving graces of this Dignitas side. The problem is we've got players missing, like Super, who was fantastic in their game earlier. Currently right at the bottom of the board. Maybe Sam not quite having the impact we'd like, but even still, these close rounds every single time have gone the way of Spot Up. And that's the thing, if you look at the frag distribution, it almost looks like Dignitas would be in the lead.
And Spot Up sitting pretty right now. The money is not good for Dignitas. But their plays become very one-dimensional, hitting this A site regular occasions. We're going to try and put a bit more pressure mid than we're used to, and I think with every round that goes on, we're starting to see the defenders brimming with a bit more confidence. They have big ultimates to rely on, just in case things start to go a bit awry. Ruston's position given up, but at least he has the help of the Omen, who has also flashed a lot of utility, forcing them out in this corner, and Sam is able to get one at least. Lockdown is still available to go, but no, Ruston goes down to Maka. This is an awkward map now for Spot Up, as they're losing a couple of people, but Kampeki, at least with the operator, has been so much more impactful than we've seen in this tournament, but they don't check this corner. Sam is able to get two. This is getting really messy, Tom.
Here.
And it seems like within that mess, Dignitas have started to thrive. An operator on a retake, definitely not ideal, and it seems like they're just looking for a path out of this round. Dignitas have managed to steal one with what was a pretty weak investment. We saw Stingers, we saw Sheriffs as well. Spot Up are going to be absolutely kicking themselves, because this might just be the way back into the map for Dignitas. The problem is they now need to start stringing a few rounds together, and that's been something that Spot Up have done a pretty decent job of denying.
I guess more the key thing for Spot Up is that they didn't dedicate any ultimates. They were happy to let it go. Granted, in some cases, if you're Ruston, you weren't able to even if you wanted. because you just go down pretty much instantly from digs. Very key pressure, nice utility. It was very frugal in cases that we've seen so far, but the right flashes, the right ways of pushing that. Sam, you mentioned he was quiet. He was the tip of the spear when it came to pushing through there. Now we're going to see something a little bit different, a very aggressive, probably a bit of a rush when it comes to hitting this site very quickly. But I do think that that pick is... Oh, Kampicki's in an awful spot here. He's flashed out completely, but he's not giving away his positioning. They've ignored him, and he's good for one. He can get a couple at least. But Dignitas yet again doing some damage to the spot up before we get into this post-plant position. Both these teams have been beaten and bloody before they even get to play around this fight.
Here.
This needs to be one of those big rounds. The problem is both players already tagged and a hell of a lot of utility. That's always the problem with these faster takes, is your opponents don't use a lot of their grenades. They don't use any of their abilities available to them. They have them all for this retake. In fact, they even have Rolling Thunder if they need it, but I don't think they're going to waste it. They don't need it. It's left all onto one. It's Super in the back, just sitting in the boathouse, trying to hold off versus multiple players. The first kill's clean, the second, not quite. As it will be the defusal coming in for Spot Up. Again, a few mistakes coming in for Dignitas. A corner not checked. Only gave away one kill, to be fair, but nonetheless, one kill that could have even made it a 3v3 in that sort of after plant situation. So I think they're going to be kicking themselves for that one.
We have seen some really good Killjoy play today. Both of them top fragging on either side. Obviously, Bior that we saw from BBG. Hoping to see more. No doubt there's going to be some others as well on Nerd Street Gamers 2 if you want to check out the other game going on at the moment. But because Spot Up lost so fast, it was a speed run against Envy. Does mean that we're a bit further ahead in our schedule. And if you want to check out what's going on with Slimy Bugman and Renegades, it's going to be losing there. It's been much better from Spot Up. It's a nice pick on Sam. The operator is still in place. And Dignitas, this is a big round, and that's a big kill. Ruston can at least bring it to a neat 3 versus 3. But it means that these fights are so clinical now. The From the Shadows used to make sure that the Omen could get onto site at least. And it allows Dignitas to play a bit more in your face to Spot Up, but Odorous almost getting caught out there.
Look at Def. He could be the clinical man. He's managed to flank all the way round and picked off Tucker, and now the remaining defenders are stuck because they either have to look to try and kill him off or take the site and force him to push them. But they would need to kill both of these players very quickly indeed. And like first, Odorous actually gets dinged up, and they've killed off both. Now Def has to go running. He needs to get into the site because otherwise this is just going to be diffused, and I don't think there's anything he can do about it. Even going to expend the ultimate to shut him down. An impressive retake from the remaining 2 players. All Def really needed was for his teammates to stay alive just a little bit longer, but unfortunately it's not going to happen this time.
Match point for Spot Up. Pretty much got 12 rounds alone in their series against Envy. It was so one-sided. It was a look of a team where you go, yeah, this is not a team that you consider to go very far in this tournament. Did well to get here as a relatively new team that's been put together. But they could upset Dignitas here. Dignitas looked so good against Sentinels, but losing here 13-7 potentially, that's got to be a big knock to the confidence. Even more so if you go out to Spot Up, because this is an elimination match. A lot of pressure on these big ultimates. Empress available for Sam. We also have Maka with the Hunter's Fury. They need to find impact.
Figment. It's going to be forced off the angle at least. Gives a little bit of extra map control, but doesn't look like it's something that Dignitas really plans to utilize. The spike currently sat deep within B main. There is only one man there to defend it, at least for now. However, Spot Up, they're just patiently waiting. It's looking like they're going to attempt to split B. And now, last time that actually worked relatively well. You can see the ultimate set up from Def, and there isn't really anything they can do on the other side to deny it, unless they want to put their own lockdown, which is actually what they might plan to do. They do have that ability available to them if they want to try and defend it. Bunny, however, is going to find 2 kills before he actually exits the round. And now Rustum has done it too. It's left all onto Super. He's stuck in between a literal rock and a hard place, and he won't get locked down. He'll be shut down. It's Spot Up to take the first map in quite a surprising fashion, and I'm out of camera shot again.
And that's pretty much Dignitas' game a little bit too. Like, I had no idea that was going to happen. You wouldn't put money on it. A lot of these games in this tournament so far have been, I'd say, straightforward. You know, Cloud9 winning handedly, Sentinels winning handedly, 100 Thieves. There's been a lot of like, okay, the better team tends to win. This is a big upset, and this is scary if you're Dignitas. I don't imagine expectations were particularly high with a brand new roster that they're hoping to do well.
Yeah.
But I imagine that their expectations were higher than getting knocked out by Spot Up even. I'm thinking of the Immortals player.
I think the real worry for me as well is, like, even if Dignitas now go on to make a magnificent comeback, you have to think of what's next to make it out of this group. Like, 2 teams get out of the group and go into the sort of playoffs bracket, and 2 teams are eliminated. These are probably the 2 teams we expect to be eliminated, because we've got Envy and Sentinels still left on the other side. So even if you're going, hey, Dig did well versus Sentinels, for me, they needed to come in here and blast Spot Up out of this, and then go, okay, now we have another chance, maybe fix a few mistakes and we can come back. Instead, they've lost this first map, and I have to say, I think Spot Up were by far the better team. Like, even though there were closer rounds, even though there were cleaner rounds, I think, when we actually saw Dig win, the problem is in retakes, in a lot of their afterplant situations, I didn't feel particularly comfortable. And there were a few sort of basic mistakes which I feel they need to work on, which is fair. This is, as said, the sort of first proper tournament they've had with this new roster, so we can forgive them for making some mistakes here and there. The problem is there's no more room, Ryan. There's no more room for mistakes. No. If they lose now, this next map, they are out. And unfortunately, we can't go straight into it because we have a short break, and then we'll be back, and we'll get to see whether or not Dignitas can make the comeback.
One map down, potentially. One more to go. We'll see what we end up finding as this series continues to provide some surprises. This is the Valorant First Strike Close Qualifiers. My name is Bach. Joining me on the broadcast, Tom, Biz, and Ryan Central. Spot Up, we counted them out, and unfairly so. I think we looked at their earlier performances, Tom, and we said there's no way they could easily take this over Dignitas, and then they do that in the first map, but there's still that hurdle of a follow-up map that they're going to need to find. Can they find it in the next map of this series, Tom?
Well, I'll be honest, like they came in for me as a team that not really seen too many times. So I kind of wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt in the pre-show and say, you know what, we are basing this off of Sentinels didn't do as well versus Dignitas as we expected, and MV absolutely blew Spot Up out of the water. So we were going 1 add 1 equals 2 and not really factoring in any other details. And in all honesty, Dignitas kind of went back to what we saw when they played versus 100 Thieves. Like they looked like they were getting dominated in a lot of rounds, and it came down to retake situations where it was Def, who obviously the more experienced player from what we know, came in and managed to at least bring back some rounds that they maybe shouldn't have had. And that's a real worry, because this is a team that realistically Dignitas will have high expectations. They're a big organization within North America. Even if this is a new team, you're kind of looking at this going, well, there's an unsigned roster on the other side that like maybe just get them instead.
I mean, for me, yeah, I mean, I was just listening to what Tom said there was very shocking, because you got to look at it like Spot Up's position. You could argue that they're not even a top 20 team. Like, they qualified into this top 16 in NA, but you're missing Andbox, Immortals, even like Cloud9 White and FaZe are teams that could even
New
be
NRG.
Spot Up in, New NRG. There's a lot of teams that are competing to sort of be within that region. Granted, Spot Up got hit, those teams didn't, but they did have to run into Sentinels, lost very handedly. And this group, as Tom mentioned before, has 2 top 5 teams in with Envy and Sentinels. And Dignitas, you could certainly look at their form and go, possibly still top 10, maybe. It wasn't easy for Spot Up, and it's not been easy so far. But at least we get a good look in on what they can do. And at the end of the day, their expectations for qualifying aren't going to be too high. But their aim is to get signed. And this is a great way to get noticed, beating a team like Dignitas. If they can go on and win this, even if they bomb out to Envy or Sentinels, that's still a real good look for them.
I mean, I'll be honest, I've had orgs that are looking to get into Valorant message me and ask for recommendations, teams they thought that they should sign. And, like, I never would have pegged Spot Up as one of those teams. And that's honestly a disrespect to Spot Up that I don't think that they deserve. They've always consistently been right there. Like you say, Tom, you haven't seen them play. It's because they just get right to that edge, and then they can't quite get over that last hurdle. So they might get to the final round of a qualifier and then lose and miss the qualifying spot. That's happened to them numerous times. Or, like, they get through to the upper bracket final, and then they lose in the lowers later on. Like, they're consistently putting up decent performances, but, you know, as the rest of the scene really improved, drastically so, we watched the climb, they were on a much slower scale. And, you know, that roster, too, has been a bit of a revolving door with some pieces kind of moving in and out, but the core staying the same. So now we move over to a new map. And it's a fresh start for Dignitas, but they're down 1-0, and that's a bit of a surprise. Now, yeah, sure, it's their map selection, but I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned if you're a Dig fan, but, you know, I'm looking at Spot Up, and I'm thinking, if they can take this series, maybe that's finally what they need to push them over that line and get them those opportunities that they've been fighting for all this time. Tom, Ryan, let's see if we're going to, in fact, see that. Is Spot Up going to take the series, or is Dignitas going to fight back and force map 3?
Well. It would be a pretty big upset if they managed to do it. Obviously, as said, Dignitas one of those organizations that I'm sure they expect a lot of this team. But this was the map earlier, Ryan, where Dig looked pretty good. They took Sentinels to OT, a map the Sentinels like to play. Can they show up?
Look at Spot Up's comp. Triple duelist. You saw a little bit of this from Cloud9. Took us moving over from the Omen to the Rays. They're going to be defending first. 2-10 against Envy wasn't a good look. Dignitas having a bit of a closer game against Sentinels, but both lost it. Both ended up here. Spike is actually going to be planted onto B, but there's a lot of pressure towards A and A Link at this point. It's going to be super difficult for players like Ruston and Tucker to take back this space. But if they can get this killjoy at least, they can make progress onto the B side. That Spike's taken away. They're just ignoring him.
Hecky is going to be the first one to draw blood, although he's taken a hell of a lot of damage in response. Oda is in a good spot, but I say that he gets killed off within seconds, and it's left all onto Maka, trying to save his team. He's not even on the right side. There's nothing he can do here, and well, spot up, yeah, flawless. They don't lose a single player, and I was interested by that pistol because I think we see a similar thing from TSM, except they take the spike to A. Yeah. So they had the 2 players push through the connector, and then the spike goes A because obviously slightly easier to hold. B is pretty much synonymous with retakes at this point. Even Sentinel struggled earlier on holding down on B. Dignitas thought they could do it, but they were wrong.
And I'm really excited to see the way that Spot Up are going to play. Cloud9 ran triple duelist, haven't through this tournament. Very interesting tidbit to keep an eye out for, because it could be hiding strats, to be honest. Because Cloud9 haven't looked particularly good on this map since they've changed to pretty much what Dignitas are running right now. That kind of composition. And really, any of those 3 duelists can show up. Spot Up can use that to their advantage. 1-0 up, and I think if they can get that lead against Dignitas yet again, that would be a weight off their shoulders on this defense. Dignitas putting some pressure in, wanting to split in, but Bunny and Tucker have it on lockdown in mid and garage. And you would expect another flawless round to come through at this point, to be honest.
The timing of that couldn't have been much better. But the thing that interests me here is we got a lot of Spectres. Now, normally you'll see a few, or a couple, maybe a Stinger, like some cheaper SMGs, and then a few pistols alongside it. Either that or maybe a rifle or 2, then you have less repurchases in the next round. So I kind of wonder what Spot Up have planned with 4 Spectres. Well, if of course the remaining players stay alive, and Mac is making things costly. So it will only be 3 Spectres. I also wonder if they're going to invest back in with rifles, or if they will just take this with a Stinger or 2 extra and then wait for the next round.
And that was a key thing about the Ascent game, for those that are tuning in for the second map, where Spot Up won a lot of rounds early on, but the damage that came in from Dignitas was so costly that it's forcing moments like Handpicky and Buddy now, where they're not really wanting to buy up at all. So Dig have an opportunity here, pretty much full buys with the rifles, in some cases half armor, sure. No ultimates online yet, but that gun advantage could be big, and look at the way that Sup are going to try and play. Taking a lot of space in mid. Kampeki's in a nice position, but with just a ghost and full armor at least, not expected to catch much, as Dignitas are more working the extremities at this point. Look how deep Sam is.
He took a lot of control, but didn't eventually play off it. Maybe spotted the alarm bot and didn't want to give away his position too early into the round. However, because it's not being challenged for, seems like he's now bringing a friend. Now, bear in mind, this is an out-and-out bonus round for Spot Up. They have 1 player, I believe, on a Ghost, and then the rest on SMGs. So if they were to win this round, it would be an absolute atrocity for Dignitas, and you'd have to start to look at this question, what's gone wrong. Def, though, is going to kill off his counterpart.
Spike
This
planted.
leaves the remaining players basically just considering just throwing some weapons into this one. Just try and take as much away from your opponents as you can. And Def, in the meantime, started rotating back, but he's going to be caught. And now that's a free rifle upgrade that they can take into the next round, or try to use to hold off some remaining players.
And it is pulling Maka away from the site. He's going to be just looking at A lobby just in case his flank comes in. And really, at this point, it's constrict Dignitas, make sure that some of them go down in this process. They're going to throw a paranoia up, and Kampeki can at least get a couple of exits. Same as Bunny now. It's a 2 versus 2. Really no time for the retake in, but that's not the point of this area of the map. Sam gets free. He's going to survive with his life, and I'm pretty sure Figment some time ago decided that he was just going to stay on C, keep a hold of stuff, and we can have a look at how the money is. Should be a little bit better for Spot Up at this point. The operator's in the hands of Kampeki with the Bladestorm if he chooses to use it. And look at the money for Dignitas. Not ideal, but certainly not bad, as people are mostly buying up.
Well, this is the first proper gun round we're actually going to have, and yeah, as you said, the last round is a success, realistically, for Spot Up. So now we need to see whether or not Dig can actually win off the back of weaponry now. And Pecky's already spotted one out. Question is he going to get pressured and pushed down? He gets away with the second kill, dashes away. Shouldn't get anything more into Odorous, but it doesn't matter. He bought time. And that was enough for Tucker to find an extra kill. Even still, though, Def has traded things back. He was a bit quiet when it came to their last map. Obviously, had some real troubles and then brought things back on the final map today. Either way, looking a lot better this time. Rusted was the star of the show in the first, but he can't quite close it out this time. Maka will give Dignitas their second. And now for Spot Up, the money might be a little bit iffy.
More ultimates online for them, though. Tucker with the showstopper. We haven't really seen any Raze play at all today, so having that ultimate to open up a frag, to open up a site even, just to sort of clear up some of the retakes is going to be key for them. Some buy-ups in cases for Figment, as his money was good from the save that we saw just before. The Dignitas very much in the driving seat on attack now, and the Bladestorm is going to be used. Most likely at this point it will be from the side of Spot Up. Kempeki is wanting to face a little bit with the help of the Paranoid from Figment. They're going to be pushing down here, but all they find is that turret. Nice play from Dignitas to avoid it, and they even get the frag at him, so that ultimate's not going to find much else.
Yeah, for Spot Up in this round, it's looking pretty bleak. The C site completely under the control of the attackers. Psalm also finding a kill while lurking on the other side of the map. With just 2 players remaining, I think what they can really hope for, Ryan, is a few exit kills here and there. They can retrieve a slight upgrade when making things a bit more costly. But for now, they're just getting picked apart.
Now Rico even perfectly placed. A flawless round is so damning for Spot Up, because Dignitas have been pretty good at saving the money that they need. Odorous, if he dies with the operator, he'll be able to buy up another one. Some players even looking close to maxing out in some cases. And now they have the ult advantage. Campegi using the Bladestorm being caught out can't do much else. But they are fairly close to having a lockdown, which would be super useful on his defense. The issue is that Depth has his already. 3 and 4, but right now, Dignitas are going to be happy with things are going at the moment. Key round for Spot Up to win.
Blocking sight. Here.
Oh, it's an aggressive push. We're going to see the battle of the Jets, potentially. Although they kind of get distracted a little bit. Maybe not for Depth, though, as he peeks in with an impactful double. 2 openers to start things off, and now things look pretty damn troublesome. Now, of course, the one thing I will say is if you're playing a triple duelist, I kind of expect you to do better on the attack, and you're going to need these sort of plays, but thus far, it hasn't been going particularly well over the last few rounds for Spot Up.
I think Dignitas have been playing the pressure game really well, certainly when it comes to A. It's one of the reasons why Spot Up with Foster playing aggressive play might do it again. Look at this, another peek coming through. Odorous is lucky not to die there. In that case, 16 HP. It's going to pick up the pace for Dignitas. But I do think the planting of B would be a big mistake considering the pressure that's already there. Look at the position of Figment. He's right on this side. Showstopper is going to be used. It's going to find something. It finds Supper. And sooner enough, Spot Up can bring it back a little bit. But they check this angle. No, Maka can get one, but he's traded out. Mike hasn't even been planted yet at this point because all of this pressure coming in from Spot Up, they've brought it back. This is a really difficult position to be in from Def. A bit of a mistake to go for this site. Now they need to sort of bring it back. Bladestorm comes out. It's not going to be used. Def brings it to a 1 versus 1. Killjoy versus Killjoy. Look at the health, though, of Rustin. Def gets 4. Key round for Dignitas to win. But the reason why that was so close was their own demise. It was their own fault.
Yeah, they look very, very shaky when it comes to B. It's been a couple of rounds now where they've lost retakes or they've had those sort of after-plant positions or the opportunity for one, and they don't quite defend it. Luckily, it's that man again. As said, like when it came to Sentinels,
Recalling my bot.
Def definitely had a bit of a rough one when it came to this map. He's now top of the board with a really important 4K, and it sent Spot Up straight back to Pistols once again. They are struggling to really get anything done. It's unfortunate because that round at least was very close, but in these sort of rounds, at least up to now, they've not been able to do too much, and even there, just a trade leaves the A site almost completely open.
I do think in some of the cases for Spot Up on their game against Envy, that maybe the one-sidedness of how the game looked wasn't really depicting how close some of the rounds were. It was very scrappy, but Envy are a mature enough team, I suppose, to not get caught out by scenarios that we just from Dignitas. It was a big mistake to try and take a fight there. They had full map control and they panicked to try and get the spike down. And it just became a real scrappy affair. This one more straightforward, though, mostly because Spot Up Spy isn't going to be big. They have a lockdown. That's all they have. Are they going to realistically use it? Not likely. Might be a case of Figment again pushing around this flank, but to be honest, you're looking at Odorous. He's got a keen eye on it. You would expect that he's going to win that engagement. Just backing up a little bit. They're still going for the retake because why not? The guns aren't on their hand, but they're not checking this angle behind them. Supper actually gets away with murder. I'm surprised it took him so long to see Rustin there.
I think they expected the paint shell to kill off anybody who was in that corner, or at least that they might react or move, but he just sits there, tanks the damage, and because of that, they don't actually check the angle properly. 5-2, Dignitas in a commanding lead, and although some of these rounds have been a little bit closer, their finances are off the charts. The problem is we've not really seen... It's interesting because the triple duelists, they've been doing okay. Like we've seen Campeki get a few openers. It's actually Rustin who's been a little bit quieter, and it was weird because he was almost entry fragging when it came to the last map on the attacking side.
Yeah.
And his defensive utility thus far hasn't really done too much. But then again, I guess a lot of the pressure is coming on this A site where he doesn't currently reside.
The issue is this play... See, a lot of teams like TSM used to do this kind of thing, but it hasn't worked. It's just a little bit of pressure early in from Dignitas, and they're going to be hitting C really hard. Lockdown is available on this defense, but they could catch off Rustin in this position. It's not ideal, I think, to the point that Omen might want to try and take some of that potential, but that's such a good paranoia. It's unfortunate that he can't really get one. Maka's blind firing with the Hunter's Fury. Can't even really get any damage in, but Rustin's still in this position. A lot of utility being thrown out to try and clear him, but he's still alive. But Tucker coming to the rescue. He's good to Rustin. Much better from Spot Up. Dignitas had a straightforward affair with executing onto the site, but it's actually almost flawless from Spot Up. They just dealt with everything that was thrown at them, and they bring it 3-5.
Yeah, it almost seems like in that round at least that Figment almost just played with his opponents, because I do worry that if he wasn't spotted, that maybe the Hunter's Fury goes into the back corner instead to at least try and clear it, and then you don't know, Rustin might have been called out or caught out. He also times his peak very, very well, so mentioned he was a little bit quiet. They finally put some pressure onto him, and he thrives in those situations. No surprise, really, to see the Dignitas have gone, yeah, I think we'll just go back to A. That's been our major success. They haven't been able to stop us thus far. Def has been doing well on these openers, and it's him versus Campeki once again trying to bait the shot, because if he does, that's where he can charge onto his opponents, but it's a bait and switch. They've left the Reyna behind in play to almost try and bait in that peak. Bunny waiting for that angle, but for now, he's going to have to peek into Def, and he actually wins it. The tap comes out off the back of the Vandal, and well, the headshot is enough.
Yeah, I like the fact that they put the Reyna there, because I think Def was expecting to be peaked by an op again. So the Vandal was a very big surprise, but shout out to the rest of Spot Up. They've been playing the rest of this map perfectly. Sat back and even positioning from Tucker. Dignitas aren't going to be happy with the way that B has been looking so far, but they've taken a good amount of space. And Tucker loses that. That was a sick flick from Sam, but luckily Rustin could get the kill. Some of these kills for Dignitas coming out of clear air, but Spot Up are at least trying to bring this back a little bit. This B site is a mess from both teams at this point, but it makes it super exciting.
30 seconds left.
And Maka can't even plant the spike at this point because Campeki's just staring him down. Odorous gets caught out from that angle, and there's a nice little pincer from Spot Up. Maka's got to try and make a play. Is he going to try and pick this? He does get the kill onto that, so it's all up now to Figment to try and make a play. He peeks a little bit too early. And yet again, another round I don't think Dignitas should have won, Tom.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed as well that from the side of Spot Up, if they wait for the spike to go down there and push that together, there's like a 90% chance you win that round, and unless like Maka does something incredible. And sure, he does a fantastic job of isolating each of those duels in the 1 versus 2 to like pick them apart, find a spot where he can take the 1 versus 1. But even if they just wrapped around through spawn and grouped up together, I think that's a very easy take. The only way he wins is if they do what they did, which is try and take the fights individually. It is Campeki back on the operator, and again, he goes for the same peak. They're expecting it at this point. Bunny is there to at least get the trade, and he will dismiss himself back around the corner. Lots of utility being put into place, but he's got Tucker to try and support him. I say try because he hasn't held the cross at all. Doesn't matter though, because he gets just about out of the sight before the pick comes back through.
You should run.
Even still though,
Spike planted.
the site is going to be taken. Lockdown put into play, but they will be able to blast in the back corners. Where's Super going though? He's going all the way back into the spawn. This could play out similarly to what we saw previously. If they manage to kill off the remaining man in this corner, which they do, they can now just get on the defusal. He has no way to get back into this, and they should know that he's TP'd behind them. Super just trying to get something done here, but it's over. And it's unfortunate. It's a similar stance to what we saw from Def in the previous map, where he does so well to get into a flanking position, but unfortunately the players don't stay alive long enough.
It was a good retake from Spot Up. Glimmers of greatness, but now with 2 rounds left of this half, they're playing for equal results at most. Dignitas could have an 8-4 lead if they want. And I really like the play there from Tucker. He held on to the site. Kampeki's thanking his teammates. Thank you guys for saving my bacon there. Because now he's changed up his positioning. Not trying the same thing, but look how much space Dignitas have going towards A. But because of how well Spot Up have been playing when it comes to aggression, they don't know it's completely open other than for the Killjoy and a bit of a utility. They're going to be hitting Garage. They're going to be hitting Tucker.
Well, when a Guardian play works,
Get out of my way.
definitely one of the most exciting things to watch in Valorant. Actually going to be Bunny, though, on the other side to get the opener. A cheeky play down mid. Finds that pick and doesn't really take much damage in response. Storm will retrieve the operator, but they have managed to gain control of the C site. Now, C site retakes are not something we've really witnessed too much so far, but there goes at least the ult to try and deny their pressure. It will gain a little bit of extra space. The lockdown and the jump over. It's Campeki to find a pick back. Now they'll just take the isolation. They'll leave and let Super have his sight. But the fact is, the rest of the team are coming back through in full force. He's managed to catch one, though, on the edge of the smoke. Bring it into a 1 versus 2. A possible scenario, but the spray doesn't quite connect. It will be Spot Up to take themselves a 5th round. Again, it's close, but this time it's a little bit better when it comes to their retake.
Oh, no.
Even Dignitas on half-buy rounds can do so much damage to Spot Up. It's pretty much been the tale of the day.
Last round.
This is in the hands of Spot Up. I honestly believe that they can do some work here, but mistakes have been obvious, it feels, for both sides. It's just who can exploit them the most. Final round of this half, everything needs to be used up. 3 ultimates either side of varying degrees. You got to fancy what Spot Up have available for a retake. Certainly the Showstopper could do quite a lot, but a Hunter's Fury can open up the site for Dignitas. Could be on as even at halftime if things are going, but Spot Up, they've been doing this a lot. Aggressive A plays. Dignitas are actually going to try and take space in other avenues if they can.
It's looking fairly similar to the last map. We saw one team start incredibly strong and sort of let it slip away. It's going to be the take of the B site, one that, well, we haven't seen successfully at all so far. Maybe they can deny them before they even get to the B site. That's the new plan. If we just fight them before they get to B, then they can't retake it off us. If they let this one slip, Brian, it would be an absolute mess. A 3 versus 5, both Empresses used at the same time. We're going to see Showstopper expended, but it's off the back of a trade, so that's absolutely fine. And, well, it's left all onto one man just floating above, trying to avoid the ult, but he's actually found 2. I don't see a way that he wins this just because of the remaining positioning. He's going to try and just stick out the defuse, and Maka will be there to close. A similar scenario to the last map, a 7-5 half this
Switching
time
sides.
in favor of Dig. And the pistol round is going to be ever crucial.
Yeah, really big from Dig there. Just to take garage control after planting B. Much better. Much more of a backbone that you can hold on to that site and they red spell up's aggressive play. We'll be able to see a few more of the better moments on that half thanks to GoPuff with these replays. And Kampeki had so much impact with this operator, but a lot of the times it was an opening as we're seeing on screen. Def had some great play. I've really enjoyed watching him, but I think if you're going to look back, it's going to be these really sloppy plays from either side on B. Supper now going to be the attacking side. We saw some really good plays on Ascent. They can transfer it over to this map too. They can get an easy 2-0. Dignitas certainly not out of it just yet. They're going to be on the defending side.
A lot to do. He's called for the rotation. His teammates are running. He's trying to deny them as much as possible. But the fact is the openings go the way of the attackers once again. Maka has at least been able to find an opening pick. That's something at least. And the plant is going to be a very open one. It gives a lot of angles to jump through. Only results in a trade, and that seems to be everything at the moment. Kills going the way for Spot Up, and it's left on to Super once again. He came close previously, and he's looking to try and do it once again. Into a 1v1. He's expecting maybe someone in the back corner, and it's close. It's Omen on Omen, but it's Figment to take it home.
Figment relying on the right click there a little bit from the classic, but worked out well for him. And some of these executes, certainly on Ascent, were really good from Spot Up. The utility that they use, granted it was a pistol, so there's only so much firepower that they can bring to the table, but they're buying up. There's no real worry about the economy. It's just get what you can, get a Bulldog if it's good. It's not a case of worry about the future rounds. They want to make sure that they can take this for Dignitas. Bring the scores even by taking these 2 rounds. But against Eco, Spot Up have looked weak at best in some cases.
Oh. We've sort of mentioned both teams have definitely had their issues at times versus what is pistols. Dignitas are pretty much just gamble stacking, rotating all of their players onto C. For now, at least. They've got it spot on. And that's a scary prospect. You may be thinking, well, it's just a few classics, not really much invested in this at all. But the fact is, these classics definitely can get it done, especially with a few dinks here and there. Anti-flash being played by Def. Unfortunately, it wasn't the type of flash he was hoping for. And that's a really nice cleanup. That's a lot easier said than done, I'll be honest, from Spot Up. Like, most of the time, you're going to lose a player or at least take some damage. But they managed to keep that squeaky clean.
And they even got the plant in, which means that they get a little bit extra cash too. Buy-up's not going to be a troublesome one for them. But it's so important that Dignitas win this. You would assume even on a map like Haven, where the stats suggest that it's a little bit more even between attack and defense, that even still then, defenders will have this innate advantage. Certainly when you talk to the devs, it seems that way, but... Supper doing pretty so far on this map. Still a long way to go. It's whether they're expecting at this point Supper to be in the position that he's in. There's been some really tricky Omen spots on this map. Figment still wanted to push and flash out really at this point, but Super sees them all. The paranoia is going to be good to get them, but might not be much follow-up going on, and Superman's going to be looking to hold on to his life, but he even gets Kampeki. And this is a very scrappy affair, though. Another pretty decent executing Spot Up, but there's still 2 Dignitas players waiting for this retake.
And this is a bonus round again. Like, some of their players didn't even buy any armor going into this, so they need to make sure that this round goes back to the home of Dig. And unfortunately, for now, it's not looking good. It's Maka left in the clutch. They're going to try and keep him together, but he gets both headshots. What a clutch from him. He keeps this round in their favor. An 8-7 lead taken, but damn, was that close.
It was such an awful angle to take a double peek at. It really didn't take Maka much to just align things in a certain way that he was spraying through both of them at the same time. And just openings like that from Spot Up, just little mistakes. are going to be gaping wounds for them against a team like Dignitas, who, yeah, haven't looked as good as you were expecting. They've had a big change up. They've had a big roster shift around. But this is still a team that has scared the likes of TSM, done damage, and still a contender to do well in this tournament. But if they don't win Haven, they're out.
This is the round where Spot Up can pretty much put the pain onto Dig. They may have won that round, but as mentioned, that was the bonus for Spot Up. So we're not sat here singing the praises. Sure, it was a sick clutch for Maka, but it's not one that necessarily should have been needed. Of course, if they win this round, it's all a distant memory. It really doesn't matter too much. The attackers, though, building in. The alarm bot's been spotted, so that won't do too much, but it has the same result. They know exactly where they're going to be, and nice start from Def and Maka. They find the opening kills. Maka continues from the last round, and obviously it isn't going to matter how many players they lost in the last one, because they're keeping this one very clean indeed. Not a single player lost, barely any damage received, and Dig take a 9-7 lead.
Save is likely from Spot Up. You have the Blade Storm for Kanpeki, who has been top fragging for his team, but look at Maka, 20-8. It's had impacts, clutches as we just saw, but it's just been so good for Dignitas for just to get a couple of kills around in some cases. It would be a great way to not expend too much, keep that economy good in their favor. Odorous is going to be picking up the operator and hasn't found much success. Autumn fragging in the server completely at this point. An aggressive push coming in very quickly from Kanpeki. That's going to be a good layer, but they haven't spotted Superman. Nobody's even really checking him, but they have 4 pistols pointing at him towards the end at least. And Maka actually using the Hunter's Fury is interesting. Again, he's good for 2. Figment's last alive with this ghost. He's surrounded by Dignitas players that catch him out. Another really good round for Dignitas, but probably a lot more stressful than it needed to be for the defenders.
Yeah, Maka is playing superb. Like, you look at the rest of the team, he has 10 kills above anyone else. 22-8. And he might be just about doing enough to drag his team through this map kicking and screaming. Of course, this is elimination. If they lose this one, they are out. And although, sure, with a brand new roster, at least getting into the top 16 wouldn't be bad. I'm sure they'd like to have another go at either Envy or, of course, Sentinels. But it isn't done just yet. Spot Up, proven their resilience so far, strutting their stuff in the first map, and now look to do the same here. Investment doesn't seem to be too bad either. The last round was mostly pistols, so although they didn't get a spike plant, they didn't really need it for the extra investment. However, can they get this round back? Because if not, we're looking at Dig on 11 and potentially even a third map.
Ooh, Rustin. He's one away from having a lockdown too, so if he can get a kill, it might open up opportunities. He does that, but he needs to be careful that the Omen doesn't trade him out in Garage. He's been lurking there a little bit. Something's going to take the fight. He just doesn't check. That's nice 2K from Rustin. The A-site's going to come in. Showstopper not really necessary, but even then, it still gets a kill onto Maka. It's just the Reina that I'm worried about. Defending side is on A short. It's a nice position for Sam to be in. They're not expecting him to be there. Narrow still gets that flag even when the plant is coming in, so Dignitas in a 1 versus 4. You can't expect them to do too much here. Nice play from Spotter.
They've managed to take the round, but they've used a fair amount to get it. So going into the next few, it might become a little bit tougher without those tasty ultimates to get them some free frags. Def still looking to try and make this one at least a little bit more costly, but without spotting anybody out for the while, the chances are he will just lose his life peeking. And in fact, they've actually done most of the damage just straight through the wall. Tucker gets the kill in the end, and Spot Up, they eventually break back.
I like the fact that because of the wall bang damage, they then saw the Killjoy just kind of like flop into the side from aim punch. It's not going to be funny on the side of Dignitas, though. We're on a bit of a streak, but Spot Up had a good round there. Mostly down to Rustin, who is now starting to pick up the pace a little bit. Has that lockdown, but all of the other ultimates used on the side of Spot Up. the Empress, from the shadows, the Showstopper. They're still going to be happy that so many ultimates got used on a round like that. They still have advantage, they still have money, they still have some decent ults for a retake too. The map control is pretty good to the point to spot up. Really not wanting to move anywhere without much meaning, I suppose.
Odorous is getting aggressive, and he finds the kill. There isn't even an option for a trade, although the repick might have been a little bit too cheeky. And even initial battle, and in the meantime, I can see this push in. I don't think they expected a second operator. I'll be honest, I didn't even really expect a second operator onto Def, but it looks like he's pulling out. Could be the carry for this round. And Pecky looking for a second trade, but he's going to be headshot through the box. Another round coming up from the veteran, and well, now only 2 players stand for spot up. It could be a short-lived comeback at this rate, as Def's going to be waiting around the edge of the
30 seconds
smoke.
left.
Just using that corner to his advantage, and they walk straight past him. You found this turret, but you haven't found Def. And it will be 11-8 now. Dignitas slowly grasping their way back into this one and in towards that third map.
And look at the economy for Spotter. They lose this next round, Dignitas going to match point, and they will have very little money in the way to try and stop that from happening if we get there. A must-win round for them. And they really only have the lockdown to play off because so many ultimates were used in the round before. Dignitas ready to go with 3 of them at least. And Super has got a really nice position. A lot of omens have caught people out in the matches that we've even seen today. Even the spray is pretty good, but can't get a frag, but he is expecting these players. Rotation even going to come in. Dignitas have such a good read on this. Could spot it, push them through.
You should run.
So lucky that he hasn't found anything here. Won't matter though, now he can see his opponent. It's the same job nonetheless, and everything's falling apart for spot up. One by one, losing their lives. Rustin doing a good job to at least try and hold on, but he has to back out so that he isn't. He doesn't really get caught. It's all falling apart. They've lost another round. It's 12-8 in favor of Dignitas, and they are 1 away from heading us into a third map. And I'll be honest, what we saw earlier, I believe the last map Split, right? Everybody's been banning Bind.
Yes.
So on Split earlier, they looked pretty good.
A question mark certainly around spot up. Can have a quick look and break down the stats, but right now it's not the time really. Dignitas looking a much stronger team, a team that took Sentinels super close on this map, is looking to at least win it once today. They need to. Spot up have a lot of utility, just trying to sort of force them through with the little guns that they have, but they are going to run right into Sam. If they can get a frag, they can. Kapiki goes down. He's able to get a few, string them together, and even survive a little bit longer. His team are going to be there. The spike is not even on the site, ready to be planted. Things are looking good for them.
I don't think we saw a successful retake throughout that whole map, and it isn't going to change now. Dignitas on the defensive side will close things out. And they are going to be getting themselves into the third and final map. A decider, a best of one, which will basically, well, decide who's out of the whole tournament in the last place of this qualifier at least.
I think there were a lot of opportunities where Spot Up could have got some more rounds and made that a little bit more closer towards the end. Big mistakes on either side, but I feel like Dignitas started to flare up with some of the more individual skill. Depth looked really good on this map, on the Killjoy. I don't know whether we'll see it on Split. A lot more teams are more focused in bringing it into play. But this is, you know, the best of 3. It's gone all the way between these two teams. Whoever loses is out of the qualifiers and won't have a chance, at least for now, to get into the grand finals in December for a chance of 100k, which would be great for pretty much anybody still in this tournament. And even better for Spot Up if you're still looking for a team to pick up your roster and to do this full time.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think that's the thing that we really need to look at is even if they do go on and fall eventually to the likes of Sentinels or MV, depending on who goes back down into the lower bracket, you're going to start paying real attention to this team because they're beating or have beaten on the previous map at least Dignitas, who are a team that are looking to rise back up the ranks, who did some real damage previously at Pop Flash. So I've been impressed so far, but they've still got a long, long way to go, because Split earlier was a 13-11 loss versus the Sentinels, who many will consider the best team in North America. So if Dignitas can pull out that sort of performance again, they're probably going to take this one 2-1. Either way, we are going to have to hand this one off to a break. And once we come back, we will then be seeing who is going to be heading through to the next stage and who is out.
And welcome back as we get ready to see who is going to be moving on further in the tournament, as Dignitas is surprisingly stuck in a scenario where they could be eliminated here in the group stages by none other than Spot Up. This is the Valorant First Strike Closed Qualifiers presented by Nerd Street Gamers. I'm your host, Bach. Joining me are the fellow bald men here, but they're on the other side of the pond. Tom Biz and Ryan Central, who's still got a little fuzz on top and he's hanging on to it. More power to you. You're making us look terrible. You've got that extra hair. It's not cool. Hold on. I know this is a side, and I'm going to try and get it on the broadcast. I found a picture of Tom from, how old were you in this picture?
I want to say 18, 19.
Full head of hair. Full. I'm talking lush. And it freaked me out so much that I had to tweet it, but I made sure I asked Tom in advance. I had to get permission. But anyway, I just had to bring that up. Maybe we'll put it on broadcast
I was
later
so
today.
pretty.
One day.
You still are. You still are. You're a beautiful man, Tom. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Chat, you can be cruel all you want to me, but leave Tom out of it. Now, that first map, Spot Up came out swinging. And I was like, okay, maybe they'll take that second map. And they looked okay at times in that second map. But Ryan, they weren't able to end up taking it in the end. What exactly was it that kind of stopped them from carrying some of that first map momentum into that second map?
I think there were a lot of mistakes, even just on the executes that they ended up winning. They would have people go down to the point where the economy just couldn't really keep up with Dignitas. But I think Dig, the 3 rounds in a row or whatever it was that they won in the second half, was just enough of a buffer to keep them in it and to keep them with the rounds advantage to keep going forward, right? So it was a good look for Dignitas. Individual players showed up, and we really didn't see all that much from the triple duelists with spot-ups. There were certain moments that looked really solid, but I'm a little bit more concerned going into Split because the only game that we actually saw spot-up play in the first strike event so far, at least, was against Sentinels, and they got battered like 13-4. We saw Dig play it earlier today. That was about 13-10 lost to Sentinels. So they both lost, but Dignitas were a little bit more competitive.
Does 1 add 1 equal 2, though? That's always the question. It's like those sort of silly
logic.
things where it doesn't necessarily match up. And I genuinely believe they would have 2-0'd this if they managed to win. Like, there was that sort of, I guess you call it the bonus round, where they had the SMGs, they had like 1 or 2 rifles, and I think it was a very close half at that point. And they basically ran in, it was a 1v2, and Maka just insta-headshots both of them as they tried to dual peek. And from then onwards, we didn't see anything from Spot Up. I think they won 1 round in the rest of the map and lost 6.
Yeah.
So I think that was just pure momentum that got taken off of them. And honestly, I think if they managed to streak it together a little bit better, then they probably do okay. Why are you holding up your like old school jersey from like the 1970s?
This is an old Ronin Esports jersey, and do you know who was on that roster?
No, go for it.
My boy Maka. Maka was a staple of that Ronin Esports team back in the MDL days. They played multiple seasons in a row at that level.
You.
Yeah, they paid me off
caster.
to be a fan. Biased caster. Honestly, it was funny. I was watching the game and I didn't even connect the dots until like that round. In that round, I'm like, oh man, Maka's popping off. I'm like, oh yeah. I was like, I got this thing right behind me. You know, Emode, another caster as well, was a member of that team. Dallas, formerly known as Hitman, infamously banned for cheating in the early days of ESEA, came back and made a resurgence with that team as well. And then you had Ryova and Caboose who were on that roster. At various points, you had other people kind of passing in and out. You had Odorous on that team as well. And, you know, I just had to point back to them and be like, oh, Ronin, they started it all, apparently. They're the ones who kicked it all off.
Caboose is doing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the teams. Look, I'm going to pull it up here on the side. And you've got Emode, Dallas, Maka, Ryova, Caboose, Odorous, Check, McNutty. Stronglegs was a temporary stand-in. Hwin was on that team, but not the Hwin you're thinking of. You also had XP3 play for them. Rico, Wrath, Whitmer, Sanks, Flowsick. Like, these are some names that have not necessarily made ripples in Valorant, but did some work in CS. So I did think it was a little bit interesting, and it was worth mentioning as well. Maka looked great, especially in that 1v2. That was some quick 1-2, like, dirt naps coming out for the members of Spot Up. But now we move into this third and final map, and we move to Split.
Nice
Spot Up
segue.
gets to start on the defense. That's always iffy. Tom, you know, we've talked about it before. People have said that maybe the map isn't as decided as it once was, as the attacking side has started to gain more favor over the last several months, largely in part due to the changes to the AWP and Sage. Is that true? And should we expect to see maybe a little bit more of an extra oomph come out from Dignitas on their attacking side?
I think this is the map, especially where like openers are the most important thing for the attacking side. I think you even see like certain teams will just drop a lot of their utility and just try and make sure that they have somebody who's going to be able to get them those opening picks. Like you'll see Tens actually switch over to the likes of Arena, so that he has the chance to go for those firefights and escape from them if he's successful. Like, it is a map that you really rely on that. And I think that's why a lot of the times you can still have these really defensive-sided sets where teams are just good at basically trading and just holding on to those advantages and basically working the picks better themselves, having the timed aggression. So I do worry when teams start on that attacking side, but it works both ways. If you get like 5-6 rounds on that attack, you're laughing. You're in the same boat. Like, you're going, okay, well, that's it done. We just have to do our job on the defense. So it definitely works both ways. Obviously, if Spot Up now have a really poor start to this map, Dig will probably just take this over the line. So you play both sides. So whether you think it's heavily defensive or not, you still have to play the attacking side anyway. So it's meaningless.
I mean, it's hard to say, really. There's been a lot of teams that even on the attacking side have been able to pull in like 9 and 3 halves. I don't think it's specifically to do with the defending side specifically. It's just that momentum, keeping the economy, buffering it. And really, you know, you look at the Cloud9 TSM game where I think Cloud9 on their defense went 10 and 2, and then it was 3 and 9 on their attack. TSM had a really good defending half. So really, it's up to SpotUp to do as much damage here as possible. If they go in even close at halftime, I worry that that's not going to be good enough. Both teams could be really good on the attack, but it's whoever can string those rounds together to carry that momentum. Dig did a really good job of it at the end of Haven, like you mentioned. They do it again, they're home and dry.
Well, we are just about ready to jump into this third and final map. It's going to be split, and we'll see if SpotUp is going to be able to find what they need to take Dignitas to the bitter end and find the victory. Again, whoever loses this game is eliminated. Surprisingly so that Dignitas has found themselves in this position, but SpotUp has fought for it. Tom, Ryan, take us into this third map.
Well, it is the third and final, the finale, to see who is going to be eliminated. Of course, both teams at this point have lost a couple of maps along the way, now got the victory under their belt as well. We will see whether or not there's going to be anything coming up for the side of SpotUp. They've not started too well. It's Def once again. He had a fantastic map earlier when facing off against the Sentinels, Ryan, dropping 27 kills and losing the map.
Nodorus has changed over from the Jet for the first time over to this Raze. But Tucker's been able to do quite a lot of damage. Not quite playing the double duelist that they had before. The breach is in play, and Odorous at least getting a nice little headshot in, but all he can realistically do. Look how low both players are for SpotUp. 1 health for Kampeki. Even just a sliver of damage in from the aftershock is going to end him. And this is not an ideal scenario to be if you're the defenders. You've got 2 people coming in behind you. It's just up to Tucker, who's 5 health, can at least get 1, a third in total. But Dig on the attack, start off with that round win.
That's another thing that's always worth mentioning as well. Like we spoke about like which sided this map can be. Well, the difference is a lot of this time you'll see very different compositions of agents on this map because teams will decide whether or not they're going to go to try and get as many rounds on the defense or if they're going to try and scrape through as many rounds as they can on the offense. So the differing compositions you'll get, I think on this map are actually the most varied. In fact, it's probably the only map we're ever going to see Viper coming on. It's the one that people have started to throw that in. I think it was Hazed has actually done it a few times recently. So it's a map that I think people are still definitely trying to work out the perfect comp for. And I quite like that, if anything. I don't like just seeing the same agents over and over again. To see people try different things on this map, as we have right now, it makes things more interesting.
The Killjoy versus the Cypher too. Dignitas opting to keep depth on that agent. Why not? He's been exceptional really, and on the attack a lockdown could be a difference. But we are seeing Ruston move to the Cypher. More of a, I guess, conservative playstyle from SpotUp with their comp. There's certainly no triple duelist, so that's a better look for them. The breach has been in play quite a lot from Bunny. We're going to see him on it again, hopefully having some big impact. Ruston's sight is going to be hit towards A. Hiding towards the cyber cage is going to be missed, but just runs right into Superman Spectres. A couple of kills that Dignitas are able to get. It's a full 5 members of Dignitas versus the 1 of SpotUp.
Yeah, I think if he manages to win this one, I'll probably leave as well. And I think at that point, Dig should probably just give up on the map because they ain't coming back from that. Then again, if he went for a sneaky defuse, I would be very surprised though. You can see that they're still keeping an eye on it and actually could work out, but there you go. Sam is just gonna stick around. I was getting a little bit worried. I was like, am I gonna have to leave? But thankfully Dignitas are not gonna let that slip.
The full buy is going to come through from SpotUp on this defense. Like we mentioned before, if you see Dignitas pulling a 5-0 lead, for example, on this attack, that doesn't bode well for SpotUp. Not by any stretch. So Dig, going to try and keep this momentum going. Odorous has been flawless so far, hasn't died yet alongside with Depth, but has double the kills. Whereas for 4 members of SpotUp, they haven't got off the board yet. So that's not a good look. They're hoping to do that at least. Straightforward setup and a nice little fault line to begin with from Bunny. This is a lot of space that Dig can take. There's not much utility to stop them pushing on through. So it requires a lot of bodies from their defenders to just keep an eye on this. And it's not much pressure, at least, coming out from Dignitas just yet.
But this is one of the maps where we have seen that sort of popular jet dash combo from both Mixwell and Wardell specifically when it came to that middle control. I am liking, though, the utilization of Raze a little bit more. Although it was normally in that comp together, like Ardis actually switched over quite a bit when it came to G2 style of play. This is going to be aggressive, though. Bear in mind, again, this is one of those rounds where they are using it as a bit of a bonus. If Dignitas managed to win this one, we would worry quite a bit for Spot Up, and it is going very well indeed. 2 players held on the other side of the map. Psalms on the ladder. What? I thought the whole point of that was it wasn't meant to be that accurate anymore. He goes up the rope, gets the headshot anyway, and the remaining 2 players have just got to try and hold on to their weaponry.
They've been here the whole time. It's just been some really good work from Odorous to just put pressure on him. He's sat back, he's happy. He's done his job. And he will continue to do this on this attack, just putting pressure onto Ramp, keeping the bodies to Spot Up to respect him, really. But Bunny, at least, can damage the economy a little bit more for Dignitas. It's not really a chance for them to go for a full retake with how far away they are. But at least getting 2 kills onto Dignitas keeps them within check, and that was pretty much the win condition before on Haven, and it didn't bode well for them there either. Dignitas are hoping to win this game. It would be great if they could stay within the tournament, but more so that they don't get knocked out by a team like Spotter. That certainly wouldn't be a good look for them at this point. And it seems that another half buy at most is coming in from Spotter. On the defender side, it's not going well so far, though.
Yeah, definitely not the start they were looking for. And the problem being here is, as said, that was a round where Dignitas still had all of their bonus weaponry invested. Now the buy that's coming up for Spot Up is almost like a bonus round, but, well, they're not getting anything extra if they win. They just have to try and get themselves back into this one, because you don't want to be looking at a 4-0 deficit, whether or not you still think there's opportunities on the attacking side. We are going to see some early control being gathered again. Odorous has been a real nuisance so far. Position looking to be clear, but there has been a paranoia, and Kampeki will be able to escape. Unfortunately, his teammate, not quite so lucky. And the push from Psalms continuing, even while blind, though.
5 health.
Kampeki will be able to get the kill just.
They have been so good putting pressure in multiple areas of the map. Very hard to do on split, but they are going to be breaking through to A with the majority of the defenders moving from the site. The tripwise going to pull them back a little bit, though. But it's more of a bait. They are very much ready to hit onto this B site with this amount of heaven control. Sure, you've got Tucker there waiting, and we do see the camera giving a bit of intel, but doesn't have any utility to stop them. This bot line's going to stun him. Hasn't been overrun, but that was an opportunity for Dignitas to punish Spotter just a little bit more. But they're hanging on by a thread.
30 seconds left.
All of the luck for them. But they're able to do quite a little bit of damage with 2 kills. Macado brings it to a 2 versus 2. And Tucker's showstopper gets absolutely nothing. All up for Figment to get a play. He's low health. Luckily, so is Odorous, who he gets a frag onto. Now it's just going to be Maka, who has been so good on the silver. He's 2 health. They're going to run into each other on this corner, and Figment actually gets it with a headshot too. Didn't matter if he was 2 health, 20, or even 102. Nice frag for Spot Up to get him off the board, but man, these rounds are getting so close.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Like, that was one where I think the counter utility that was expended by Rustin does a very good job. He may not get a kill, but just the cages deny for so long, and the crossfire that was held from Spot Up on the side, very, very good. Bear in mind, one of those players to come out on top. Of course, the money that was saved up over the last few rounds from Dignitas will bail them out of this round. However, it means the purchase they're coming up against, well, it's a slightly better one. It's almost exactly the same, but the difference being they now have an operator.
Cover going out. Shadows.
A lot of things that Dignitas can use, though. Money's been fine. They've won 3 rounds in a row. They've got a little bit of buffer to work with and a showstopper. So this is looking to be a mean execute onto the site. Yep, Truck's going to be used to clear that corner. The flash is coming through, and it's a high dunk from Odorous onto Rustin. Nobody else is on the site other than the camera, which is obviously going to be useless. Spotup's rotation is going to be slow. They don't really have too much of it. Kanpeki with a Blade Storm and an Operator. And Tucker's found an opening, at least towards A ramp. A lot of pressure put towards this point, and Bunny's able to get quite a lot of work done. One more frag years of Rolling Thunder might not necessarily need it, and Kanpeki's brought out the Blade Storm. It's 4 versus 2.
So much invested into this round, they now have to take it away, but Super doing a good job at the back of the site. He's going to get his second kill, but it will be Bunny to close. Fantastic retake, because I'll be honest, going into the initial stages of the round, I was quite surprised that, well, they basically just had one player there. The second that player was dead, that was it. There was no more site defense. They were fully invested into the retake, but the ground that was gained by Dignitas, it didn't really seem to be utilized too well. They didn't really hold on to any of the positions back towards the spawn. They didn't take any aggression when it came further forward in towards A. And because of that, they eventually just got pincered, and, well, Bunny obviously hitting some nice little headshots on his way back through.
Yeah, really nice read, I suppose, from Spotup to take A ramp control. The majority of the kills onto Dignitas came from there. Bit more of a split, still a buy from Dignitas. Money is still good, they're happy. Rolling Thunder's available for this defense. They've changed up the Cypher over to B. More impact there. Ruster just got ran over with all of the utility used. It was a good read. Kanpeki's fully flashed. He's in such an awkward spot, and I think Dignitas know he's there. Such a deep punish from Super. It's the shame of it being in mid, though, that they can't really use it to teeter a site, so they're just going to let Spotup stew. They haven't changed up their positioning. Good placement across the map, really, but it is forcing the rest of Spotup to play a little bit more aggressively. Depth easily could have punished Rustin with that peek there.
Dig are going to start clearing out a lot of positions in mid. In the meantime, they look to try and put pressure back into B. There's not a lot of information at the moment for the defensive side, and Odorous in this spot is going to make things very awkward for them when they do go for the push. We can see from the shadows into the back of the site as they go.
30 seconds left.
This could be a big lurk, though. I really like the positioning of Odorous. He's been there the whole time. Tucker's expecting it, though. Smart play from him, but he doesn't win the duel. Odorous gets a nice flick headshot in, and he's just going to be more of a nuisance. It's just going to be Rustin now. You can at least get a frag onto a weakened Odorous, but he shouldn't have needed to take that fight. That really should have been Tucker's to keep a hold on it. Really nice play from Dignitas. Totally different from the last execute, right? That was full power. Eventually hits the shot. Luckily, he was lurking in a crazy position, but that could have been awkward. But Dignitas showing different reads, a bigger playbook on this map than I maybe would have given him credit for. Worked out so well against Spotup here.
Yeah, this is not the greatest position for them now. They managed to get at least a couple of rounds in a row, but they were relatively close within the retake. Not too many players surviving, and because of that, we now sit in a position where they are only going to have pistols in this round. A chance for Dignitas to really extend their lead. And we mentioned, like, if you're looking at, like, 5-6 rounds on the attacking side, you're in pretty good shape. Now, 5 can be almost guaranteed with only 2 on the other side for their opponent. Well,
Placing alarm bot.
now going to see a little bit of aggression coming out from Def. You can see them in pretty much just a default setup, just waiting for anybody to try and push them, expecting the defensive side to try and make a play.
Rotations come in. All it is a couple of nano swarms, and Def just being a pain in the backside. Dignitas have a bit more of an opening in mid, to be honest. And they're ready to sort of heat into the stack that's coming their way. It's interesting, really, how both teams have read such an innocuous little bit of play at this point. But, you know, if you are spotted with this kind of buy, with stuff like frenzies, you need to gamble stack. And
You
I
should
think
run.
they've gambled correctly. They could get an easy kill head. The lockdown's going to go down into B main. Figment's wanted to go with the paranoia at least, but they have to time it right with the guns that they have.
30 seconds left.
Paranoia is nigh on perfect, and Tucker does at least manage to take one with him. The problem being, though, locked out of the site, at least for the moment. Stack was almost pushed into. Bunny takes another one down. They're at least making this one a bit more costly for Dignitas. The question is, can the remaining 2 players pull off a miracle?
One
I'm
enemy
very
remaining.
surprised if they get anything done here in Def. He's just farming up those eco frags. 4 kills for him once again. Another multi-frag round in this series. And more importantly, there is that 5th round. Now, it came at a cost. They did use an ultimate just to make sure it went through, but realistically, it's worth it. You're on the attacking side, get all the rounds you can get.
They have a rolling thunder to go again too. And Def has just been he's 4 and 7 to having another lockdown. He just used it. He did this as well on Ascent. I don't really think there's been many players that have been so good at using an ultimate and then being able to farm up another one. Well, I think with the patch 1.11, we could see a lot more killjoys, certainly worth bearing in mind. Good luck from Dignitas. It's been few and far between today. It's not been the best of days that they've had, but they're enjoying things at the moment. Kanpeki, not for the first time tonight at least, caught out aggressively peeking with that operator and provides Dignitas a bit of an opening on a key round.
I really love the Odorous Psalm like duo taken towards the A site. They've come in as a tag team, and it just seems to be so deadly every time they go in that direction. Sure, they lose a player elsewhere, but it doesn't seem to matter. This man likes to pick up the operator at times, but his rifling has been superb so far in this map. He will eventually fall, which gives some space for the defensive side, and they've managed these retakes before. However, this one's not going to be easy. They've already lost a lot of HP onto Tucker, who will eventually fall to death. And this time they do. He claims quite a bit of ground. The flash is nigh on perfect as well. And it comes on to just 1, and they've spotted him out as well. The Cypher, normally there to defend at the beginning, this time was on the other side of the map. Tries to challenge, but Maka is there to close things out. 6-2, a half guaranteed almost for Dignitas. And unfortunately, once again, the money just isn't really there for spot up.
I feel that there is a very real risk that this could be a 10-2 half for Dignitas. And like we mentioned before, a lot of people, it's defended sided. It's just more this momentum that teams can pick up on. And yeah, sure, the majority of these rounds in a row are going to be defenders sided for split, of course. But Dignitas showing that they're able to keep up that economy. They're good for the rest of this half. Even if they lose the next 4 rounds, they can still keep buying up, which is something that Spot Up can't even do on this round. They have a Rolling Thunder, they have a Showstopper, but do you realistically use them on maps, or rounds at least, where you don't have the guns to follow up on them? Not likely. Dignitas are sitting pretty right now, and looking good within each round that they're playing.
Well, you mentioned as well, like, the lockdown that they used a couple of rounds ago. It's back.
He's got it again.
It's already back in play, so
don't talk about a second lockdown,
farming
please.
things up. It's already happening.
I know.
But there are some counter orders. I think it will only be utilized if there's a full rush in a specific direction. Now, they will be able to see at the back of the site. This doesn't clear absolutely everything. And actually, they're going to invest 2 ultimates here. Quite an expensive round already for Dignitas, especially with what's currently invested. And I'll be honest, they really don't get much for that whatsoever. Instead, though, the Spike was actually taking a huge risk going back in the other direction. Psalm falls, and he's alone.
30 seconds
and
left.
the full rotations come in. However, Def, this could be spicy. If he gets the timing right, he could get both frags, and now it doesn't even matter. It's the same situation again, where this man just seems to farm up frags the second he uses an ultimate. It's almost like it's some sort of power-up at this point. He's not even using it to try and clear the space. It just buffs his strength, and he clears out everyone else. Another 4K straight after using the ult for Def. And I don't know, is there some sort of hidden ability I didn't know about, Ryan? Because it just seems to make his aim almost godlike the second he does it.
The Riot devs are sat there going, write this down, write this down. We should probably look at this because he's halfway to having a 3rd lockdown. You're looking for a new Sentinel main, by the way. I definitely would recommend Killjoy going into future patches. 13 and 3. Spot Up could risk just not only going out the tournament, but embarrassing themselves. They've been so good to show us that they are a team worthy of being in this position, but this is not a good look. At least they can get a kill onto Depth at this point, but Kanpeki has not been good on Split so far.
Yeah, it's been a lot of the battles that we've seen elsewhere for him that haven't been working out. He's been trying to fight off against Odorous and Psalm as well, and there is that duo. This time, Psalm's the one to get the opening pick, but they have been terrifying every time they go into the A tower, and it just continues. He gets one with the boombot, a second kill finished off while peeking the other angle, and you almost have to just feel for them at this point. On the other side of the map, just sat there, Tucker, going, what on earth just happened? We got the opener, and then from then onwards, it was just absolute slaughter.
It might not be done yet either. He's gonna run into his raised counterpart, and Odorous, not too sure what he was sort of specifically checking for, but he has been a monster. Everybody from Dignitas is now showing that, you know, they're not going to go out this tournament without a fight at this point. Tucker at least is going to be doing a little bit more damage to Dignitas, but their economy is sound. You don't need to worry about that at this point, Spot Up. Focus on your own. This is looking damning for them on the side that they should be doing better on, certainly on Split.
Yeah, no, this is devastating, I think, for Spot Up. Like I'd sort of mentioned, I saw a turning point in the last map where it just seemed like all the wind was just blown out of their sails. They never really got rolling from that point onwards. Unfortunately, in this map, that was the whole map. Like they've just been ruined. And there's been a trifecta of death, with Death leading the charge, but in a lot of cases, Psalm and Odorous have just been fantastic, and that's what you want to be seeing, realistically. If you have a Raze and a Reyna on the same squad, they have to be popping off, they have to be putting up numbers, and they have been, and on the attacking side as well. It is going to be a straight-up B hit. Again, Def's going to be leading the charge, playing that almost entry fragger role here. Oh, there's been ults expended. It's a chance for Tucker to do some damage, and it looks like they're going to have a third at least. Last man standing, Odorous. He's been superb so far, I have to admit, but this has to be a bridge too far. This has to be a moment for Spot Up where they step up. More importantly, kill this man without losing too many members.
Outrun me?
Checking for a Cypher camera, I think, up there. Wasn't expecting the Jet to be holding with that ultimate last round this half. Spot Up, the ideal scenario is to be 4-8. They do actually use the Rolling Thunder. Bunny's been sat on that for quite some time. And Tucker top fragging for his team by not a huge margin. Good to go for another showstopper. Dignitas, when it comes to ultimates, there's not really going to be much online unless Def has another multi-kill and we see lockdown number 3. But other than that, it's just going to be the Empress and the From the Shadows for Sam and Supper. And they will be happy to go 9-3 up in half-time. The ideal scenario, and that's a great start from Sup, at least, to keep things somewhat competitive.
Satchel out.
And the problem is the amount of control that's been gained elsewhere could become a bit of a problem for them. The flank, however, coming through the ropes could actually make things a little bit more interesting. A free kill for Kanpeki. Now they have to turn around, and finally we see a clean round coming up from Spot Up. It took them a long time to get themselves back up onto this board. In fact, it was a 5-round streak on the offense for Dignitas, and they have set themselves up perfectly. But hey, anything that you can do, I guess we can do better. Has to be the attitude that Spot Up have.
Well, let's have a look over the half with the help of GoPuff to see exactly what went wrong in some cases for Spot Up. Don't necessarily think that they're out of it just yet, as much as it's not almost an embarrassing scoreline to have a halftime. Mostly is just the play from Odorous. Everybody in Dignitas showing that they're solid on these agents. And really, when it comes to highlights for Spot Up, that's seemingly all there seem to be. Just a couple of rounds here or there. This pistol round is the biggest pistol round for Spot Up so far, at least. They're going to be hitting A hard in a typical Andbox style, at least. but Def gets that first kill.
Yeah, the fault line slowed them down so much, but it didn't give enough time for Def to properly rotate into the side. They've still got to clear Maka, but they will. However, the trade thick and fast from Odorous. It is going to be a spike plant. 3v3 situation, and not the amount of utility they'd hoped for. They do still have a paranoia. They've got to be careful of the close player in the form of Tucker, but his position's been given up, and now he's left completely blind. He needs a teammate to defend him, and unfortunately, the timing couldn't be worse. They managed to pick off Rustin, and Tucker is left on just 37 HP. He's managed to get himself a little bit further forward. Figment has to go ham here. He needs, at minimum, a kill. It's not going fantastically well. He finally picks off one, but the diffuser was begun, and Odorous can finish it off after finishing Figment. It will be a 9th, unfortunately, and, well, really, that should lead towards the end of the map. I almost wonder, Ryan, if we might see a force here from Spot Up just to try and give themselves a better chance of fighting back into this one.
My menu seems to have a little bit of dust on it, but eventually Bunny does pick up the ghost potentially. It's a big call, to be honest, at this point. Dignitas probably would have been happy to give it away if it was the other way around, but seems that there's going to be a bit of a faster B hit. Take some of these guns out of Dignitas' hands, at least that would be the hope. Very early aggression coming in, but the Boombot actually gets the kill onto Bunny. Odorous has mid in lockdown at this point. B site is being hit. The issue is there's no spike. Sup has got a keen eye.
One player remaining.
Okay.
Flawless.
It must be nice having Odorous as a teammate. Just has your back in all of those scenarios, and this is a round that's fairly important for Dignitas to keep nice and clean. Of course, they do have a big advantage, but, well, they're going to have 5 Spectres going into the next round, and I'm interested to see what teams opt to try and do in these sort of rounds. Like, what is your plan to utilize these SMGs as well as your opponents are going to fight with the rifles? And by the looks of it, we might get a little bit of mid-aggression once again, because they've already got 4 players surrounding that area. However, the attackers, slightly different idea, Ryan.
It's going to be another fast A hit. I like the Killjoy's utility, just to keep an eye from screens. Not risking anybody, at least at this point. The fault line is a good one to keep them at bay for now. But it's whether they break through at this point. They're starting to go through. A really important push for them to win. And that pick up the depth is a huge one. But Dignitas going for this retake, despite getting planted, is good. But Tucker, nice lurk. Catches Sam pushing from B main.
Spike planted.
Much better look. And that's a really, actually strong black pack, paint shell. Odorous that catches off Spot Up and puts him in a really awkward spot. These post-plant positions aren't good for the attackers at this point. So they need to play aggressively and they run right into Super.
Looked like he was completely blind. He's going to be able to retrieve the rifle, and a bit of a risky peek from Kampeki, but he gets the kill onto Odorous. Maka has found one more. Now, even just making this costly is hugely valuable for the side of Dig. They'll have a purchase into the next round anyway. They may be able to steal this one away. However, Figment's peak is enough to end this round. But Maka, he's just trying to make it costly, as said. Only 2 will survive, and Dig have plenty of rounds, but more importantly, they're going to have plenty of cash.
The big difference, really, from Dig winning the round prior. It was into an eco for Spot Up, but he did it flawlessly. For Sup, even on a round like that, where they took first blood, got the plant in pretty seamlessly, it still came down to 2 players, and it's just those beatings that Spot Up has been taking, not only from Dignitas, but from the whole day with teams like Envy. They've just been taking a hammering from some of these more experienced squads. But they're still here. The showstopper, though, wanted to put that to bed. It misses, but it still gets a kill onto Kampeki that has to play and dash a little bit more aggressively just to survive. I like the idea, but much like a lot of plays for Kampeki, it's not gone well. Maka just gets the straightforward spray onto Bunny. Spot Up, picking up a bit of momentum with that last round win, is not looking to continue it here.
Yeah, that was the bonus round as well for Dig, so they're in a perfect position to just break straight back. The paranoia, they can't even push off that. I'm not sure if the timing was a little bit off, but the Nano Swarm just leaves it that they can't do anything. Nice paint shell at least, but Def still gets the kill.
One enemy
And
remaining.
they are falling flat. This combo again in the heavens is sending them to hell. But Figment's managed to find 3 kills in the space of a second. I don't know if he'll expect the push, and well, it doesn't matter. 11 to 5, it's a little bit more costly, but realistically, the main problem now is that Spot Up probably not going to have enough cash to buy properly.
1 round out of 4 on this attacking side. We knew it was going to be tricky. Dignitas looking good right now. Was a bit of a worrying spot to be in to go to this 3rd map. To go down 1-0 on Ascent against Spot Up, who haven't really shown their true potential at that point in this tournament. We have seen it, as well as some mistakes that they can easily fix going into the other qualifiers coming up with UMG. That's certainly an aim for them. But Dignitas, their aim is to qualify. Their aim is to sort of get through all of this. Can't get one though. Nice aggression coming out of Rustin and the rest of Spot Up. Breaking through to Male Depper's nice position, and he has been sublime so far. Kampeki is going to make sure that he can't get too much done. Super's on the back of the site, making sure that it's going to, again, be costly for Spot Up even before they get this spike planted. And Odorous gets another to 3v3.
Ooh. Straight through the cage, and things are starting to become really problematic. This was a round that looked like it was sealed for Spot Up, and instead Dig have fought back tooth and nail. And the timing here could be everything. Odorous is caught with his blade out. And leaves things back. Now Kampeki knows that in this sort of scenario he needs to be confident. His teammates low and the timing looked good, but they don't find the kills. It's Super with a triple and an easy defusal in the end. Plenty of time left on the clock. It will be a 12th now in favor of Dig. They have 7 opportunities to take this one home, to send Spot Up out of the competition. And I'll be honest, it's what we expected going into the match. But after map number 1, we hoped for a little bit more. And I'll be honest, one of the main things I want to see changed, I don't want to see Rustin playing the Cypher. I think he's just such a good killjoy. I get why he changed. I think a lot of people do play Cypher on this map, but I just want to see him comfortable and playing at the best of his ability, because this map he's been missing.
I think one thing that we can take away from this with Dignitas is Odorous is such a nice addition to this roster.
Yeah.
Poised and Shanks had big boots to fill. And Odorous has seemed to do a good job of it so far. It's going to be trying to face aggressively.
What?
The fact that he gets 1 is impressive. Sam could at least double up the kills in his 4 versus 3. There's really a Neural Theft only to work with on this attack. As the front of Shadows gets used from Figment to take a more aggressive position. Good stuff at least. Now the rolling foot is going to be used on the defense to sort of break this up a little bit more. Maki can get 1. It's a 2 versus 2. Now Death on the high ground. Probably going to wait for this fight to get planted, but his position given up by the Neural Theft. They know that he's in danger. The position, not the actual threat, but that's also not a nice predicament to be in either. Going to be holding close again. They're lining up a little bit. That was worrying from Spot Up at that point. But they take the round. Yet again, only 2 people surviving. Dignitas have so much to work with here. Apart from money,
the weird thing as well is that it seems to be over the last couple of rounds that the team that had the inherent advantage at the beginning let it slip. And again, it's a fight back this time for Spot Up. And as you mentioned, money now becomes a bit of an issue for Dignitas. Now, it's only for 1 round. But it's a chance, at least for Spot Up, to earn a little bit of extra cash themselves, maybe gain some confidence. But they do still have to be careful, because I think we're seeing confident plays coming out from Dig in this sort of situation.
They don't have guns, but they have a lot of ultimates. And there was a lot of pings on the map. Odorous as the showstopper. All stacking in that direction. Ooh, Spot Up, they are doing the right thing, I suppose, by working the flanks at this point. Man, watching that play from Kampeki before where he dashed from heaven onto site, I'm still scratching my head at that one. I get the whole dashing to almost be a decoy at that point, but I liked his position on the high ground. It would be a great time for him to show up and have more impact, because he's been great across the series, but not so much on split at this point. It's pretty much been Odorous, the only flanker that's been certainly worth keeping an eye on when it comes to the impact that he's been having. But even now, Spot Up are playing up against an Eco with Dignitas. The site is open on A, and they're so scared. Now they're pushing through in the typical execute that we're expecting. You can see how it all comes to be, at least. But it's all for naught as Dignitas are playing completely off the site, and they have a lot of ultimates to use.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
It's going to be rough for Dig to get anything done, and in fact, there is Rustin. Normally does do quite well on the attacking side. He had a rough defense. But it's looking a little bit better for him here. And if he could rise to the occasion, maybe they can somehow bring these rounds back. They do keep it flawless as well. That's exactly what they're looking for in these anti-eco rounds. I said some confidence building. Maybe getting the rust off after the last few rounds and after the last half as well. The fact is, this is where things get tough again, because it's a full investment. We have rifles on every single player. You've been mentioning the ultimates over the last couple of rounds. Well, they have 4 of them. And if they use all 4 of them in one round, you kind of expect them to win that round.
Spot Up just want anybody at this point to become a hero. There's a lot of... not really many kills between them, but another execute coming in. Oda is still bringing out the showstopper. Doesn't seem too much because of the flashes, and is lucky, really, that nobody from Spot Up died in that scenario. Compegi gets 2. Much better. Good execute, really, at this point. And good idea from Tucker. Someone's going to be pretty mad at that. Depth tried to make some play. That is a big round for Spot Up to win. And really, Dignitas using a couple of ultimates at least. Didn't use everything, which is key.
One thing that is in play is that Empress. If Sam somehow managed to steal this, I'd be very impressed, but realistically it should be done at this stage, and while Tucker gets the timing just right to pick off that kill. 12-8. The grind back continues. The long road uphill carries on as they get 3 rounds in a row now. And more importantly, again, it's only going to be pistols available for Dignitas. Great round from Campecchi as well, because he manages to dodge out the way of the showstopper and then get a double entry into the site. So much so that Tucker then gets that sort of freebie fluke kill straight through the dark cover. But nonetheless, it was those openers that gave them the round.
It comes down to a little bit of luck. I'm sure Spot Up won't care at this point. Reaching a real crescendo. I'm so happy this game has gone as close as it has as a neutral. We've had a lot of blowouts to cast, to be honest, Tom, so I'm glad that we got this absolute beaut to finish on for us to at least casting. But Figment is trying to hold on strong. Tucker gets a nice kill onto Supper. Buy isn't going to be big, but Def still gets 1. All of this matters. If he can get another, it could have been likely, but Figment just has the better gun in that scenario. Dig just pushing through mid. Best getting 1 at this point, and the positioning from Dignitas is pretty much all over the spot, but I do respect still Spot Up aren't letting this go. They have certainly grown and adapted and matured even through this series. They know they're going up against an eco that's quite likely, but they're still flashing and playing like every map is a full buy because they have no room for mistakes. Nice execution. Dropped.
Yeah, I like the fact that in this round as well, they've grouped up. Like, they have decided, like, in the earlier portions of the round, they were more split, and then the second it gets to the latter stages, they're like, okay, we're up against pistols, we've got an advantage, let's just go together, roll together, and make sure that we trade out all of those kills. A smart way to play against anti-ecos, especially once you already have an advantage. For Sam, though, he's found a gun. It's something free for the next round, something he won't have to purchase, and maybe gets them an extra buy or 2 in the future. The thing is, though, this is now coming to the crunch. This is problematic for Dignitas because the momentum is firmly in Spot Up's favor, and sure, they're right on the brink of destruction, but if anything, it seems like a lot of teams like maybe get ahead of themselves a little bit, or the jitters start to sneak in when they do get to that map and series point. And for Dignitas being a relatively new roster coming into this, I am starting to wonder if that pressure's starting to get to them.
We've been treating this like Dignitas is above Spot Up in some cases, I feel. With an 8-4 attacking half for Dignitas. We're certainly leaning that way, but Dignitas in this tournament have not had the best opportunities to shine in some cases. It's been great for Oda so far, but you're still looking at players like Maka, who's not had much of the impact on the breach. Very close to having a rolling thunder. That's going to be pivotal for Depth's lockdown. He's playing very far back. Another execution out the been fairly decent from Spot Up. But the operator's in play from Def. He's actually good for one, getting a kill onto Tucker. Kampeki's going to try and avenge him, closing that distance, but he does get caught out by Supper. It's a 5 versus 3. The rolling thunder is available on the attack, but that lockdown's looking to get planted by Def.
Spike planted.
This could be the beginning of the end. Spot Up needs to put everything they can into this round, and well, it starts off with the rolling thunder. However, it's actually the denial coming in, and Maka manages to pick up some great positioning of the Nano Swarm, and now Preston has to try and kill everybody, and he will not be able to. Dignitas are going to carry on in this tournament. They will face off against the likes of either Envy or Sentinels. And unfortunately for Spot Up, it was a valiant effort. It was a real fight for them in this series, but they are out.
And I think they can leave with their heads held high, to be honest. I watched the game before with Envy. I heard Lex and Vansilli talking about how great it was for Spot Up to be here, but after that performance, there could be question marks like, do they deserve to, with other teams like Immortals and Box, even FaZe, Cloud9 White not getting through? But I do think Spot Up not only proved that they deserve to be in this top 16, but this is a force to be reckoned with in the future. They should be really proud of themselves. Dignitas, you still didn't expect them to qualify through their beast of a group, but there's still a lot of gray areas that they really need to work on going forward, because that wasn't pretty for a team of their caliber.
Yeah, but at the same point in time, there is obviously a point that needs to be made about Dignitas still kind of finding their footing with this new roster, still trying to figure everything out. I think a lot of times we see the brand associated with the team and we don't think about the path that they're on. Like, that could be very easy to say about other teams in the past that we've seen who have fallen short of expectations just because we see the prestige that comes in with that name. But maybe the team hasn't had enough time to work with what they've got. I think one that stands out very clearly is FaZe. FaZe is a huge brand, and that team has been somewhat disappointing. Even in Europe, there are teams of similar caliber that have actually not done as well as maybe some others would hope, because that region is pretty much just controlled by G2. But anyway, if you're Spot Up, it's tough, right? You got eliminated. Yeah. That sucks. But you've got something to look back on and be like, okay, we put up a fight. We didn't just go down and prove that, like, oh, the teams that came in that were underrepresented, they didn't belong here and they just got shredded. Tom, if you're someone from Spot Up, do you have high hopes about your future, or is this kind of looked at as like, oh, great, again, another event where we didn't really get to the point we wanted to get to?
I would look at this, obviously, right now, they're probably quite disappointed, especially because they came so close, and I don't think they showed their true selves versus the likes of Envy. At the same time, you're going up against an organization or a team with a huge amount of backing of a big organization, and you're going toe-to-toe with them. So I would take that as a huge positive. You made it to the top 16. You've mentioned all the teams that potentially deserved it more. Well, they didn't get there. The only teams who deserved it are the 16 teams that made it, and they are one of them. And if I'm honest, I would love to see this team with some backing behind it, because that's the thing. A lot of the cases where you do have these teams that are not full-time, or they basically don't have an organization behind them, you might have players who have to do other things to pay rent or can't necessarily commit to the practices as much as a team like Dignitas, for example. So I would love to see them get that sort of big backing from an organization, put them under pressure, or put them in the spotlight for a few months, give them the chance to sort of play together and see how they can do, because yeah, they really impressed me here. I thought this was going to be a blowout, and there were players like Rustin, for example, I think is fantastic. We saw Kampeki a few huge rounds off the back of the operator. And sure, on the other side, they definitely struggled when it came to their defense because of the likes of Odorous and obviously Def as well, playing very well. Sam as that little combo or that trio playing against Upper. But that's the thing, like, a lot of the time you mentioned that they're not really getting to this stage, so they don't get to play against these sort of opposition. So you're not really going to necessarily know all of the holes within your team until you play against a team like this. So they got a lot to learn. They've now got some VODs to watch and some stuff to improve on. And if they get even just a little bit better than they did today, they could be making it into the latter stages of the tournament.
Ryan, that was
a hot for me.
But...
Yeah, it was. It was a monologue on how unsigned teams are great, and they are. Yeah. And even just the improvement over today from Spot Up was noticeable, because Dignitas is still a scary team. You know, we went into this thinking that they were still at least a top 10 roster and could provide an upset against Envy and Sentinels depending on how that game goes. There's still potential there for Dignitas to do some damage in this tournament, but Shot Up scared them. And even if this team doesn't get picked up as a full roster, they can easily get, you know, poached individually based off some of the performances that they had today. Some really good talents, and how far they've come just in First Strike alone is telling, to be sure.
Yeah, well, that last replay segment was brought to you by GoPuff, one of our sponsors, the official delivery partner of Nerd Street Gamers. And I'm going to continue to dig into this bag. And I do feel like I'm running low on items, but I'm also running low on energy. I wonder if there's something. Oh, what's this? Oh, I almost dropped it. Uptime, original citrus with other natural flavors, mental, physical energy drink. Well, you can take a look at this. They've got everything, literally everything. You know, as much as it's fun to like show this off, hold on. I got to show you something else in here. They have toilet paper. Just you never know when you might, you know, need some extra toilet paper and you can't get out of the house given everything that's going on in the world around us. It might, you know, catch you off guard. You might run out of TP, or
would
maybe
they deliver it to my bathroom? Like if I've run out at the moment,
you're on the can and like need it now.
Is that a service I can get, or is that too far?
Go to window 3 and just look for the hand and try to throw it into that hand. Tom, Ryan, thank you so much for joining me on the broadcast today. Your time here is through. Anything you want to say before I let you go?
That's something more like a threat, to be honest, than anything. Your time is through. I mean, this is great. You know, we are Europeans. There's going to be a bias towards that direction, but I've loved how not only the bigger teams have sort of, you know, got better as the tournament has gone on. We haven't seen Cloud9 completely throw themselves under the bus like they have in some other cases in the past, for example. I think all of those like top 5 teams of NA have just got a lot stronger, and they're dealing with some of the scarier teams that can actually do some damage. But also teams like Xset, Spot Up, they've also done well. You don't expect them to get through to the finals in December, but they've shown themselves up as potential talent that people should be looking out for. This scene is thriving, and I can't wait to see more of it.
Tom?
Yeah, I've had a good time. It's been enjoyable. I got to see some of the better teams within North America. And as many North Americans have said in the past, I'd just like to finish with Let's Go Liquid.
Well, you guys are free to go. Thank you so much. And appreciate all of your input there, even though we know that North America is better than Europe at Valorant.
UK's the best. That's all.
Yeah,
good.
Great jokes.
No, it isn't.
even Ryan is not willing to play into your charade. Way to go, Tom. You tried to break us at the end, but it's not going to happen. Guys, that is it for us today. We want to thank you guys for watching at home. We are still live currently over on our B stream, and we're going to toss a fat host over in that direction so you guys can go see what is going on that B stream. We will be live again tomorrow, same time, same place. Actually, wrong, not same time. Tomorrow, we have a bit of a doozy of a day as we've got way more action. So we're going to be starting just a little bit earlier, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be kicking things off with the elimination matches from the group stages to see who's going to be moving on into the playoffs on Saturday and fighting for their chance to qualify for the First Strike event coming up in just a couple of weeks with Riot. Thank you again, guys, and we hope to see you tomorrow.